Hello, you guys. What's up? We are back with another stream, another reminder because enjoying your day and done with the meals. Today is the final day of World Finals Brawl Stars 2023, where you can get animated pin like these ones. Here it is, and a random hypercharge, whichever it can be. So yeah, it's a good chance to get rewards while watching and enjoying Brawl Stars 2023 World Finals. And for now, as you can see, what you can do, I'm not gonna predict now. I will do it while it is live. The first match is of Luminosity versus Zeta Gaming. Luminosity played well, but yeah, Zeta also played good, not so much well, but Luminosity just dominated all the persons. So we'll go with the Luminosity. Secondly, Crazy Raccoon versus Reply Totem. Third, STM and Esports versus Revenant. That is gonna be a tough one because I'm gonna support Revenant. However, STM is a very good team. So yeah, Tribe Gaming versus ST Gaming, where I will go with the ST Gaming. बिकॉज ओशी को सपोर्ट करने का भाई चलिए हेलो बावन व्हाट्सअप कैसे हो क्या हाल चाल है तो बस शुरू होने वाला है और हो चुका है एक्चुअल में और ये कॉपीराइटेड म्यूजिक बजते हुए तो हम उसको म्यूट कर देंगे चुपचाप से बिल्कुल थोड़ा बंद कर देंगे उसका ट्विच वालों को थोड़ा ऐड भी दिखा देंगे बट और से रिलोड भी मार ही देते हैं क्या पता हम थोड़ा पीछे चल रहे हो और ये हम आ चुके हैं क्या बात है क्या बात है क्या बात है सर अभी भी गाना बजाना चल रहा है तो हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते उसमें खैर जो भी है डू मेक श्योर ड्रॉप अ लाइक सब्सक्राइब व्हेन यू आर वाचिंग दिस स्ट्रीम ऑन द ट्विच दैट डू मेक श्योर फॉलो अस देयर हेलो वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स हाइपे हाइपे भाई हाइपे जल्दी से लाइक कॉर्बेट न्यू है तो सब्सक्राइब कॉर्बेट जब तो वो फ्रैंक की आंटी आते नहीं हम इसको बजाएंगे नहीं और फ्रैंक की आंटी आ गई ये
chemistry, mechanical skill, all these things and more, but above all, it's hard work. And for the 8 teams who are about to play on
Luminosity
stage today,
Gaming versus
the one
Zeta.
that's found the magic formula will make their dreams come true. Who will be our champion? Welcome to the final day of the Brawl Stars World Finals 2023.
Justice for yellow and black straps bed sheet. No justice. हेलो कुश व्हाट्सएप लुलू ये लुलू क्या है भाई ये नया वर्ड लेके आया भाई लुलू लुल तक तो ठीक था लॉल सुनते आ रहे थे पहले उसके बाद लुल आया तब भी समझ में आया ये लुलू लेके आ गया भाई अरे बाप रे 50-50 वोट हो गया हमारे इसमें ही भाई लेकिन इस बार का वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स अगर किसी के जीतने का चांस बहुत ज़्यादा हाई लग रहा है तो वो है क्रेजी क्रेजी रकून्स सिगार क्रेजी रकून्स।
Welcome to Jönköping, Sweden. DreamHack Winter is where so much history has been made throughout esports, and now we're about to write a new chapter as we find out who lifts this trophy. So let's find out who our top 8 teams are. DreamHack,
हैंडसम क्यों लग रहे हो आज? क्या आज हैंडपम्प खराब नहीं है ना इसलिए, और वैसे भी ये नया कैमरा है, भूल जाते हो कभी कभी ये नया वाला कैमरा है। My first time across all esports that an Indian team made it to world's knockout stage. You are actually wrong.
Next up from Europe.
क्योंकि इससे पहले बहुत सारे स्पोर्ट्स में इंडियन टीम पहुंच चुकी है और इंडियन टीम विन भी कर चुकी है वर्ल्ड स्टेज पे। इसका बेस्ट एग्जांपल अगर तुम्हें चाहिए तो डोटा 2 के हम वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस हैं। डोटा 2। अब वो बात अलग है कि इंडिया के लोगों को लगता है कि भाई सिर्फ 2 ही स्पोर्ट्स हैं जो कि ई स्पोर्ट्स खेला जाता है, वो है बजमी जो कि पबजी के नाम से मशहूर है, और दूसरा है फ्री फायर। लोगों को लगता है यही 2 ई स्पोर्ट्स हैं, बाकी सब तो नल्ली चीज़ें हैं, बाकी कुछ है ही नहीं गेम भाई, 2 ही स्पोर्ट्स हैं। ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है भाई, गलत फहमी मत रहो, हम वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हैं। मैं तो चाहता हूँ कि रेवेनेंट जीते वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स का।
From North America, it's STMN!
और फीफा में भी भाई हम सेकेंड या थर्ड आए थे, याद नहीं है मुझे, फीफा में इतना ज़्यादा देखता नहीं हूँ, तो फीफा के स्पोर्ट्स में हम सेकेंड या थर्ड पे हैं। डोटा 2 कौन से ईयर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जीते थे? पिछले साल जीते थे आई गेस, देख लो जाके, सर्च कर लो, मिल जाएगा। आरएनटी नहीं जीत पाएंगी। अच्छा रेवेनेंट।
From North America, Tribe Gaming!
हर साल लोग आते हैं ट्राइब गेमिंग चिल्लाते हैं, लेकिन जीतता कोई और ही है।
And finally, from Europe, it's SK Gaming!
इसके लिए ओशी ओशी चिल्लाना चाहिए, ओशी ओशी ओशी। अरे दिख गई ओशी, दिख गई भाई, ओशी दिख गई, ओ ये ओशी दिख गई भाई, बैठी हुई है भाई साहब, ओशी उधर ही है, दिख गई है।
Well, I'm not sure how you
मजे करो।
like that, so I think we're just going to head over to Kenny and Trav to talk about what's going to happen on this stage today.
Welcome in to Dream.
अब लाओ भाई पॉइंट्स वाले दो यार, पॉइंट दो, क्या कर रहे हो यार, थोड़ा पॉइंट्स तो दे दो। ब्रो फुट का मैच देखे, ड्रेज ने आज तक एक भी इंटरनेशनल मैच विन नहीं किया। अरे भाई हम सब देख चुके हैं, इसलिए तो ओशी ओशी चिल्ला रहे हैं, तुम देखते नहीं हो शायद अच्छे से। चिल्ड्रंस सपोर्ट ट्राइब गेमिंग, ठीक है। एडल्ट्स सपोर्ट एसटी गेमिंग और रेवेनेंट और क्रेजी रकून। लेजेंड सपोर्ट ओशी, समझे? लेजेंड्स, ओनली लेजेंड सपोर्ट ओशी। बाकी लोग क्या है, बाकी सब नल्ले हैं।
This is where everything goes down. 8 teams, single elimination bracket. There is no second life today.
Yeah, lose once and you're out of the competition and 8 remain. Let's take a little bit of a look at the prize pool, see what these guys are playing for. Already guaranteed 30,000 no matter where they place today. But if they move one round onwards,
ट्राइब ओवर हाइप, ट्राइब ओवर हाइप है नहीं, वहाँ पे जो ऑडियंस बैठी है वो ओवर हाइप कर देती है उनको, जो जी कंटेंट क्रिएटर सबसे ज़्यादा ट्राइब के पास है, तो उनके ही बंदे आते हैं टिकट खरीद के, फ्री में तो आते नहीं, टिकट खरीद के आएंगे तो चिल्लाएंगे अपनी टीम के बारे में भाई साहब। आज फाइनल होगा ना, यस, आज आर का पार सब हो जाएगा।
We really, really are. And I mean, every single game today is going to be absolutely incredible. And as the bracket closes down, as more teams get eliminated, it's going to get even more tense all the way up until that final game.
I mean, just take a look here. Quarterfinals alone. I mean, better than any monthly final I think I could ask for this year, too. We've got Luminosity Gaming kicking us off against
उन लोगों साउंड बड़ा हिस्सा नहीं बढ़ा सकता भाई मैं.
two-time champion on their side, taking on Reply Totem for a little bit of a revenge match. STMN Revenant.
और ज़्यादा सुन के करेगा क्या भाई तू? बकबकी तो चल रही है. भाई सीआर में कौन कौन है? मैं भूल गया. अरे वो एक टेम्पो वाला है, उसके बाद एक 3 साई वाला है, और कौन है? एक और है कोई.
It never gets old. I mean, the rivalries, the storylines, I think that's something that stood out for me this year for 2023, and I know a lot of the people at home.
इसी बात को बोलो जुबान केसरी. नो प्रमोशन, नो प्रमोशन. धन्यवाद. नो जुबान केसरी.
I'm looking at 8 titans across the entire world. So across the world here in our chat, I think predictions are going to be a little bit of a toughie.
Yeah, they really, really are, I will say as well. But I think we actually do differ today quite a bit as well, which is a bit odd considering we've been pretty much a hive mind all the way through when it comes to predictions. But obviously, event.brawlstars.com is where you want to be placing yours to get that swag.
I mean, the caster hive mind has kind of worked out so far, though. I mean, to our credit, we've done pretty good, but I love to be surprised.
मोए भी है. हाँ, वो झाड़ू वाला भी है भाई. झाड़ू वाला भी तो है. लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं जीटा को, फिर सीआर को, फिर एसटीएमएन को, फिर ट्राइब को. अच्छा, ठीक है, समझ गया.
I mean, this might
रेवेनेंट को एक ने भी वोट नहीं किया है.
Good Crazy Raccoon have been preseason favorites for many, but if there is a year for North America or another region to take it, it might be this one. I think across the board as well. Obviously, we share a lot of similar sentiment in who we end up picking to win. It's tough, right? You gotta end the day with one team winning. But all of these teams have been so worth making it this far. I think it's much closer, and at times too, I found myself arguably just flipping a coin.
Yeah, not arguably as well. You literally did flip a coin, Kenny.
Sometimes you gotta go fake.
Did flip a coin at breakfast this morning.
Sue me. I mean, so, look, it's that close for me. It's tough. Coming into this tournament, you feel like you know one thing, and then all these teams play, and I'm even more impressed than I thought I could ever be. Truly, this has been something special, and this first match as well, going to be something special. It's the #1 seed from NA West, Charles, Patchy, and Gino, taking on Zeta Division. This is going to be a heck of a matchup.
It really is. And I mean, it's
भाई किसको वोट करने का बताओ. लुमिनोसिटी को 50% वोट दे रखा है तुम लोगों ने, और सेम जीटा को भी 50% दे रखा है. भाई अभी तक 8 वो रखे हैं, 4 वोट दे रखे हैं तुम लोगों ने. एक साइड लुढ़क जाओ यार कहीं पे. अरे ओशी दिख गई फिर से. चिल्लाओ ओशी ओशी ओशी. बाजू में कौन है भाई? बाजू वाली आंटी भी अच्छी है, लेकिन उनका नाम नहीं पता हमें.
Charles, Patchy and Chino started the year August as the Dog Walkers, but now they could be ending it with a world title.
जीता को वोट दो.
And their opponents, Zeta Division! Garo Nori and Meow had a difficult opening game yesterday against STMN, but you wouldn't know it from their
Zeta का फेवर है.
Nouns making a clean sweep all the way into the quarterfinals.
जीटा हक ना दे बस यस्टरडे की तरह. अब सीधे एक ही चांस है. जीते तो जीते, हारे तो हारे वाला सीन है. ये नहीं कि दूसरा मौका मिलेगा. एक बार जीते तो जीत गए, वरना तो गए.
Our teams are ready for our first quarterfinal of the day. DreamHack, are you ready? Kenny and Travis,
Are you ready?
We are ready, Frankie. Let's get the day underway. Dog Walkers originally started from humble beginnings. This is a young team that have really proven themselves. To many, they weren't expected to come out on top in NA West.
पता नहीं क्यों, लेकिन मेरे को जीटा अच्छा नहीं लगता. अच्छा नहीं लगता तो नहीं लगता.
Division, man, they were nothing but consistent this year. The #1 team from Europe.
लुमिनोसिटी को सपोर्ट कर रही है मैं. अरे अरे भाई, मुझे तो बहुत ज्यादा चांस लुमिनोसिटी की लग रहा है, क्योंकि वो वो 2-0 करके पहुंचे हैं और ये लोग 1-0 करके पहुंचे। 1 मतलब एक हार गए और एक जीत गए।
So they did look very, very good. And the same goes for Luminosity. They looked pretty solid yesterday. They didn't win with flying colours as we imagined. You know, they did go 2-0, but both of those games were so difficult for them.
In Group A especially, we kind of expected Luminosity as a public to come out on top, right? Or at least be one of those top 2 teams, but their rivals proved to be very strong as well. So it's still a little bit of a question mark for these young guys. New to the big stage, the World Finals. I'm really curious to see how they can hang with Zeta Division, who may not have been best team yesterday. They may not have been number 1, but they were
Zeta से बातचीत हुई है, 3-0 पेलने वाले हैं, ऐसा क्या? अब लेकिन आपका नेटवर्क तो कभी भी टूट जाता है, दिक्कत तो वहाँ है ना। मानने को हम आपकी बात मान के जीटा को वोट कर भी दें, पता चला आपका नेटवर्क टूट गया, जीतते जीतते हार गए, फिर क्या होगा?
Well, to kick us off for the day, it is going to be hot potato and a little bit of heist here. In terms of draft compositions as well, Luminosity love to get unique with it. They love to get in your face, be aggressive, and I think that's what this meta caters to. I want to see.
अरे वोट के लिए आ ही नहीं रहा है, चचा कहाँ सो गए? यहाँ मैच चालू होने वाला है, वोट ही नहीं कर पा रहे हैं हम, क्या नल्लीगिरी है? इनको लग रहा है सोच रहे हैं कि भाई अरे फ्री में हाइपर चार्ज देना पड़ेगा सबको, बोले पैसे ही नहीं देना, हमें देना ही नहीं है, वोट ही नहीं देंगे हम। भाई कौन से नशे कर रहे हैं? आ ही नहीं रहा भाई, एक वोट नहीं आया, एक नल्ला दो एक्सपी वाला भी नहीं आया, सो गए उनकी टीम वाले भाई।
So many surprises, but in our draft phase, no surprise here. Charlie with an early ban, which means first pick's going to go to Zeta Division. They're going to
थोड़ा सा बढ़ाओ ना साउंड। अरे कितना बढ़ाएगा भाई, इसके स्पीकर ठीक कर भाई, तू अपने जाके क्या करना क्या चाह रहा है? फुल पे है भाई, फुल पे ले और बढ़ा देता हूँ, बूस्टर लगा देता हूँ, कान फट जाएंगे भाई।
I think Chuck as a starter is good for the DPS. You got to play the game mode sometimes, and of course they banned Cordelius as well.
कुछ कैश हेलो ब्रदर इवेंट को फॉर्म में आना पड़ेगा, जैसलमेर। अच्छा ओशी कौन है बे? अरे ओशी को नहीं जानता ये बंदा, कुछ कैश तुम ओशी को नहीं जानते क्या भाई? क्या गुंडा बने हो रे? पहले तुमसे ना हो पाएगा, तुमसे ना हो पाएगा।
Yeah, you kind of just got to hope that Chuck's not going to throw one of those posts onto a position where you're going to be standing a lot of the time. And you know, there is few positions where Barley can really thrive, because a lot of it's probably going to be broken up now they've picked that Barley from Zeta Division. They've still got 2 picks left. You expect some wall breaks, especially because they have that need to add on as well. But let's not forget, you know, wall breaks aren't exactly going to help Chuck.
फेस टीम जैसे आ गया,
it's going to be an interesting strategy.
अरे इंदौर वहाँ भिवंडी आ गया था, एक ही दिन में इंदौर पार करके सीधे जब भोपाल आ गया, भोपाल से आया तो सुबह देने आ गया।
Additionally, it's going to make it a little harder to run.
लो यार अब बहुत ज़्यादा लग रहा है तो मैं वापस से उतर नहीं कर देता, थोड़ा सा कम कर दिया हमने।
Sneak in several times now. I think this is a brawler that's going to surprise people at what it can do. Obviously, need a great matchup.
अबे भाई वोट देने के लिए ऑप्शन देंगे नहीं देंगे नल्ले लोग?
On that high safe, and sometimes that's all you need.
I was going to say, show us the triple tank, Zeta. Show us it. Give us something special to start off the day. You know, they've got 2 already.
कुछ नहीं हो सकता इनका, एक बार मैं इस साइट को रिलोड मार लेता हूँ फटाफट से, क्या पता है नल्ले लोग बोले अरे भाई आपने साइट रिलोड करा होता तो आ गया होता, तो हमने रिलोड भी मार लिया।
The most pick brawler after our 2
और
days
ऑप्शंस
tied with
नहीं आए हैं अभी भी। नल्ले लोग, नल्ली पसंद, गोबर गेम, गोबर टीम साबित होते हुए वो भी वर्ल्ड फाइनल के स्टेज पर।
43%. This is a good way to address tanks. Obviously the hypercharge is insane, but it seems that teams aren't fully getting destroyed by it. But we're going to have the Queen of Brawl Stars show up. It wouldn't be World Finals without her. Shelly making an appearance on map number 1.
कोई कुछ भी बोले पर गोल्डी भाई आज देखने में झांसू लग रहे हैं। झांसू तो सुना था, ये झांसू क्या होता है? ये नए नए वर्ड तुम लाते कहाँ से हो? ये वर्ड इन्वेंट कहाँ हो रहे हैं? ये ऑक्सफोर्ड की डिक्शनरी में आएंगे नहीं आएंगे ये बताओ पहले तो।
100% expected. A lot of murmuring in the crowd as well of what to think of this draft as Luminosity and Zeta Division get geared up to go. It's time. Day 3 World Finals are now underway.
First post already being set up then early on by Naui. Meow's gonna be coming forward. Does knock him a bit far away. Doesn't surely would have wanted him to catch on a wall there. Second post ready to roll now from now. He does throw it out towards that mid, setting up these tracks so he can chug towards that safe.
Slowly but surely, the train conductor is going to be able to find a way down the middle of this map over time. The passive charge of his super, as Charles says, Hero stun going down. Now entering as well. The smoke attacking that high safe. Meow barely staying alive as Lou provides some coverage here. Bruce now moving towards Meow, who has to back away, but now he is just letting loose on this high safe, and as a result, it's a little bit of a base race to kick us off.
Yeah, damage on both sides, and he comes back as well, cleans up that mid, stops a bit of damage coming through from
उसको छोड़ दिया भाई, चक को नीचे ही छोड़ दिया इन लोगों ने.
Nothing compared to what Chuck is doing to that safe. Meow coming forwards now, gets the ball through, but hypercharge on defense from Chino. There's Chuck again though, coming through. Surely might be able to get this done here. Meow with another hit, but away goes Chuck, and on the base.
खत्म हो गया भाई.
But it's not enough.
भाई बंदे नीचे छोड़ दिए, ऊपर मारने गए लोग. नॉर्मन एफएफ एलजी हारा. ऊपर वाली चैट, कितने ऊपर वाली चैट. ये जब हम प्री प्रेडिक्शन करते हैं तभी सेमीफाइनल्स और फाइनल्स के पहले से कैसे प्रेडिक्शन का ऑप्शन आता है. ये जब हम प्री प्रेडिक्शन करते हैं तभी सेमीफाइनल और फाइनल्स को पहले से कैसे प्रेडिक्शन का ऑप्शन आता है, वो तो आएगा ही ना. क्योंकि अगर तुम पहले से मान रहे हो कि ये लोग जीतने वाले हैं, तुम्हें पता है कि सेमीफाइनल में ये पहुंचेंगे, और तुम्हें ये भी पता है कि सेमीफाइनल में तुम अगर इसको जिताने वाले तो फाइनल्स में यही पहुंचेंगे, तो फिर फाइनल्स किसको जाना है. लो भाई आ गया ऑप्शन, चूज कर लो. गो एंड चूज द ऑप्शन, क्योंकि ऑप्शन अब आ चुका है.
Yeah, Patchy stunned up though, and no knockback from Meow. That's not going to knock him away. It's not going to keep him out of damage. Now we go towards that safe, but does actually come back from it as well. BB ball out of nowhere, coming from those back spawns, trying to find some connections onto safe. Now the hyper charge comes through. Should land on Patchy, and it does. Now he joins them on safe, and Chino's too low to defend.
Now we free access to this safe. Charles, the lone man up top, and they're facing a deficit here. Patchy now back in action. Chino with a hypercharge and super available, popping it now, connecting with Meow. Down goes one. Now he looking for damage. A second following through here as Chino shuts that down. Luminosity with a little room to breathe, but they need a lot of damage here.
It's defensive bear after defensive bear, and that's not what you need with that need. You want to throw them an offense. Surely let Shelly deal with it, but he's not even there waiting for him to come forward, and that's free for now.
भाई वो सुपर यूज करके तोड़ दे रहा भाई. अरे भाई चक ने तो पूरे चकचका चक कर दिया भाई. खत्म हो गया एंड फर्स्ट सेट गोस टू द Zeta division.
Luminosity gonna have to pull something out the bag here, because Zeta division looked good in that first set. Chuck really dominating, and not just that.
बातचीत है भाई पूरी बढ़िया बढ़िया. नेटवर्क ना टूटे, देखिए ध्यान रखिए. अच्छा सा वहीं टॉवर ही लगवा दीजिए, मैं बोलता हूँ.
He just always defending, and that's the thing, exactly what Shelly should have been doing.
It was really interesting how that played out, and Lou, I don't think his intention really was for the objective. That was more of a matchup, more of a let's play some defense here, because obviously with that hypercharge, you get a free slowdown and some ice in the veins immediately. You get a freeze, easy follow-through shots for somebody of Gyro's caliber. They're going to get kills with that every time. I think they just left it to Meow and Chuck, and I'm imagining that Shelly was meant to be an answer for both of these brawlers. They double dip a little bit here, right? It's going to be a shotgun brawler into BB, who's going to struggle into that. But even Shelly alone can't deal with two brawlers at once very well, and I think they just got overwhelmed at times. I don't think they had enough output. I think Zeta were matching up the kills. Hard to nitpick anything about how Zeta Division played this first set.
Yeah, I mean, in game number one, we did see Luminosity throw a bear straight.
चलो बढ़िया खत्म हो गया, जल्दी से जल्दी खत्म हो गया. अनु, आपने लगता सच्ची में बात की है. अरे बात तो वो रोज ही करता है. उसका नेटवर्क चला जाता है, और नेटवर्क जाते ही फिर खुश हो जाता है सब कुछ. टाइम खुश हो जाता है भाई काम.
First overall selection. Easy brawler to understand why they end up picking that as well. Charlie, of course, going to be in the ban stage. No Lou this time as well. Interesting to see Gene in the ban mix here too. Definitely somebody I wasn't expecting. And speaking of unexpected, I'm sorry, is that a Mortis with the 2-3 turn that we just received?
8-bit.
It is a Mortis. It really is. I mean, Nani.
उन लोग क्या खेलने का स्टाइल देख लिया, फिर चौका मारेगा. ऐसा क्या? क्या बात बोली आपने?
8-bit going to be one that's selected here too. 8-bit actually one of the favorite brawlers from this weekend. The numbers are
मोटिस लेने का फायदा ये है कि आप कोई थ्रोअर लेने की गलती नहीं करेगा, लेकिन अगर इसने मोटिस लिया तो मतलब डेफिनेटली थर्ड ब्रॉलर जो है इनका वो थ्रोअर आने वाला है, समझ रहे हो? मोटिस इसलिए लिया ताकि वो थ्रोअर ले सके, मतलब ये आलू टिक्की ले सकता है भाई, आलू टिक्की इसीलिए खुला हुआ है भाई साहब, जानबूझ के लिया है, थ्रोअर ही लेगा, देख लेना। वोट करो, वोट करो, कितने वोट हो चुके हैं जरा बताइए जरा फिर से। ये वाला नहीं, हम ये वाला वोट करेंगे, ये वाला।
And Luminosity doubling down on that defense with the Buster as well. Can go aggressive if needed. Let's not forget though, Zeta Division do have this last pick. Something like a B or something like that I wouldn't even mind against the Buster, against the Shelly. Going to have that range advantage and can still play at long range as well.
It's going to round up the composition here for Luminosity.
देखते हैं क्या लेते हैं लोग।
Shelly, Buster, and Nani. Very well rounded and much more aggressive, not as long range, no throwers. That's something we're used to seeing historically in Brawl Stars. Instead though,
अरे भाई क्या कर रहा है, सो गया क्या? चॉर्डिलियस आ गया भाई, चॉर्डिलियस।
And for the sixth and final pick, it's going to be Cordelius here, who is going to deal phenomenally with.
भाई जीटो 65 तक नहीं ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? मॉर्टिस और ब्लू स्टार, ब्लू स्टार तो है ही, और खासकर मॉर्टिस लेने से ये हुआ कि सामने वाली टीम ने थ्रोअर लेने की गलती नहीं करी, बोले ना 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 मॉर्टिस से थ्रोअर तो ले ही नहीं सकते।
I think Zeta Division are really going to have to pop off with Mortis, make sure that he's not just a fallen asset. They're going to have to make sure that he's doing his thing, and if he's getting aggressive, he better be profiting in those interactions. Cordelius, though, a great response into these tanks. We'll see how it plays out here in set number 2.
He's bringing that hockey Mortis skin as well. Love to see it from Gero, but he's got a long road to go to be able to win this game. Instant control now from Luminosity. And Mortis on the consistent push.
Gero, Meow already on their back heels here. A Shadow Realm being popped immediately though as Chino's looking to dodge this. Meow with the big buff in the underworld here, as now he's in hot pursuit of Chino, willing to trade here. Gonna pop off right in front of Chino.
Oh bhai, क्या जम मार ये करा गया।
To survive the interaction, and now Gero.
Oh GG's, good one.
5-0, hot start for Zeta Division.
Over-aggress there from Patchy, trying to redeem something that didn't really need to be redeemed.
क्या बात है, 8-bit का गैजेट भाई, और खासकर आयरन वॉल के पीछे डाल के रखा है, वहां से तो फिर वो सुपर उसका तोड़ भी नहीं सकते लोग, और ले गया।
Gero just hanging around too. Nowy with this TP as well. We didn't even mention it in the pre-draft really, but that's just an easy way to get out of a scary situation. He's got so many health points as well. 10k resting on his head right now. Patchy though, trying to walk this forward alongside his teammates. They're all grouping together.
अरे उनके घर में घुसे हुए हैं भाई। अरे 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 भाई 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 गया 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 8-bit तो गया, उसका कुछ नहीं हो सकता। अरे भाई नहीं मरा, ओ भाई बस्टर मरा नहीं है, अटैक होने के बाद भी। अरे मार, वो बहुत लो है, दोनों बहुत लो है, फिर भी लीड में तो है। भाई ये सीन कोई इतनी भी अच्छी नहीं है जितना प्रमोशन किया गया है ये हॉकी स्टिक वाले का। नाइस गुड वन। अरे 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 उसको लेके ही चले गए।
Charles looking for long distance shots, low HP, easy tags there as Meow tags another.
Oh, उड़ा दिया, ट्रेड हो गया।
3 on the clock and they have to hustle here. Charles nowhere in striking distance. Patchy,
inevitable.
It's Zeta Division with another game.
Luminosity पागल हो रहा है। Yep, पागल हो गया।
Game by game, Zeta Division seeming to run away with this one. Bounty not going. Luminosity
जीता 3-0 जीतेगी लगता है। अरे वो मनु भैया ने कुछ ज्यादा जल्दी बात कर ली कि भाई मेरा नेटवर्क चला जाता है तो जल्दी जल्दी खत्म कर दो।
It's not a mistake that they've made it here, but it is certainly a tough opponent on the other end. If Zeta Division get another game here, it's going to be 2-0, and they're going to have to do something unthinkable, make a reverse sweep on the final day of the World Finals.
Chino getting some shots through. Now he's falling quite low as well, and Charles in a good position to get the pinch through. But Meow looking for his super, does get it now and going to isolate Charles into this realm, grab some of those mushrooms for some heals along the way. But Patchy, he's trying to aggress Gero, he's got to make something happen. But Meow's actually losing this 1v1 matchup in the realm, comes out of it, and a big hit from Charles will give Luminosity.
हो गया, अब भाग जाएंगे ये लोग. अब इनको पीछे आना पड़ेगा, जो कि बहुत ही बुरी बात है. ये सेट मेरे हिसाब से ल्यूमिनोसिटी को चला जाएगा.
A little left, right, and center here as the Nani Peep goes in, connects with 8-Bit, who can easily tank that.
जादू गोल्डी भाई का फेस कैम.
It's the first time LG playing the defensive now, and a damage booster put quite high up. Chino's going to use that clay pigeon to get it down. 2 ammo slots went along with it as well, but Gero still choosing not to aggress. Some nice bounce backs from Patchy and a good dragon as well.
ये वाला तो गया.
I see why they started to make this pick here. They go Buster Shelly for the matchups, but also it almost is treated like a Gene Pull Shelly combo from the old days. Pull in, shotgun blast. As simple as that.
Nah, wastage.
Much better stuff here.
ये नहीं जा रहा, ये वाला सेट तो भाई है ल्यूमिनोसिटी के पास में ही है. गैस पेंटर
wants to find these shots, but the Peep does make the connection. Returns to sender there as well, but it's not much from that multiple projectile now. Another super from Meow, but Patchy, he uses that gadget to bring him back in and says goodbye to him once more.
Zeta gonna have to do something special here. Gero getting something done.
अरे भाई इतने लो है. अरे भाई इससे टीममेट भी नल्ले हैं भाई. सपोर्ट करने आते दोनों लुढ़क जाते. 4-4 स्टार लेके घूम रहे हैं वो बंदे. अरे भाई लुढ़का दिया. ये भी गया. चलो.
Chino with 5 on his head, Charles with 4, safely away from Gero. It's going to be 1-1
nice
here.
Try.
Set number 2.
Finally a sign of life from Luminosity, making their mark on day 3 of the World Finals. And they needed to do just that. If they lost that, they're 2 sets down, and against Zeta, that kind of puts you past the point of no return. Luminosity now 1 game away from
World Finals चल रही है.
This is make or break.
Major moment here for Luminosity Gaming especially. They're a little more fresh to the LAN scene, but they have been phenomenal in the online format all year long, and now they're tasked with taking on Europe's number 1.
hold करना है.
Patchy immediately getting aggressive here. Charles with the chip shots through as well, and they're going to continue to pile this up as Meow has to group up here. Shotgun shot.
अरे किल मिल गया, अब वो नहीं आ रहा है. ओके, ट्रेड हो गया. बच गए भाई, बच गए.
Alongside his teammates, it's going to be Zeta Division with a 1-star lead.
Regrouping once again, the Peep coming through, and they might want to try and use that to get some damage in. They do hit it, but nobody follows through. Patchy going to bounce some shots back as well in the damage booster of Meow and Gero. That's going to be quite difficult. There's the pullback from Patchy with the gadget, but Shadow Realm for Chino as well. Charles pinching round nicely as well. This shouldn't be too bad for him, but Patchy in a really tough position against Gero, but narrowly survives.
The fact that Patchy survived that is huge, but unfortunately they lose Chino. They did a great isolation player with Zeta Division.
अरे भाई जंप नहीं कर पाएगा. ओ बच गया. म्याऊ ने म्याऊ कर दिया भाई.
This is a huge lead now as Nani makes the connection. Again, not enough damage though. Those Peeps do some good chip damage to somebody with 10k HP, but no way to secure a kill.
Meow is absolutely on one. Complete land demon ready to show his worth here against Luminosity. Patchy going to go down.
GG's good one. Mortis से 4 स्टार हो गए with blue star as well. क्या बात है.
Fantastic adjustment here for Zeta Division.
30 सेकंड बाकी. जो कुछ करना है अभी करना है. शैली को लेके चले जा भाई. शैली को लेके चला जा, मैं तो बोलता हूँ. अरे नहीं लेके जा पाया नल्ला म्याऊ.
Firing blast down the left-hand side. Zeta Division grouped up, and this is a scary position for an in-game here.
Yeah, well, Meow's got 4. He's going to be the prime target. Gero with 4 as well, and that can flip the game on its head, especially with the blue star.
ले गया.
The realm.
बस यही करना था और कुछ नहीं करना था.
Down to Gero, but the super from Chino follows through. Patchy trying to make
लेकिन और बचा है. मार दे. बढ़िया. Nice one. And with that 2-0 हो चुका है. रक्कस एलजी को सपोर्ट किया. मैं उसको कितने बार बोला सैमसंग को सपोर्ट करने का, लेकिन वो ले दे के जब देखो तब एलजी को सपोर्ट कर देता है. दिक्कतें हैं.
Zeta Division shut any idea of that down. Really great adjustments. I was really impressed with the choice to take Cordelius, drag either Shelly or Buster into the Shadow Realm, and get some isolation plays. They could no longer make the shotgun pull combo that those two had, and I think that was a big reason why they succeeded so much in set number 2.
That's a disappointing loss for the side of Luminosity. I don't think they had that much of a bad comp. But there's moments where Gero's beating Shelly in a 1v1, and that should just not be happening whatsoever. A lack of ammo management possibly by them. But look at him, he's really tearing through them, and against this composition, it should be really hard to do that.
It's going to be tough to say the least. Luminosity Gaming now down 2-0. Making a reverse sweep is tough. Making a reverse sweep against a team who's been consistent in Europe all year long, even harder. The bright lights, a packed audience here at DreamHack Winter. Everything is not going the way of Luminosity right now, and they need to find it here in set number
2000 की पार्टी तो बनती
Still
है
have a
2000 रुपए की पार्टी बनती है अब तो
stands between Zeta Division and the semi-finals of the World Finals. Luminosity don't want to go
Ping
out
normal
in these
guys.
quarters. Looking at the statistics,
पिंग बनाए रखें
1-4-1
और
for
एक
the
जैक
side
और
of
जितवा के
Luminosity,
खत्म करें
2-1-4
जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा
for
तो
the
वो जो
side
एक
of
एक्स्ट्रा
Zeta
मैच आज
Division.
होने वाला
There
उसकी
really is a
रिकवरी हो
huge
जाएगी
difference.
One
कुछ
kill
हद
made the
तक
difference. Absolutely
Domination
insane.
तो
I
चाहिए
mean,
आज भाई
Luminosity this close, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, and as a result, they're going to be down another set here. For these fellas, they're going to have to dig deep, take it one at a time.
आगे पहला
Really have
क्वेश्चन
to
हाउ
find a
मेनी
way
मंथली
to
फैंस
do
डेट
something
लुमिनसिटी
special.
गेमिंग
They've done
विन
stuff
4
special
जीती
all
थी आई
year
गेस
long, but now it's going to come down to Ring of Fire here for
Yes,
them.
answer
Hot
is 4
Zone is the next map for us.
Well, it could be the next and last of this series, unless Luminosity pulls something out the bag. Surely Lou's got to be banned. Otherwise, I'm sure that's going to be the first pick. Absolutely deadly on pretty much every single hot zone map. And we've already seen Zeta pull it out the bag today in that hot potato, and it worked an absolute treat. So that's something that Luminosity have got to be very, very scared of, and it's something that they've got to ban out. And this is the map that we saw Zeta
आई ने बोला देने का तो मतलब देने का चल पार्टी दे
These fellas definitely have some experience in this map, and I'm sure this is going to be a get-right spot for them, if you will. Definitely some haunting memories from the other day. Luminosity Gaming going to be banning Rosa in the mix. They're going to be picking up Pam first overall. You don't see them ban Charlie because they have the first pick. Zeta Division, of course, making a very clear-cut and easy decision. No Charlie. Rosa, a very strong brawler, and our most played brawler of the weekend so far. Lou out of the mix, like you talked about. That super covers the entire hot zone. It makes complete sense for me as well. Pam, very textbook first pick. Not easy to counter. Healing station, lots of HP. Great for this game mode.
Yeah, no surprise on these bans really, but Stu's going to be the first pick coming in from Zeta Division. They did bring the
भाई हॉट जोन नल्ला
yesterday.
भाई मेरे को तो ये गेम मोड पसंद ही नहीं है
No, they did lose the set, but they played their absolute hearts
क्यों
out.
ही ले आते हैं
And
इसको
they do still have this second pick as well. Pam,
लो बैन है
absolute
तो कोई
unit
टेंशन
on
ही
this
नहीं है
map. So much health, so much healing.
इसकी गारंटी नहीं आ रहा है भाई क्या बोल रहे हो
Really solid against some of these
क्या
more
बोल रहे हो
aggressive
भाई
brawlers. And aggressive is what Zeta Division like to go. So you've kind of got to expect that being that preemptive thought from Luminosity.
They've also got the Colette band there too, and now this is going to make things easier for 8-Bit. He's been running rampant this weekend. He's been flying under the radar for a long time, and I think this is actually going to be a sneaky good response. Stu is going to be a great brawler just to have in your toolkit, especially in a LAN setting where everybody is on equal playing field. That boy is going to be able to skate a ton. 8-Bit going to be able to keep the distance, power himself up, and now that Colette's out of the picture, you can't really counter him as easily as typically that's a really good option to high health point brawlers. Tara going to be the other side, and this could be a great counter to Stu.
Yeah, I'm never going to say no, and that support from beyond, as you say, great against the Stu. And Mr. P, more of the same thought. Those porters, good against the Stu, going to be decent against the 8-Bits tank.
Hello, Sonia Gujral. भाई आओ ओई कितने पॉइंट्स भाई आओ ओई कितने पॉइंट हैं आई गेस तुम पूछना चाहते हो आपके कितने पॉइंट्स हैं अगर ये पूछ रहे हो तो मेरे 2070 पॉइंट्स हैं 2070 लगता है आप गोलमाल सीरीज के फैन है वैसे काफी दिन बाद आ रहे हैं सोनिया गुजराल बन के
Everybody's starting their engines up, and for Luminosity Gaming, they have to be dialed in here. This is do or die. No second chances here at the World Finals. This is everything. Set number 3 underway.
Entire reverse sweep needed from Luminosity, and this is where it can start. Zeta Division get the first step onto the zone, and 3% is what they secure. Pretty central comp play by Zeta, allowing Chino to get around this right-hand side, but now a little bit of a rotation. Oh, you can't do that. Support from beyond will eat up those penny shots and take out the Tara behind it.
This is a disastrous start here. Sure, Mr. P gets the flank, but now so many health points to get in the mid. They've even sent Zeta Division members along the way, and Chino thankfully can defend this, and now the first opportunity for Luminosity Gaming as they hit about 10%.
Yeah, well, he's doing a really good job of juking some players here, but yet again, the support from Beyond's come down and quickly dealt with, whether that's by the penny or by the penny's turret. Mr. P throwing down some shots and getting rid of that turret coming in from the 8-Bit as well, helping out with some more damage. healing turret available by Charles, places that down in the backside, and some more support from beyond from Chino. That's his third already, but it's
अरे मत तोड़ देना. हाँ. मेरे को लगा अपना ये तोड़ना दे.
A big part of playing Ring of Fire is knowing your objective. Don't get overwhelmed by your opponents and make sure you're always rotating somebody into that hot zone. A big pickup here from Chino, but now Meow applying pressure. Scrap Sucker going down, but the Salty Barrel going to be able to provide some coverage. Chino now able to assist as Patchy returns. A big pool going down as well. Now he falls as well, and Luminosity Gaming are starting to creep away.
It really is the Meow and Chino show at the moment. Meow was in the back line.
बढ़िया भाई, इस बार Luminosity ने भाई लीड बना ली है.
Dominating gets the kill with the gravity too. 8-bit back in the spawn, and Patchy ensuring that he can't heal up 80% to 40, and LG running away with it.
LG just need to hold the line now. Zeta Division with a lot of work to do here. They're even throwing down the Mr.
कल छुट्टी है ना भाई. कल काहे की छुट्टी है बे? कल तो मंडे है. आजकल स्कूलों में मंडे भी छुट्टी होने लगी है. लोग अच्छा ऑप्शन था, लेकिन बैन है मेरे भाई. कहाँ से लोग हैं? बैंड है.
Zeta might have started looking down at them a little bit when they have destroyed them in 2 sets straight. Now Luminosity Gaming starting to fight back, and they really don't have any more lives, so it needs to be now or never.
गुरु नानक जयंती. वाह भाई, सब चीज की छुट्टी चाहिए तुमको. संडे भी छुट्टी चाहिए.
Chino falling early resulted in a lot of pressure being applied, but the mechanics and skill of Patchy, Charles, and Chino's, they persevered, held through, and were rewarded for it. 10% now. This time it's going to be Chino going left and immediately eliminated once again. This is where things got a little out of hand last time. Zeta Division now sending a full 3 on the red roster to try and deal with Charles in the mid. Scrap Sucker going down, TP away, and just like that, Patchy and LG are back in the mid.
Yeah, establishing control once more then. Damage turret going to be falling as well. But oh, I mean,
nice
needs to manage these better. He's getting his teammates killed. He's getting himself killed with the support from beyond. Another one popped here as well, but able to evade some of those shots from Penny this time. But they are back in the mid, and there's more of them there. A little rotation from Meow to the left-hand side to try to do Apache, but he doesn't even need to, as now he cleans him up.
Excellent work by Zeta Division right now.
Oh,
now perfect teleport with some good kills, just taking advantage of the fact that they're dropping spawners on the other end. Some easy follow-through shots, a nice beat down this right-hand. Chino going to be low HP here, trying to deal with this target super, but falls as a result. 50% and climbing for Zeta Division.
Much better from Zeta, and just seems like they're managing these spawners so much more, and a pull is available. Gravity ready to roll for Chino, but just needs to make sure he gets the right connection. Now we're going to be burning down Charles.
लखनऊ में भी छुट्टी है. तुम्हारी तो छुट्टी रहती है, तुम जाते कहो.
Down for Chino, gets Penny, which is a huge win for him in that matchup. And now Luminosity need to start clawing back.
This is tough. Last time, they did a great job of putting some pressure on the spawn side of Zeta Division, but they just lost another member of their unit, and a huge lead here for Zeta Division is going to be tough to hold on to, but this is the first opportunity we've seen in a while for Luminosity Gaming to get back in this game.
Yeah, speed zone. Everything's being established now. Mortar coming through on this right-hand side too. Chino needs to make a move, but support from beyond aren't going to help him out in this matchup. Zeta back on the zone and counting upwards as well. 85% now secured. A little bit left for them to win this.
87%. It's getting closer and closer here. They just need to rotate in and out a few more times, and it should be good. 40% deficit here for Luminosity as they lose Patchy now. Now
10%, 10%.
Instigating some action.
अबे भाई तेरी 7000 हेल्थ तक खड़े हो जाए भाई, आके क्या कर रहा है 8-bit भाई?
No such thing here. Zeta Division match point.
Jim.
Now it really is do or die for Luminosity Gaming. They'll be going home in 5th to 8th place.
भाई सब जगह छुट्टी है.
Something magical happen. Entire reverse sweep needed.
Penny became mad.
Looking good, really good.
It's a match point.
Tough here. Zeta Division once again making some halftime adjustments, coming into the second game of this set, knowing what to deal with. The mechanics strong, the rotations great, playing those matchups well. It's time for Luminosity to step up.
Well, Chino back over this left-hand side, aggressive position there, but Meow should be able to deal with him quite quickly. Good start for Luminosity over the right and in the mid, though. Meow claims the left, but Patch is surely getting pinched down momentarily. Gero can go aggressive onto him, and he doesn't have the DPS to deal with that kind of heat.
Another strong start for Luminosity here. Charles hunkered down in the mid. 30% now for the blue roster as Meow looks to flank here. Chino on the bottom right-hand side. A duel in the mid now as Mr. P looks to assist. A teleport
भाई कर क्या रहा है? स्टू को तो वहीं घेर ही लिया भाई.
Holding strong in the mid.
Beautiful stuff. Meow playing this.
अरे भाई बहुत ज़्यादा लीड ले लिए. ये वाला तो गया लगता है.
From him, but Luminosity on the zone and counting upwards once more. They really need to.
भाई अपनी predictions दिखाना, मैं live करता हूँ भाई predictions.
Doing God's work for them. Meow getting some shots through, but not enough to shift Luminosity away from this position.
अरे भाई खत्म हो गया मैच, खत्म है खत्म है.
Just not enough. Luminosity still ticking forwards.
Gino making a hero's effort right now up top, finally falls, but Charles, Patchy are in the mid. 95, 98,
हो गया खत्म. This
99,
set goes to Luminosity. Luminosity.
Back in the game, Luminosity take the win. And Zeta Division, first signs of weakness for them here in a while.
अरे यार जीटा क्या कर रहा है? अरे भाई जीटा का एक ही फंडा है, उनको अपने स्पॉन्सर होने हैं दिखाने. ठीक है, वो कोई भी मैच क्यों ना हो, पहली टीम हो चाहे नई टीम हो, चाहे वो 2 साल पुरानी टीम क्यों ना हो, हर जीटा डिवीजन वाले टीम को पहले ये ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है कि तुम्हें मैच जो है 5 सेट तक खींचना है, तुम्हारे स्पॉन्सर दिखने चाहिए भाई. पैसा तुमको उससे आता है, तुमको पैसा उसी से आएगा, इसलिए लंबा खींचो, दिखने चाहिए स्पॉन्सर इधर पे.
Well, momentum back on their side, and looking at some of these replays here, you can see the big moments. Some real big issues for Luminosity in a couple of these moments. But once they fixed them, they made adjustments, and they were really strong adjustments as well. They knew that these porters, these support from beyond, were going to be a big issue. Heading into that penny, but they kind of adapted, moved positions, stayed away from them, and it really did work.
And then Luminosity came in swinging in game number 3. I mean, just ridiculous stuff. And I want to point out Chino, look at this right here. Massive pull. Stays alive somehow. Garo just forced to make a decision. And I mean, look at the scorecard. 3% for Zeta Division at that point. And then they just ran away with it. Luminosity putting a little bit of an exclamation mark on that last game.
And although there's still a set down, smiles on the faces, which is a very good sign for a team as momentum-driven as this. 1-4-1, 2-1-4. Not a lot of kills going down in Hot Zone, but it doesn't really matter. You know, as long as you're on that zone, regardless of how many deaths your team takes, you're going to be going upwards and you're going to be winning games.
I think that was something especially Luminosity did very well, especially considering, too, the other side drafted some very good ways to deal with that healing station. A lot of times when teams take
how many
spot,
did Zeta Division win? Zeta Division वाले शायद ज़्यादा नहीं जीते थे, 3. आंसर 3 है.
I think a lot of credit to them. That's a great
आंसर इसका भी 4 है.
But certainly was a solid
answer
one.
is
Last stop, Jim
4.
Grab going to be set number 4. It's 1-2. Luminosity
Number
Gaming really
3
starting
wala.
to feel themselves here, but still a lot of work ahead.
Well, more hopeful for LG now than I was in that previous set, I'll tell you that. Saw the draft, saw that penny come in my head kind of was like, oh, we might be seeing a sweep here, and we do not want to see that in the World Finals, and especially on Championship Sunday. One of these teams will go forwards to the semis. One will be heading home in the quarterfinals. Last stop, possibly the last map, but draft comes in, and just looking at the bands, you know who's got that first pick. The Rosa, the Piper, and the Charlie banned out from Luminosity Gaming. Gale, Shelly, and Maisie banned out from Zeta. They have the first.
I love Maisie being banned here. I think it's one of the strongest brawlers right now, boasting a 60% win rate and is tied for first in play rate. The other co-founder of number 1 play rate is going to be none other than Lou. Lou, of course, we've harped on it a ton this weekend, but on Championship Sunday, if I'm putting my faith in a brawler, I'm going to put my faith in one that has a hypercharge, is very solid, and can freeze anybody at a moment's notice.
I mean, the Loot, very solid first pick here. Usually down that right lane or left lane, I suppose, if you're going on the aggressive side from the
Option 3 also करिए बताना. Wow.
Freezing down that mid possibly. And even if there's an 8, you just wait it out and you play that on the super when he TP's back. Sandy rolling in now.
मैं बताता हूँ सबसे सही तरीका. ABC वाला सही है भाई. ABCD ऑप्शन सही है. तो ये ABCD तो आ नहीं सकता इसमें. नंबर वाले तो आते रहेंगे. ABCD सबसे सही है. नंबर 1 बोल तो A, नंबर 2 बोले तो B, नंबर 3 बोले तो C, और यहाँ पे हो गया चौथा नंबर D. KBC वाला सिंपल फंड. ABCD ही लिखूंगा मैं अब. बाकी देख लो तुम लोग.
In the right hands, Max can absolutely pop off. There's also no Gale on the other end. I'm curious if they look to Crow, who's historically been a way to deal with this. Not been as prevalent in the meta, but still decent. But I gotta love a good 8-bit mid here. Zeta Division just kind of riding what's been the norm, and I kind of like it.
I wouldn't mind the Crow. I like that kind of suggestion from you. Sandstorm there as well, obviously, so you can scout them out whilst in that. Along with slowing down that max speed, it can be a really great combo if they're used in unison, obviously. But Zeta Division's last pick is now coming through. Then we're back over to Luminosity. It's actually going to be a notice. Fat Splatter available. Obviously, the mute as well if someone gets within a close range. And Sandy, that's exactly what she needs to do.
Zeta Division almost daring Luminosity to just take the textbook play. Really get aggressive here. You got Lou as coverage. You got Garo on an
भाई लोगों को 8 बिट से बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार है.
rolling with a very
जब देखो तब 8
2021
बिट
of
लेके आ
Brawl
जाते हैं,
Stars
हर
kind of
मैप में 8 बिट
composition.
यूज
Sandy,
किया है.
Max and Tara, all reliable here. They may be new to the big stage, but they're going with an old textbook play. Luminosity Gaming putting
Patchy
their
noob.
faith in the
अच्छा.
tried and true against the top dogs of Europe. They're going to need to give it everything they've got here in set number 4.
I don't think I could like comp more personally, to be honest with you, rather than that Max Tara Sandy. 3 of my favorite
नेट
brawlers.
खत्म हो गया.
But as I say,
वाओ,
it's very
सो जाओ अब
previous
जाके.
meta. They've got to make it work in the now, and that's something that Zeta Vision, I'm sure, will have clocked on to. Double
भाई
left-hand
ऐसा
lane,
कौन सा
looking
प्लान
to take
डलवाता है ये?
Sweet Dreams missed early on,
आजकल तो
Patchy
लोग
gets
2-2
them now.
3-3 जीबी
This is
पर
bad
डे का
for
मिलता भाई.
Luminosity. Now a double takedown here. Chino being frozen as well. Garo able to isolate him now, as now he creeps forward, grabs a couple gems in Zeta Division with a dominant start in the kill category and the gems.
Yeah, but look at Chino. He single-handedly kept Zeta in a really compromised spot here. Charles going to retrieve 2 of those gems and take the lead once more. Chino on this brawler is so dangerous, and he's moving forward once again. He's going to throw that down, but actually Chino gets away and double pulls. He puts Meow in a tough spot, but Chino going to tank that mute as well that would have gone to Charles, and he's playing out of his mind.
Chino playing out of his mind and making a textbook good play right there. He sees teammate Jim Carrier getting penciled down with shots, and instead he's going to step up, throw down some pets, and defend his leader now, as Charles picks up another Meow in trouble here too, and Luminosity are piling
भाई
up.
दो डाला.
A slowdown there from Patchy as well to make sure now he can't move, and finally a hypercharge on the ground.
बातचीत है भाई, चिंता ना करो. अरे 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 5वीं सेट तक तो जाने ही वाला है.
It takes 3 of them to take down Chino, and I mean, that is a huge thing for Luminosity at the moment. They needed plays like this to get back in the game. Pulls there as well. Gero going to be pulled back in. Gets through the super as well. And the final gem collected by Luminosity. But Zeta in a good spot for revenge.
मार दे इससे रीसेट हो जाएगा. अरे मार दे, रीसेट हो जाएगा.
They're moving over to that launch pad, which is covered in ice now. Meow moving
मार
forward.
दिया.
Charles
Nice.
skating, now isolated. 3 brawlers looking at him, and he falls. A pull going down as well, and Chino once again here to save the day.
This man has Luminosity on his back. Speed there from Charles as well to deflate some of this pressure. Not enough from mid, especially now Patchy's picked that up. Sandstorm to keep them all.
भाई ये गेरो भैया तुम्हारा एक बार भी सुपर छोड़ो, हाइपर चार्ज तो बहुत दूर की बात है. इसका तो सुपर ही चार्ज हो जाए तो लग रहा बहुत बड़ी बात है.
I'm just impressed. It's hard to react to such insane plays. A bold one at that too. Again, this is one of those things that you don't see in scrims. We didn't see practice all week long. These boys had a strategy. They had
भाई इसका तो सुपर ही चार्ज नहीं हो पा रहा. हाइपर चार्ज क्या ही फेंकेगा. लो भैया कर क्या रहे हो.
Double left once more, and who can blame them? Fat splatter this time to cover their backs down this side, but Patchy finds a way through, trying to cover for Chino, but Charles over-aggressing a little bit off the start. Chino going to find Garo, but an early super wasted from him, and Chino's got one in the bag.
Charles kicking things off with 4 gems. No deaths, not as many as last time at least for Luminosity Gaming, as Meow gonna creep down this left-hand side alongside his teammates here. Charles forced back a little bit for now, but if I have Chino on my side and the way he's been playing, I don't doubt they'll be on their back foot for long.
Position of dreams for Chino, but he does get beamed down. The max speed helps him out a little, but the cheat cartridge away is going to be really nice for Zeta Division at the moment. They are still down in gems, but good control coming out of them now. Lou with hypercharge, 8-bit ready to TP away, and a mute ready from Meow. This is looking like a Zeta game.
Fantastic recovery, but now it's starting to look a little bleak here. Speed going down. Patchy rushing for 7 gems here. It's Meow on the weekend as well. 7 gems now in Charles' pocket as Chino's back in action. Some assistance coming alongside him as well, and they're still contending for the mid.
Charles playing this really well as well, able to evade so many of these 8-bit shots, using another speed as well. Wants this gem that's going to be spawning in just a second, and if they can help Chino get...
अरे भाई सुपर चार्ज करेगा आज. भाई क्या लोग खेल रहा है, फिर मरेगा. बच गया. अरे फेंक दिया सुपर उसने उधर पे. एक तो वैसे सुपर चार्ज हो नहीं रहा भाई.
Has to balance these phase shifts very carefully. Does now have a speed. A kill going down, and now some sandstorm as well. A gem on the ground for them here, and they're dangerously close to countdown.
LG in 1, Garo got to be close to a super, but Charles gets the 10th phase shift out of his range. Hypercharge gets him into a good spot, but now it's used. We see Patchy going up top, trying to take some of them down, deflate this aggression that they're going to be bringing in, but now the loose super's there. Almost gets the freeze, but Sandstorm, super from Chino. We're going to set 5.
Jim, set 5 incoming.
And the rest of the world as well. All
जानबूझ के
fans
हार
of
रहे
Set
हैं
5 are ready to rumble here for
भाई मैं
opening
बता
match
चुका हूँ
for
स्ट्रेटजी,
Championship
इनको
Sunday.
खेलने की ट्रेनिंग या
Trials
सिनर्जी
around
की
for
ट्रेनिंग नहीं दी
Luminosity
जाती,
Gaming.
इनको ये
Patchy
ट्रेनिंग दी जाती
clearly
है
locked in.
कि
And
भाई
this is gonna be another
कैसे
chapter
5वें
of
सेट
the
तक जाना है और अपने
AAEU
स्पॉन्सर्स
rivalries.
को दिखाना है, ज्यादा देर तक स्पॉन्सर दिखाना मतलब ज्यादा पैसे
Feeling
कमाना।
good now, momentum swinging their way once more, 2-2, and Zeta Division, they've got to be looking across that stage and feeling
हर्ली भाई
pretty
आपकी
bad
हाइट
about how
कितना
things
है
are going at the moment.
सेंटीमीटर
They
में
take the first two,
पता
and then
नहीं,
a return from
170
Luminosity
कुछ
in
होनी
such
चाहिए,
a good way. This
इतना ही
gem
होती है ना
grab Zeta
सेंटीमीटर
barely
में।
gonna look in.
For me, this isn't just a win for Luminosity, not just a set victory. We have Zeta Division, one of the best teams in the world. We know this. And they pick a very textbook, very normal for the meta kind of composition. Luminosity, they do it their way. And not only did they win, they won big. As Patchy gets a rise out of the crowd there. That is has to be just a heck of a confidence boost for Luminosity. I'm scared for Zeta Division in set 5.
I mean, look at the kills as well.
फीट
Zeta
में
have more, that's the
कितना
thing,
है
4, 8,
भाई
and 7,
आपकी
2,
हाइट?
6 and 6. Patchy
क्यों भाई,
really
क्या
just
करोगे
working for
इसमें?
those supers, not really
जॉर्ज
aggressive
खेल
for
रही है
too many
लुमिनोसिटी।
kills, but Charles 6 kills as that mid brawler. That is bold. That is a statement. You've got to be protecting those gems, not going aggressive, but he hasn't really dropped them and still got 6.
And Chino was just playing out of his mind there. The fact that in game number 1 he stayed alive as long
मेरी
as
तो
he did,
5-11 है,
made massive
वाह।
Tara pulls the way he did, was just fragging out, doing everything he possibly can to keep his team alive. And they've done more than that. Now they've put some fear and doubt into the heads of Zeta Division. Super Beach is what it's all going to come down to. The ever so coveted Set 5 draft is underway.
Super Beach to decide it. Brawl Ball. Both of these teams will have a pretty big bias towards this mode. Super aggressive on both parts. But at the moment, the momentum lies with Luminosity Gaming. Zeta Division looking to break that and move on to those semi-finals.
5 जल्दी हो सकता है अब ये, और 12 हो गई
the
है।
first team of it. Europe has not been looking too good at the moment throughout this competition. They've taken losses, but NA still 6-0, looking to make it 7.
क्या बात बोली, सीधे 5-11 से सीधे 12 फीट हो गया है।
This could be the first or the
मेरी एक मंजिल तो ऐसी चढ़ जाएगा भाई, 5-12 भी कुछ होता है क्या?
Resting their faith in the Mushroom Man. It's going to be a first overall selection of Cordelius. You notice too, no Sandy this time. They have
5-11 के बाद तो सीधे ही तू 6 फीट का ही ना हो जाएगा। कैसी बातें करता है ये छोरा? पढ़ लिख लिया होता तो कम से कम ये नल्लागिरी तो ना देखनी होती।
Yeah, we can see discussing draft up on this side. Charles barking out to his teammates. 5 seconds for their pick, and obviously another one will follow as well.
Willow, Messi, Cordelius, Sandy, Spike.
Last one.
अब ये
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked last time. They won big with it, and they pair it with a
Jackie.
big tanky brawler. Jackie and her hypercharge are here for our final day. It's 2023. The fact that there is a 2-2 situation and Jackie's on the playing field simply blows my mind.
It's the same as yesterday. SK put their faith in that brawler in their set 5 and pulled through the reverse sweep with it. Luminosity looking to do the exact same thing. Zeta Division, they need
जानबूझ के उंगल कर रहा हूँ। जब फंस जाओ ऐसी सिचुएशन में, प्रैंक था भाई, प्रैंक था। वो देखो कैमरा, उधर कैमरा है। हाँ, मैं प्रैंक कर रहा था। हाँ, वो तो मैं प्रैंक कर रहा था, चोरी तो नहीं कर रहा था, मैं तो प्रैंक कर रहा था। हाँ, प्रैंक। वो कैमरा उधर है, कैमरा उधर, उधर कैमरा है।
Goalkeeper for this mode. They have a direct answer into the max speed. They have an answer for the tankiness of Jackie and Cordelius as well. This doubles down. Jackie may have a hard time here.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Once the hypercharge comes through, you know Jackie can do anything. Superwoman, we could say, as she really does make those plays, slowing down with that seismic event. Ball coming in from Zeta, and what a draft this is. So brave, so bold from both teams. And the Bull, with the hypercharge, can make the moves needed for Zeta to bring this back.
Both sides have just decided.
अरे पहले ये बताओ मनु भाई, बातचीत हो रही है नहीं हो रही है भाई? 5वां सेट आ गया, लुमिनोसिटी लेके ना निकल ले। वैसे आज कितने, आज भी 200 पॉइंट ही मिल रहे हैं, जीतने के।
Let's bring back the
कितने
tar.
मिल रहे हैं?
Curious to see if Chino pilots that brawler once again because after that last
200
set,
वाला ही
it
सीन
worked.
है।
Get on your feet, DreamHack
वैसे
Winter.
तो
We've got a
आज
set
मैच
5
ही
on our
इतने हैं कि
hands.
सबके
It's
सिर्फ और
number
सिर्फ
1 from North America,
सिर्फ और सिर्फ
Western,
MVP सिलेक्ट करो और ये नल्ले नल्ले क्वेश्चन के आंसर दो, वैसे ही 3000 हो
You guys couldn't see it,
जाएंगे।
but I'm turning around. I'm looking at the stage, and Patchy looked confident about this draft. Threw up a little peace sign,
Chalo,
ready to
let's
roll
go.
into set number 5 to decide it all.
Ball in the middle now as Charles looks to make a play for it. The first one to strike here. It's going to be a right hand.
अरे भाई क्या खेल रहा है ये मियाओ भाई?
Patchy, who playing the aggressive brawler, and he
Nice
doesn't get
one.
the win here, but the ball's to the top right-hand side. Now he trying to recover here as Charles looking for an opportunity to pass. Dishes this out to his teammate here. He's being slowed down though. A lot of brawlers focusing him at the moment. And it's going to be Zeta Division.
हाँ
with
पास कर
successful
उसको।
Yeah, nice heal.
नाइस 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 नाइस।
Patchy coming back down this left-hand side, but the ball comes through.
अरे हाइपर चार्ज भी हो गया है उसका, मजा आएगा।
But Chino stepped in the line sight of Meow.
अरे भाई पूरा
forced him to be
चूस
1v1
लिया
with
उसको
Tar
भाई।
instead of the Max, which gives them a bit of legs on this left-hand side.
They pocketed this ball in the top left-hand end as everybody fights for the midfield right now. It's going to be a hypercharge kind of moment here. Now he going in. No
अरे
need
भाई
safe here. A counter is
double
going to be a
hypercharge।
trade. Jackie surviving, but Gale with the follow-through shot as Meow looks to get in the mix as well. Charles falling back, and once again, it's going to be a fight for getting ball control.
Well, this left-hand side's looking good for Chino now. Completely opened up and against the ball. That will be a nice matchup. Tarapul ready to go as well. The Gale Force ready to roll from Gero, though, but the right-hand side is won by Patchy. There's the gravity. Through it comes Speed to join it as well. But Gale's still there. Twist with the goal.
yeah.
Finds it. The pullback
Luminosity जीत
from
रही है।
Patchy, and the slot in the right.
NA West Finest are the first ones to put it in the back of the net. Don't look now, though. Zeta Division are trying to press forward. A big Gale super going down now. Charles picking up this ball, dishing it off to Patchy, and they're on full defense mode right now. Pocketed bottom left-hand side. Now he has a super charged up. At least a hypercharge as well. As Chino is trying to make his way towards this, but Meow applying some pressure and a very tough beat there. Major miss, but the speed going through. They're dragging Patchy down the other world, and they're trying to make some isolated matchups happen.
Patchy got so many walls to hide behind, though. Charles gonna dash away, but through comes the
भाई पूरा खाली कर दिया है।
But return from Patchy, and they clean up. Gravity
Nice
back
one.
from Chino.
पैची ने पैच कर दिया है सब कुछ।
They said forget about offense. We've got 15 on the clock. Let's just play defense. They stopped the biggest.
11 सेकंड बाकी, क्या कुछ हो पाएगा मुझे नहीं लगता। बॉल बहुत पीछे है और वहां तक पहुंचना नामुमकिन है। और इसी के साथ लुमिनोसिटी पहुंचते हुए मैच पॉइंट पर लेंस पॉइंट।
The unthinkable happen here to kick us off on day number 3.
Reverse sweep was what was needed. And now it all comes down to just one for Luminosity. 2 needed for Zeta Division. And Luminosity running away with what seems to be their quarterfinal win.
जॉर्ड,
Luminosity
अरे जॉर्ड
Gaming
पैची
trying to
नहीं,
make North America proud.
जॉर्ड
They've been
जाकी है,
undefeated so far this
जाकी।
weekend, and they still have to come away with one more game as now he gets the victory on the left-hand end. He's in an aggressive stance as well.
Easy for Zeta
Meow
भाई, अब
has the
देखो।
super available.
देखी
Anytime they
तो
want to take a
रहे।
brawler underneath, they will, and Meow does this. Chino doing a
वैसे
good
हाँ
job of
मैं
doing
भूल
this
गया था,
out
जेटा
on
एक
top.
और मैच तो जाएगा, भले ही उसमें जाके फिर हार जाए।
Not enough to get a kill, though. It's actually
एक मैच तो और खींचेंगे ही।
wide open net. Gero throws it through the back, an easy walk up through, and
हाँ, क्योंकि उनको आदत है लास्ट तक अपना स्पॉन्सर दिखाना है ना उनको।
Dominance in the last. Gale super, ball super, hypercharge. All ready to go, now coming through. Dominance from Zeta once more, tanking so much damage. But Chino has the super ready to go. Charles gets taken down, jumping a slot in.
अरे पकड़ लिया, जैकी ने बचा लिया।
They're looking to make a counter. It's not going to happen for now, though, as Charles recovers. They finally take down Bull. It's exactly what they need to do. They have a little bit of breathing room now, but they need to establish some control of the midfield. Meow still applying pressure. Now we back on the prowl now. Luminosity Gaming still have a lot of work to do.
स्पीड दे देगा और हाइपर चार्ज भी है उसका। और अभी ये गोल होने वाला है उनका, नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि वहां पे पहुंच गया है। Nice one, good one, good one, good one, good one.
And it's just Charles left to defend this, but it's not defense they need, it is offense.
Gero now looking to play defense on this ball again. He's such a strong defender.
बच गया, गुड वन। गेल का भाई अटैक स्लो डाउन वाला बचा लिया उसको। अरे भाई बॉल भी देखो, तुम लोगों ने बॉल छोड़ दी है, पीछे गोल खाली है, क्या कर रहे हो? इतना ऑफेंसिव उसको मारने के चक्कर में भाई।
Well, uses up pneumatic booster there, tries to get
40 सेकंड अभी बाकी, इजी गोल हो सकता है अभी भी। ओके, बॉल अभी आते हुए उनके हाथ में, रेड टीम ने बॉल जो है किनारे डाल दी है खोपचे में बिल्कुल। बॉल दे दो उसका। 20 सेकंड बाकी।
Well, Chino's going to need something massive here. Ball comes in and that's going to be the kill they need to start things off. We even see Charles in the realm. It's a 1v1 for this left-hand side, but a twister to close it out. Surely that's going to be enough for them. It lasts
7 सेकंड बाकी, क्या ये गोल हो सकता है? नहीं होगा क्योंकि बॉल नहीं फेंक पाए। ओ बच गया, नहीं उसके पास एमो नहीं बची थी, एमो नहीं बची थी, लेकिन उसका सुपर चार्ज हो गया और बुल ने सुपर यूज करके उसका बचा लिया गोल। वाओ, क्या बात है। फाइनल का फाइनल सेट आ चुका है, सब मैच पॉइंट, सेट पॉइंट सब हो चुका है। और देखते हैं क्या मनु भाई की बात चल रही है या लुमिनोसिटी की अलग से बात हो चुकी है, पीछे सांठ-गांठ हो चुकी है। देखते हैं इस मैच में। लेट्स गो। बहुत लो है चीनों की, चीनी निकल गई है, चीनी पूरी खाली हो चुकी है और यहाँ पे गोल हो सकता है काफी है आराम से। और ये जा 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 जल्दी जा और ये गोल है। लीड बना लिए भाई साहब, लीड बना लिए। जीटा ने पेठा निकाल दिया है और यहाँ पर ओ भाई, लेकिन नहीं ट्विस्ट यूज यहाँ पे आते हुए, लेकिन थैंक्स टू दैट। ओ क्या ये गोल होगा? क्या ये गोल हो सकता है? यस हो सकता है, क्यों नहीं हो सकता है। 1-1 हो चुका है दोनों ही टीम का। जिसने भी गोल किया वो सीधे के सीधे पहुंचेगा सेमीफाइनल्स में। भाई साहब क्या ही चल रहा है, ये कुछ काफी ज्यादा ही फास्ट एक्शन गेम चल रहा है। पता नहीं कब कहाँ कैसे कैसे गोल हो जाता है। खाली पड़ा हुआ गोल, एक अकेला वहां बचा हुआ है, क्या गोल होगा? बहुत बढ़िया बचा लिया और यहाँ पे गोल हक दिया है, वहां पर हक दिया है, वहां पर मैक्स ने पूरा हक दिया है, वहां पे पूरे छिटकी मचा दी है। और गोल हो गया है, जीटा जीत चुकी है। काफी फास्ट एक्शन गेम के बाद फाइनली जीटा जीत चुकी है। बहुत ही फास्ट एक्शन गेम था, मजा आ गया। ये जीटा वाला गेम लगा, ये वाला गेम लगा कि हाँ जीटा खेल रही है, मजा ही आ गया। अरे दोनों ही टीम बिल्कुल इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग तरीके से खेली भाई साहब, मजा आ गया।
If this is any indication of how this day is going to go, Trav, I don't know if I'm going to have enough oxygen in the tank to get through it.
तालियां बज जाएं दोनों ही टीम के लिए। लुमिनोसिटी ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला, 1-1 तक लेके आ गए 2-0 से पीछे रहने के बाद, और फाइनली जीत गए। नो भी भैया को हम दे देंगे वोट, जाओ भाई तुम भी क्या याद रखोगे।
Wow. You know, normally that's not how this goes. Normally it's a little back and forth, some good EMEA action.
बढ़िया था ये गेम। रिवर्स सीप को पूरे चांस बन चुके थे, लेकिन जीटा बीइंग जीटा लास्ट गेम के भी लिख के जाने का, उनको पूरा स्पॉन्सर दिखाने का, फुल स्पॉन्सर दिखा के डबल पैसे कमाने का। जीटा हम तो मजाक कर रहे थे। और हम आ चुके हैं नेक्स्ट मैच, जो कि है क्रेजी रकून वर्सेस रिप्लाई टोटेम, जिसमें मुझे लगता है कि रिप्लाई का टोटेम निकल जाएगा और सिर्फ रिप्लाई रह जाएगा। कि भाई इसमें हमारी गलती नहीं थी, क्योंकि वो जो रकून था वो क्रेजी था, उसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं। बाकी तो अब देखते हैं क्या होता है।
Incredible performances, a lot of energy from both of these teams, and again, so much respect for Luminosity Gaming here, who made some absolutely insane plays. A great shutdown there in game number 2, but this game number 3 was a heck of a race to see who could score 2 goals first. This easy bucket here off the beginning, and Luminosity say, "I can do the same."
क्वेश्चन ही नहीं आया, कौन सा क्वेश्चन नहीं आया? अभी तो 100 नंबर का क्वेश्चन आया, क्या बात कर रहा है ये? MVP चूज कर तो दिया।
Just moments away, and it's these little moments, Trav, that are going to give us either champions or send you home. And unfortunately for Luminosity, it's the latter.
Oh, so tough. He gave him the ball back as he was going to throw those cards at him once the gravity was coming down. That has got to feel bad for LG. So close to a defense. But look at these kills from Zeta Division. And when you look at those, when you look at that, when you look at the DPS, you feel like they've earned it.
I felt like there were times where Luminosity were certainly fighting on defense, but when you put it in perspective of 16 from Naui, 10 from
भाई
Meow,
16 किल
the fact
नोवी
that
ने
they didn't run away
16
with it
किल
more honestly
किए हैं.
impresses me from Luminosity again. Kills are great, DPS is great. I'm a numbers guy. But sometimes you just got to play the game mode, and that's something that Luminosity also did very well. At the end of the day, though, Zeta Division have now competed against 2 NA West teams and have looked phenomenal in both instances this weekend. They're going to have some challenging stuff ahead, depending on how this next match goes, of course. They're either going to be taking on Mini's preseason favorites in Crazy Raccoon or another saga in the heated rivalry with Reply Totem.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon and Reply Totem. Genuinely, every single game today, Kenny, is an absolute banger. We started things off, and I thought that was probably going to be the most convincing of the bunch, to be honest with you. Because I don't know how much closer they can
मेरे
get.
200
One
पॉइंट
goal
ऐड
decided
नहीं
it all,
हुए.
but the MVP is going to be
हो
decided
जाएगा.
by you guys right now. Let's see who did come out on top. Zeta Division were victorious, and Meow was the main man.
Look, I'll say it, this guy has been unbelievable this weekend. Every time we talk about numbers, I feel like every time our lovely team behind us throws up this graphic, I feel like Meow's just sitting at the top in the damage and the kill category, and he's just playing his part. This guy has been playing out of his mind, and he's showing up at a perfect time.
I mean, this guy, every LAN event, he shows up. He plays incredible for Zeta
और
Division.
अभी से
And a
पहला
huge
मैच खत्म
driving
हुआ और
force,
400
a
तो
huge
हो ही
reason
गए हैं.
why they
आउट
get
ऑफ
so
600
many wins
बचे
at
हैं.
these events.
तो
He's
इसका
probably
मतलब
the reason
समझ
why
रहे हो
they won the
तो
SBS
सारे
World
का
Finals. He's
गलत
the big
आंसर दे
reason why
दूंगा
they're heading
तब
to the
भी
semis today.
सिर्फ
I mean,
एमवीपी
they've won
चूज
LAN
करके
event
भी
like
मेरे
you
600 हो ही
alluded to.
जाएंगे.
They're looking to do a second here today. Some challenging
और आज का एक और
opponents
क्वेश्चन,
ahead,
which
though.
player is
Heck
a
of a way to start
2-time
our day.
world
Like you said, I'm almost out
champion?
of breath, man. This is crazy. And now we get a
2-time
heated
world
rematch
champion शायद
between
साई
Crazy
टेम्पो
Raccoon
है.
and Reply
टेम्पो लेके आया
Totem
था.
on the way. This is another one to bookmark and watch every second of.
I mean, Reply Totem.
टेंसा
were
है
the
भाई,
ones
टेंसा
who
है.
made us all doubt Crazy Raccoon coming into this event. They're the ones who showed some chinks in their armor at Masters, and it really is worrying for Crazy Raccoon to be facing them again, but we'll see if they're able to do a bit better and be able to take this win. First game ended 3-2 to Zeta Division.
And looking at the landscape here, another 6 teams that are more than
और
worthy of
क्वेश्चन
being
ये
here
भी आ
trying
चुका
to
है कि
claim
कौन सी टीम
the
को आप
very big
जिताना
world
चाहेंगे, तो हम
championship
भैया
here. Crazy
क्रेजी
Raccoon,
रखून
Reply
को
Totem,
वोट
like you said,
करेंगे.
are on the way.
क्रेजी
STM
रखून हमारे
Esports,
पोल में भी
one of the biggest rivals of
75% वोट के साथ
Luminosity
काफी
Gaming
आगे
this year,
चलते
had a
हुए. देखते हैं
phenomenal
क्या होता है.
yesterday,
4 वोट हैं,
probably
लेकिन फिर
taking on an underdog from
भी
India,
3 लोगों
Tri
ने मतलब
Gaming, and
वोट
SK
किया है
Gaming. The
क्रेजी
rivalry
रखून.
continues to end off our quarterfinal stage, but there are so many possibilities of just incredible matches along the way. I just simply can't wait. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a look at this next matchup then. Focus down on it. Moya, Tensai, Chitampo
Moye,
coming
Moye.
in from that Crazy Raccoon
Moye,
roster.
Moye.
Multiple world
Hi,
champions and a
Moye.
two-timer in
Moye,
Tensai, looking for his
Moye.
third here today. Reply Totem, Maru, Joker, and Mori, Kenny.
This is simply just an insane matchup. It's hard to get any way around it. Let's just go ahead and get it started. Frankie, take us away.
Thank you very much. Kicking off quarterfinal number 2 is a team that dominated the group stage. It's Crazy Raccoon! This is a team so synonymous with victory. They even have a former world champion in their coach, Rely. And their opponents from Europe, it's Reply Totem! They may be the underdogs in this matchup, but if you cast your mind back
मेरा वो
to the
MVP वाला
Snapdragon Mobile
क्वेश्चन आया ही
Masters
नहीं.
in Tokyo, when these two teams went up against each other, Reply Totem got a victory and took the whole competition by force. We have got some very nervous teams on stage, and we've got some very nervous fans in the audience. So, DreamHack, please give it up for your teams! We're gonna head back over to our casters, Uber and Trav.
Thank you very much, Frankie. They say, Trav, time is a flat circle, and we're back here at the Origin. Let's throw back to last year, 2022 World Finals. Reply Totem in that quarterfinal. They go up against a frightening Zeta Division 1. They come off second best. Tensai Chitampo, especially, they're back for more.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And it's the same thing with Masters as well, right? Back and forth between these teams. World Finals last year, the Japanese team was victorious. At Masters, Reply Totem showed them how it's done. And now it's the decider.
It's one of the few weaknesses I think we've really seen from that East Asia region, right? And that was obviously
Maru,
Reply Totem
Mori,
being able to hand them
Joker.
a massive L. This team, I mean, they of late, coming into the World Finals, I mean, they failed to qualify for SBS Challenge Finals, right? They sort of dropped the ball in the last day of play. It's possible their minds are really set on the World Finals here. And, you know, many of us really underestimated them, yes, over the last couple of days. Many of us thought they might not even get out of that group, or at least not many of us predicted them. But they, again, have proven us wrong. They find energy, they dig deep, and they get here. But this is truly going to be their biggest opponent so far.
73% of the public gonna go with Crazy Raccoon, 27 for the side of Reply Totem then as we head into Kaboom Canyon on Heist to kick off game number 2 of day 3 of the Brawl Stars Championship World Finals. It's going to be an absolute banger. You know, I'm siding with the 73% in Crazy Raccoon because of how good they looked yesterday. Reply Totem, yes, they made a mark, they won a game, they got here, but it wasn't convincingly.
No, not at all. And I think many of us had predicted Crazy Raccoon to find success yesterday, but it wasn't the fact that they won, Trav. It was the manner in which they did so. Unbelievably clean gameplay in a group that features some extremely fearsome opponents, right? We're talking, you know, like some of the best teams from North America in that group. They just washed them away. This is a team that might just be a cut above. We're going into Kaboom Canyon here. Let's kick off the draft. Of course, you have the Chuck, banned away by Crazy Raccoon, who always like to throw it back with some of their drafts and compositions, right? We see a lot of Max, we see a lot of Mega from them as well. Picking up the Carl here and there. Always scary, and more than happy to pick less meta brawlers.
Yeah, well, they do actually ban out the Carl as well as the Jesse. And then the
क्या हाथ में क्या ले के रखा भाई, इतना पसीना आ रहा पहले ही.
Totem going to be banned out. First pick, gonna go the Gale. For me,
गेल को गले लगा लिया है क्रेजी रखून वालों ने इनका बूम खेनियों.
Are you concerned that it's a little exploitable to take it this early in the draft?
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. You know, if they take some range, then they're not really going to have those slowing effects hitting them.
क्या सीआर रिकॉर्ड बना सकती है 3/3-0 का.
And they're going to go Griff early
देखने
on,
को
which
जरूर
does
मिलेगा.
outrange it. It's going to have some good DPS on the safe as well as that piggy bank to break the mid.
I mean, we have 2 DPS machines picked back-to-back here by Reply Totem. They both effectively outrange the Gale here, which means Moy is going to take a face full of coins or shots if he tries to get in range to have any real impact. Again, we've seen teams pick that Gale because they really value the jump pad, getting back into the center of the map as quickly as possible. Having effectively quicker respawn means they can essentially throw themselves at it, and it might indicate perhaps a bit more of an approach from the heroes. Try and keep Crazy Raccoon at arm's reach. They will, though, bring in a sharpshooter of their own.
Yeah, I like the Nanny. Obviously, that warp blast straight up to the side, moving to where the peep is, TP towards that safe, and it deals some huge damage when you do. Even if that damage gear is activated, you're going to be blowing like 4.5k onto the safe per shot, and it is really huge to be able to do just that. You know, you were touching on that jump pad, but the thing is, it's a really nice response from Reply Totem. The piggy bank to break open the mid. They don't need that gadget. They don't need to be jumping over. They can just walk straight through.
Absolutely. It may not be an issue at all, that terrain here for Reply Totem. We see Shitampo pick up the Tara here. Quite a few options. We see a lot of the more single-shot brawlers here struggle against the help from beyond. Of course, Psychic Enhancer if you feel like you need that vision on some maps. And you have an Amber here from Reply Totem. So it really, generally pretty long-range setups here for this entire team.
Yeah, well, I like that. Burning down some of these bushes, opening it up, allowing 8-bit to have a bit of a more free view of that mid. And at the same time, support from beyond not going to be able to do as much work, because as soon as it's running towards an Amber, it's going to be burned straight through, piercing damage all the way through it. But I'm really looking for this Amber to get rid of those bushes early on.
Yeah, and this is Reply Totem, your number 2 seed from the EMEA region, once again, just as they were in 2022, and once again facing juggernauts from the East Asian region in a quarterfinal.
कल सुबह खेलना विच फायर की जगह.
The performance from Masters.
कल सुबह तो फिर खेलेंगे. विच फायर पर रात में खेलेंगे.
That wall taken out.
Nice pinch there from Joker to be able to get that vision in the grass, but burn down of the bushes already. Nice stuff from him. Shitambo's going to rotate over to the right-hand side and pick up Mori too. Joker trying to make his pathway down this left, putting some oil down. Should have this mythic gear activated as well, which means slowing value along with it.
Joker taking a decent amount of damage here. Moya, despite being outranged by many of these brawlers, is giving as good as he gets, if not better. Maru going to be forced back here. Moya still occupying those bushes. And lights Maru up from long range. Now Crazy Raccoon can just get incremental damage on that safe. There's no hurry here.
Yeah, same Really strong stuff from CR coming out early on, but extra credits coming from Mori, burning down the exact same
Oh,
damage
भाई,
as what Crazy
81 कर दिया।
burning through some of these shots, gravity
8-bit भाई, 8-bit तो तबाही मचा रहा है।
than just that. Now, cards ready to be thrown out by Maru can deal a lot of damage, and the burst straight through everybody as well.
Look at Totem safe though. It's taking damage this entire time because Joker's been having a one-on-one with it here. Trying to get Tensai out of the way, but this Nani with the Warp Blast going to the back corner, and it's like Reply Totem were too slow to respond. Shitampo now from that right-hand side. Yes, they do finally get rid of the Nani, but at what cost?
Yeah, just falling apart at the thoughts of it here. Moya coming down this left-hand side, ready to slow down Mori. Gets in range, and Shitampo's going to be dangerous. Well, Super coming down. Joker's caught in it. Support from beyond should finish him off. Now all three on the save, and that has got to be it. The piercing should finish this one, surely, but they're backing off and they're playing it slow.
So instead he wins the race here. They might have a lot more burst damage Reply Totem, but the consistency is there for Crazy Raccoon. Mari trying to deal with another of those shades. Shitampo knows it's one more shot and job done. Crazy Raccoon don't need it to be a sprint. A marathon is more their style.
Played that slow, didn't want to over-aggress, didn't want to overstay their welcome in that aggressive side of the map. So Shitampo just waited out, you know, sitting in that corner, maybe hit a gravity here and then, but waiting for his team to re-establish themselves in that mid to be able to get that burst damage and get it done.
It's such a control-oriented composition. Yeah, Murray can step up and in like one tap do 20% damage to that safe, but Crazy Raccoon don't give up mid. This composition basically says you are not walking into these bushes.
Well, instant control from CR once again. Maru getting slowed down by these shots of Moya, and Tensai should be able to add some more damage in as well. Already got his peep, but Shitampo cleaned up on that right-hand side for the first time in a while.
Poke damage from Tensai here. Hasn't popped the peep just yet. Lovely stuff. Lines up Joker 2, hit by the Gale Force. Here's Moya keeps Maru and Mori at arm's length for now. And again, just a tap here, tap there. Here's the gravity, sucks Joker in. Maru trying to come to the rescue. And of course, an attacking shade coming out of that dark portal gets a bit of free damage. It's already 25% Trav on that safe.
Totem having a real tough time.
अरे बेचारा कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा भाई.
If he can't get anywhere near to the safe, he's not really going to help. There's the super coming in from Tensai, and Shitampo follows in too. Support from beyond on the safe as well. Huge damage coming in from that. 41% taken off the Reply Totem, and they're yet to even glance at the Crazy Raccoon safe.
Crazy Raccoon absolutely not bothered about that damage amp on that left-hand side. Reply Totem not in a position to set Mari up for success just yet.
Reply Totem के पास कोई reply ही नहीं है भाई.
That's safe down. Murray finally able to deal with Shitampo when an opportunity, a window for Reply Totem to step into mid.
Well, as soon as they get that window, we see the Warp Blast up top from Tensai, and Moya should be dealing some damage to the safe, getting a slow down. 4 HP, and he does survive down on that right-hand side, but Maori going to move this turret further up, establish himself higher up the map, and try get some damage down, as they're not even got a percent yet.
Reply Totem moved the line of scrimmage finally into enemy territory, but Shitampo does not want to give mid up so easily. Comes on in, gets picked up pretty easily. So this
फिर उड़ गया भाई, फिर से उड़ चला.
Once more, you better believe it. It's Nani, Tensai putting pressure down and drawing Joker out of mid.
Yeah, and getting damage too. He's going to fall. He comes around the back and he doesn't communicate it. Joker going to be able to burn Tensai down, but the rest of SCR going to be joining them up top. 30 seconds. Even if Totem get on safe right now, they're going to need every single shred of damage they can do straight onto that safe, and they're going nowhere. Shitampo locking this down. Moya and Tensai joining them up top too, and this is the set to CR.
Absolutely systematic deconstruction of Reply Totem's defense here. Yeah, they can get the kills and damage, but none of it's been on the safe. Tensai steps up once more.
अरे थोड़ा सा एक मार दे भाई, मार दे. ये GG 0-200
on CR safe, and it lasted the entire
0% damage लिया, 100% उड़ा दिया. इसको लगा डाला तो लाइफ छीना लाला.
RCR just too good for the rest of
समझेगा लाला.
Tensai with his cheat sheet here. It probably doesn't have too much on it except just click heads. It was impossible for Reply Totem to gain map control, right? Up against the Gale, who, yeah, is outranged. But if you can't see him, you can't really punish him, right? You can't sort of shoot him down from across the map. And as soon as you try and take that control, Gale forces use, gravity is used, all of a sudden you have nowhere to go. Even a tanky, durable brawler like that 8-bit cannot move up the map. And then, if there's any risk of Reply Totem going on the aggressive, okay, Warp Blast the peep in the back corner. And both Tensai and Shitampo could not be 1v1 by Reply Totem. It took more than one player each time to get them out of that position.
I mean, this is just the pure mechanics, right? The reason Tensai has so many of these TPs available, the supers, the peeps, is because he just hits every single shot, and it's really worrying for Reply Totem at this point. If they're playing this well in a game mode like Heist, if you can't get any damage on safe, what are you going to be able to do in the other modes, where you can't just rush up the map and get damage?
There's nothing particularly elaborate about the draft here for a Crazy Raccoon. I think you mentioned it, the mechanics, I think on a fundamental level, there's a gap right now. Reply Totem, we know what they're capable of. We know what they did at Masters. We know they can stand up to a team like Crazy Raccoon, but right now, pound for pound, they are well and truly behind.
Well, I'm pretty sure Reply Totem are going to have to rely heavily on winning the drafts to be able to have a say in any of these games. 8-7 for the side.
जो उनका lowest है वो इनका highest है. Which player was not part of Reply Totem's 2022?
Not even the top player on Totem can match the bottom of CR.
How do you feel in the end as we throw back real quickly to that Amber pick? Obviously, you want to burn down some of those bushes, but it didn't seem like it was able to make too much of a difference in the end.
I mean, it had that Tara matchup all the way through as well, and it just seemed like he was getting super after super after super, and Joker was really quite unaware of it a lot of the time, standing in those bushes, and then there just wasn't the pinch when he kind of established himself further up the map behind those unbreakable walls in the top right-hand side corner.
Amber can't do anything there.
Because Tensai's always on the left too.
Absolutely brutal stuff. We've seen like Penny, Amber both picked into Tara to punish her, right? Just destroy their health from beyond, ignore it virtually. Wasn't nearly enough for Reply Totem, so last stop comes up for our second set here in this best of 5. We'll be heading over to Gem Grab, and if you don't ban Max, you sure as hell better pick it.
Yeah, well, we saw that Luminosity proved a point that it's not just Crazy Raccoon who can use this brawler, so if you let a player like Tensai get his hands on that,
forget about
being torn apart. And I mean, they've just done it without some of their comfort picks. With them, what a Totem going to do?
Absolutely. We talked about how important it is for Reply Totem to find success in the drafts. If they really want to have a chance, they need to derive some kind of advantage before the game even starts, we feel, to have a chance to stand on even footing with Crazy Raccoon. Righto. No max ban here. Sandy, though, taken away by Crazy Raccoon. Loon, of course. Charlie has to be removed. Amber taken away. Gale,
Gem
grab
hai abhi.
Reply Totem see the Tara, they say, we want that first.
Can't blame him for it either, especially with how well Shitampo played that in the previous one and how well it worked for Luminosity in the previous. Chino had that brawl and he was dominating the opposition. Crazy Raccoon have the next two though, I mean, with Sandy, Lou, Charlie all banned out, and the same on the other side, 6 bans across this map. It doesn't really leave too many options, but mids still need to be grabbed, and if you want a good mid, it's pretty much got to be your first or second here.
I feel like Crazy Raccoon, though, a little bit harder to ban out, especially, by the way, if they are picking first, because you only have 2 slots to do it. One of the first squeaks we've seen for this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, support from beyond, it can get cleaned up pretty much by one shot of that squeak. It's all bunched up in the same place. So if you get a connection onto those, you quite often get a connection onto Tara and vice versa as well.
Residue, obviously, very powerful, a bit of extra crowd control. Speaking of which, Rosa now has that in spades with those grasping roots. Our first hypercharged brawler of the draft picked up for Shitampo.
I think we can't forget as well, Reply Totem and one of the only other teams
Rosa
who have picked up
लेके
this match, so
tempo वाला
it's
भाई.
for Crazy Raccoon to kind of let that slip as well, and especially when paired up with the Tara. If you use those, you know, in combination, max speed, gravity, it can really be devastating. Although, you know, there it is. You know, I don't blame Reply Totem for it. They're taking out Crazy Raccoon's hands and having one of their comfort picks. They're going to add Shelly to the mix, and that's got a good bit of synergy with that max.
I mean, you said you're either going to ban it or take it yourself here. Crazy Raccoon happy to lead that from last pick, maybe not expecting Reply Totem to beeline for it here, but Totem, we know they got the mechanical prowess to get some value out of that pick here in the Shelly. We know how powerful she has been so far. So how do you round out this draft? Maybe something with a little bit more range here.
अरे अपने आलू के जो नॉर्मल चिप्स बनते हैं घर में,
on that side lane or even through mid here. It's
घरे
going to
वाले
be
चिप्स हैं.
pretty durable gem carry, of
बिस्किट मैं नहीं
course, being able
खाता.
to get out of dodge nice and quickly when under pressure with that cheat cartridge may pay dividends.
I mean, the cheat cartridge is the huge selling point here, and especially when you're looking at the Tara on the opposing side. He comes at you with that super, you've got to get away from it, but you've got to be very mindful about the fact he can just wait it out and play it when you do TP back if the rest of your team's putting him under some pressure as well. So I think Reply Totem, they do have a very solid draft here.
मैं जब खुद कुछ ना खेल रहा हूँ या कुछ काम ना कर रहा हूँ तो भाई मुझे बहुत भूख लगती है. मतलब मुझे मुंह चलाते रहने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ चाहिए फिर. और काम करते हुए फिर मैं पूरे 7 घंटे 8 घंटे ना खाऊं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. लेकिन जब मैं सिर्फ बैठ के देख रहा हूँ और मुझे कुछ करना नहीं है और मुझे बहुत भूख लगती है.
as Maru moves into the middle of the map.
It slows all around. 2 residues and an unfriendly bushes coming in from Tensai on the left-hand side. Joker does take the gem lead so far, but Moya quickly reverses that as he picks up 2 from the spawn. And Mori winning the left, but Shitampo dominating the right.
Now, Mori can't do much to Moya, though, not unless he gets right up in his face here. Tensai returns, again, frustrating. This help from beyond at times as Joker wants to collapse onto the left-hand side. Face shift to use this. The pressure was getting put on by Moya, and Shitampo now still dominating the match.
अरे मोए हो गया,
Friendly bushes reset
मार दे.
Joker's health and slows him down.
अरे भाई शैली तो पीछे ही नाच रही है भाई, शैली अलग ही खेल रही है, उसको कोई मतलब ही नहीं है दुनिया से. बोले तुम लोग खेलो यार, मैं तो पीछे घूम लूं थोड़ा. हलवा पूड़ी खा रही है वो पीछे वहां पे. अब आई है फाइनली, अभी भी आई नहीं है, घुसी नहीं पाई अंदर भाई.
Let's go, Popdor. Another phase shifter for a reposition. They really want to exploit Tensai here and punish him. Another gravity deploy, but Moya is able to find Joker. Now our gems are on the less ideal carrier.
I mean, Shitampo, no gadgets left now. Shelly might have a bit more of a say in this matchup, but Joker's going to have to provide speed. Instantly, Super going to come out. Believe it might be the slowing value as well. Going to go down. Gems back onto the head of Joker, which is helpful overall. But in this situation, 8 gems make that 9 from Crazy Raccoon. Something magical's got to happen.
Straight off spawn, Joker pops the Super. A bit of a speed boost, but it really only allows Reply Totem to jockey for position. Lane swap here. Maru now gets the fight against Tensai as we head into the countdown. Mori, though, got a bit caught by the big blob bomb here. Ton of damage coming out from Shitampo. And Moya, hard to catch. Now, of course, he can use that cheat cartridge to reposition in a pinch if he needs to. He won't have to. My goodness,
खत्म, फिनिश, टाटा बाय बाय. आप व्रत रखते हो क्या? मैंने जिंदगी में आज तक कोई व्रत नहीं रखा है. ऐसा नहीं कि रख नहीं सकता, लेकिन मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता.
Tough stuff for Reply Totem once more. They had a good start, but Shitampo
काम करते हुए अपने आप व्रत हो जाते हैं भाई. काम कर रहा हूँ और लंबा काम है, फिर तो बिना खाए पूरे शाम तक वही चलता रहता है.
By the time they were, there's too much of an advantage in gems for Moya.
They seem to have swapped here. They sent Joker over the left, over the right early on, sorry, and Mori down the mid, but flipped back to how it should be now. Shitampo going to be taken down. Nice face shift from Joker to get close and tank that damage through. But Tensai in a bit of a tough spot now. Super coming down there from Maru. Gets him slowed, but Moya's going to pick up that mid.
Maru may be concerned that there'd be a pinch, I think, on the mid by Tensai, so keeps him busy and blows up that wall on the left-hand side. Unfriendly bushes straight off the spawn. No time for Maru to get away. And now player advantage briefly for Crazy Raccoon. Maru with 5 gems in hand. Moya a fair way behind here, but has way more map control as Maru and Tensai continue to do the dance.
Speed was there, should have got back into it straight away. Tensai's going to survive on this left-hand side. Moya playing through this mid, and Maru with the gems again, never in the favourable hands for the side of Totem. Joker not surviving as well as he should have, but there's the speed, there's the hypercharge from Maru as well. Gadget placed down, residue on the right-hand side. But
अरे भाई क्या Tensai क्या भाई डॉज मार रहा भाई.
Paltry 3 gems for Moya. Able to pick up another one now. Hypercharge pop by Maru as he transitions to the left-hand side of the map. Tensai unwilling to make use of his at such low HP, so he opts out of the fight. Mori wants to get aggressive now. Moya might be under pressure too, but Joker takes a licking from those 8-bit shots and has to take a sidebar.
Play pigeon once more from Maru, trying to get some shots through, but Tensai moving over to that right-hand side, and this should be following him, but 3 gems dropped there, and that's almost going to get the lead. They might be able to pick him up.
मार दे.
Straight back to Mori.
ले गया. 8 हो गए उसके पास.
Support from beyond, not going to get the kill either. 1 more gem needed for Crazy Raccoon.
भाई साहब, nice one, good TP.
His 6th, but Tensai is still entrenched behind enemy lines, and that's a scary prospect.
मार.
Here's the strong stuff. Tara forced away, has to use the gravity to slow Tensai down, when otherwise they could have used it to get the gems out of Moya. Force the super. Here come Reply Totem now as Maru blows apart Shitampo, but Moya has the gems. They've got to come forward. No super in for Joker. A hypercharge pop for Maru now, but Shitampo's running interference. It gets in Maru's way, takes him low.
Oh, jeez. 1450 health के साथ second set goes to Crazy Raccoon.
2 sets now for Crazy Raccoon. So close to a totem reset.
Jim.
But the question is, could they have got them out? Could they have survived long enough to be able to bring that back to their side? Reverse sweep needed once more.
ये दिखाना पड़ेगा ट्रायड को जेम्स कैरी कैसे कैरी करते हैं.
And they have a very
सारी टीम्स की
tall hill to climb now. We said we quite enjoyed the
पढ़
draft
रही
actually.
होगी
Felt the reply
सीआर को
totem
देख के।
came
मैं
out
तो
of that
बोल ही
pretty
रहा हूँ
well.
भाई, अगर
They
कोई
bring the
जीत
Max in of
सकता है
their
अभी
own.
फिलहाल,
It seems to
मेरे को
have value
रेवेनेंट
at
के भी इतने
times,
चांस नहीं लग
really
रहे
putting the
जितना
pinch on Moya on that
सीआर के
back
लग
end
रहे हैं
mid.
कि वो लोग ये वाला
Constantly
वर्ल्ड
trying
फाइनल
to
जीत
find
सकते
those
हैं।
like favorable lane assignments.
हालांकि मैं
Switching
रेवेनेंट को ही
Shelly
वोट
into
करूंगा,
the
लेकिन
Rosa
फिर भी
lane away from the squeak here.
मैं बता रहा हूँ
Some pretty
कि
insane moments,
चांसेस
of course,
किससे
that
ज्यादा
went
लग
down. You
रहे
see, a
हैं।
lot of the time though, they're trying to exploit Tensai early, get them Rosa off the map, and then try and pinch the other side.
I mean, Rosa was just too strong. There's a Tara, there's a Shelly on both of the lanes. No matter what lane he goes to, it should be a pretty bad matchup.
3-0 होना
But it
चाहिए।
just never is. Tensai makes it work regardless, whether that's with the unfriendly bushes or some really nice defensive moments like this. And this was so close. They're getting the damage through. Maru gets the kill and even has the hypercharge to get close, but just not close enough to deal the big damage.
Now Moya is one tap there, basically to anyone right at the end of that round here. Tensai
मोए
has a tough job.
मोए
He's on that Rosa,
ने
really
खिलाए
trying to exert as
पोहे,
much control as
325 का
possible. Be a threat
DPS
from
with
behind
7
enemy
kills।
lines. So no
मोए
surprise to
ने
see it maybe damage numbers
मोए
struggling
मोए
a
कर
little bit.
दिया
We can't
बेचारे
ask much more
जोकर
from the
मारू
mid
और
there with
मोर ही
Moya.
गया।
325 DPS and 7 takedowns. Scooping up those gems and being very slippery, very hard to catch with that gadget.
You know, the same DPS across the way for both of them. It's
अनु
Moya
कैमरामैन से
getting
थोड़ी
those
बातचीत
outs
कर ले
of
भाई।
18s.
अरे
I
भाई
think the deciding factor was Moya just didn't go down anywhere near as much as Joker.
RNT तो STM से हार जाएगी। हाँ हार जाएगी, लेकिन फिर भी वोट तो हम करेंगे रेवेनेंट को
You're the
ही।
initiator there, right? You need to set up those big gravities.
और गलती से जीत गई। अरे ये क्या है? As a player from India, you ever competed in a world finals? इससे पहले तो नहीं किया था, लेकिन इस बार कर रहे हैं।
You don't get any breathing room in a game like this. It's do or die.
आंसर बताओ।
And Crazy Raccoon,
न्यो।
there were whispers coming into this.
और इसी के
fight.
साथ मुझे मिल चुका है ये
Based on that
वाला
master
पेन,
showing.
लेकिन मैं यूज ही नहीं
Much has
करता हूँ
changed
भाई,
since
किस
then.
काम का है?
This team seems to be back in form, and not even Reply Totem can put a scratch on them thus far.
Well, I think if they're going to do it at any point, this might be the point. Sharpshooters, not really what Crazy Raccoon are known for. They're known for that aggression. They're known for the maxes coming in very, in their opponent's faces. RT picked up from Joker, can do both of those things. Can play aggressive, can play defensive, and the hacking gadget, getting the damage down when you need to finish off a kill that's so far away can be so useful.
It's a great first pick, right? It's really versatile and gives you modality and plenty of options, especially with how things come to a head at the end of these bounty rounds. Having all-in potential seems pretty good. Piper and Nani taking off
इसका भी आंसर पूछ रहे हो।
Have any interest in contending with that, but they will take a sharpshooter on the
मंडी आ गई है, मंडी सब्जी मंडी ले ली गई है। बाय टेंस आए।
Not only is it good on this map, but it targeted as well. Through last World Finals, everybody knew CR were going to play. They knew it, but still didn't ban it and still got destroyed by it. Even if they counted it as much as they could, nothing would work for them. Meg's going to come down from Crazy Raccoon.
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ, तुम लोग फालतू में पॉइंट्स की इतनी टेंशन लेते हो। कुछ नहीं करना भाई, तुम अगर देख रहे हो लाइव, तुम कुछ भी नहीं करो तब भी तुम्हारे 3000 तो पहुंच ही जाता है भाई। बहुत इजी है। पहला वाला जो था, पहला वाला वर्ल्ड फाइनल, उसमें इतने ज्यादा चांसेस नहीं थे, उसमें मुश्किल था, वो डिफिकल्ट था। अब तो भाई इजी करते जा रहे हैं लोग।
Very, very good at mitigating that loss of impact that Meg suffers when she gets knocked out of that mech. So look to see them really play around the de-suited Meg with more aggression to buy time for her to get back there. Tensai is going to be able to deal consistent damage here. Maru though, we see a
पहला वाला वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स इजी नहीं था, इसलिए रिवॉर्ड भी अच्छा था भाई, उसका रिवॉर्ड भी अच्छा था। नींद बहुत आ रही है, पर फिर भी देख रही है, वो तो ठीक है। तुम्हारे इतने पॉइंट कितने कम है भाई, इतने कितने कम पॉइंट है कि तुम्हें इतनी मेहनत करनी पड़ रही है। 200 मिल रहे हैं एक प्रेडिक्शन पे। हाँ वो तो है।
Just pave the way with nest eggs to make it very, very hard for the team behind in Stars to get the drop on you here. It's both teams with sharpshooters, and yeah, we saw yesterday, I think, just how effective that Sprout could be against any sort of sharpshooter presence, essentially shutting them down for the duration of that hedge and then being able to transplant it away. Very frustrating to try and deal with. Feels like a really well-rounded draft here from Reply to a bit of everything. Grom, okay, picked up. You said that maybe
2 ग्राम का बंदा ले लिया है ग्रॉम।
Crazy Raccoon though got plans.
शूटिंग स्टार।
I think the Grom's pretty good against the Sprout all in all.
इसकी रेंज सबसे बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी है भाई, बहुत लंबी रेंज का बंदा है ये।
But in that 1v1, Grom does come out on top quite a lot. And in the closing seconds, if you've got a Grom bomb, it's always going to be so useful.
Your number 2 seed in EMEA looking down the barrel.
2300 इजी है, इसका भी हो जाएगा।
from the Brawl
अरे बहुत
Stars
इजी है
World
भाई, ये
Finals.
सिर्फ
They're
MVP
hands of
चूज
some
करेगा
of
तो
the
भी
same
जीत जाएगा,
players.
लेकिन वो बात है ना, इसको नींद आने लगेगी, सो जाएगा अभी.
And break the cycle of history here, but it's going to have to be in the form of a reverse sweep, starting here in Bounty.
Well, instantly out of mech now is Moya. Joker can't find the connecting shots to bring him down yet, but already has that wall. Going to throw it on the right-hand side, get rid of some of that bush, so Mandy can't hide as well as she'd like to.
I think Moya kind of happy to give up the mech to get the blue star there by the looks of things. He said, okay, oh no, I'm going to get tapped to pieces here, but if we can get an advantage, I'm glad.
अरे भाई क्या डॉज मारा है जोकर भाई ने, वाह वाह वाह, बहुत बढ़िया जोकर भाई.
Getting marked every now and then by that RT, but not too bothered. A lot of real estate though has been.
अरे भाई क्या डॉज मार रही है भाई, दो शॉट मारने के बाद भी एक शॉट कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ.
Possibly stopping Moya from pinching onto Joker as well, as I'm sure I'd like to. There you go, nice positioning from him. Joker coming forward, finding a few shots.
अरे भाई एक शॉट तो मार ले, 10 साय कर करो है, फाइनली एक कनेक्ट हुआ.
Maru standing only just. But that does at least give an opportunity here for Crazy Raccoon to get back in the game. Moya back in the mech. It's time to go.
और जीजीस किल मिलते हुए वहाँ पे. साइड टेम्पो ने अपना टेम्पो निकाल लिया भाई. अरे भाई साहब क्या बात है.
Maru getting no easy taps here, but that head's thrown down to make it hard for Chitapu to punish Maru, who's trying to step forward and get Moya out of mech once more. Tensai, of course, a little bit susceptible at these ranges to sharpshooters, but the mark from Maru doesn't connect. Joker, what?
हैं जो, अरे जोकर भाई ने हार मान ली है क्या?
Well, he does get it. Brings it back a little bit closer. Moya's low, and the bounce will flip it. Mori's got to survive this one, though. Tensai throwing nicely. He's too small. Just evades it. 15 seconds, and he's got to get through this choke point.
Now, Crazy Raccoon have got to go on the offensive, but they lose.
एक और किल मिलते हुए.
So now 7 seconds left of the round. Chitapo going to get tapped up. He has super.
And GG's. Come back by reply to them. हेलो सत्यम, कैसे हो भाई? मेरे तो 2270 हैं. हाँ तो तुम्हारा भी हो जाएगा, उसमें कौन सी बड़ी बात है. सिर्फ MVP चूज करोगे तब भी पहुंच जाओगे वहाँ पे.
Yeah, well, I mean, Reply Totem really not in the best spot coming into this one, but they played it patient. They played it so smart, waited for those opportunities and found them perfectly. Moya went really aggressive and lost the mech off start, which did lose them a lot of value. Can he stay in it this time? The toolbox will tank and he will.
There's a sense here that this team from Crazy Raccoon is designed to pick up the blue star and try and play safe for much of the rest of the game. And when they have to go aggressive and they, for example, don't have a mech, it seems like a very dangerous proposition. Oh my goodness, Murray! Yep, got the mark, got the kill. Reply Totem now with that 1-star lead. No blue star required.
Yeah, that's the hack I'm talking about. Toolbox going to be tanking that shot, but a kill on the left from Maru. Beautiful from him, and Tensai compromised as well.
ये वाला जाएगा.
Right out of mech and in a tough position now against this RT.
Crazy Raccoon नहीं जीत पाएंगे वाला. ऊपर वाला चैट पढ़िए.
They could take their foot off the gas, but I somehow feel like the opposite will be the case. Murray daring Moya to try and challenge here.
ओली वाले चिप्स खा रहे हो, मुझे भी खाने जा रहा हूँ डिमांड करने.
Steps into the corner of that 4-star throw.
Another hack on the right from Mori there to get
मनु
that
को
kill.
नंगा करके मारूंगा. अच्छा मारना ही है तो कपड़े पहना के मार दो ना. इतना क्या शौक है भाई, अलग से शौक लगे.
Unless he feels really confident about it. Has the super though, and that could be dangerous in the closing seconds. Same if a Grom bomb does come down.
5-star lead. It's huge for Reply Totem. Chitapu also marked up by Maru, so if he tries
Oh
to go
my,
aggressive, he
short
could be on the wrong end of it. Maru gets the mark.
GG's.
Got caught by the Sugar Ray. Chitapu walks though into that nest egg, but there's no follow-up here. 4 plays 6 with 27 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, throw a matchup on the right is going Joker's way so far. Mori now just trying to fend off Moya, try not to give him that mech, but at the same time he's got to get some shots. He's got to stop him from pushing forward, so he's going to be able to do just that. The hack onto him once more, shouldn't be able to survive too long. Grombomb comes down, Joker evading beautifully, Tensai falls, and they extend the lead.
How do you come back from this one? You have a
GG's.
mech out of mech. There was a
This
big
one
job
goes
do,
to
and I don't think it's happening.
Reply Totem.
Get themselves a
तोते उड़ गए तोते.
We have a game.
Back in business. Reply Totem looking good.
आज कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा, कल मिलेंगे. क्या बात, क्या बात.
Feels like the strategy there, I want to rehash this a little bit from Crazy Raccoon. A little one-dimensional. Get us a blue star, step back, sip a pina colada. But Reply Totem refused to give them that space. And if you can't win the sharpshooter matchup, you fall behind 5 stars. You've got to find a way to get aggressive.
अबे टोटेम
But
वाले
don't you
इतने कहाँ से आ गए भाई?
make it most of the time, Moya did not.
Yeah, I mean, the Totem fans getting behind them as well. After this win, I mean, they're going to need a lot of momentum on their side. Yes, they might have it in game, but the fans screaming, shouting, helping them out from the crowd as well might go quite a long way.
I think it's important as we look over some of these moments for Reply Totem to be reminded that Crazy Raccoon are fallible, that gods can bleed. See, this was when Maori pressured that back corner against Tatampo. Really, really important momentum builder for this Reply Totem roster. Timoya, every time we look at him, no mech, no problem. For Reply Totem there, Tensai struggling in the thrower matchup there as well. The sprout play was absolutely
क्रेजी रकून जल्दी खत्म करेगा.
Juking pretty much perfectly, really well throughout the entire game. I feel like maybe we saw him get one Grom bomb across 2 sets.
ये खींचेंगे नहीं, पर अगर dominate किया टोटेम ने तो फिर
and even when he
देखते.
got it in that closing second, Joker evaded it anyway. He just knows how to play against that Grom literally perfectly.
I mean, you said with Tick banned, Sprout seems to be like the only really good option, and then the other throwers feel like they're a little bit medium, right? I mean, Grom, if you have good mechanics, you can absolutely avoid a lot of that damage if the Grom bombs aren't being generated relatively frequently. Demandi, look fine,
इनके किल ज्यादा हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हार गए हैं. इनके किल कम है, फिर भी जीत गए हैं. वाओ, इंटरेस्टिंग. 5-9 to 11. How many World Finals has Tensai attended? 2. 3 is the correct answer, तो मैं C लिख देता
A
हूँ.
few kills from the Gadget as well. The RT really showing
C
his
is
value
the
there.
correct
Mori,
answer.
obviously championing that brawler really did so well for him. The Gadget is a huge thing for him. You know, he didn't even see him drop his legs once. Didn't even see him play defensive. Didn't even need to because they really weren't in that offensive line. Usually it's Meg going aggressive, but there was no Meg, so she couldn't.
Trav just beaming ear to ear, I think, because he's starting to be proven right in terms of how he feels about that pick. Brawl Ball comes up next. Super Beach, of course, characterized by
टेम्पो के इतने बड़े बाल पिछली बार वो तो बहुत छोटे थे.
You can shoot for goal without being
अरे
right
तो
in
भाई
front of
टेम्पो
you.
चलाता, बाल उड़ते रहते हैं, खिंच गए, लंबे हो गए.
Not a terrible prospect here. Reply Totem have to win it out from here.
Well, they got the fans behind them once
But
more.
Tensai
Screaming
2
at the
World
camera,
Finals
ready to roll,
जीता
going into
and
this draft.
attend 3 किए हैं.
Super Beach. They need this set and another Crazy Raccoon, just this one to close it out and head to the semi-finals. Nita will be the pick and the first one from Reply Totem.
First pick, Nita. Is this out of left field for you here? I mean, again, we've seen it can be exploitable. Very powerful if you can start to cycle those bears, though.
I mean, different map, but we saw the first pick Nita yesterday from Foot in that closing set, and it did not pay off whatsoever. I feel like Nita, you know, if you know what you're being...
मैं तो रेवेनेंट के मैच के लिए वेट कर रही है.
It can be so hard to play.
अगला मैच ही रेवेनेंट का है.
Totem clearly have a lot of faith in that
Next
brawler.
match.
Sandy and Spike, the mid-range brawlers, kind of just about being able to, you know, take a bit of range advantage over this Nita, and the Sandy can obviously put her to sleep.
वो 2 जीता और अभी खेल रहा है. Is equal to 3.
Unbelievably powerful, and that is, it's barely targeted, really. Get close enough and you will connect. Sandstorm comes down, creates a huge amount of space and that extra survivability from Moya, not to mention, of course, the hypercharge potential. Reply Totem again go for the max. They say, okay, we cannot afford to give this to you. We'll make use of it ourselves.
I mean, they see the Sandy, they see the brawler that's got the best goal-scoring capability in the game, and if you pair a max with that, you put her in those positions to do just that, get those goals. So they don't want to provide the max to Crazy Raccoon. They might have not liked it the best themselves. I mean, they're going to pair a
Rosa.
They had a game plan going into this one. You can't complain at this Reply Totem comp at all. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. But Crazy Raccoon bringing the Maisie knockback ability for that Rosa, and I think it's a solid pick from them too.
Again, more hypercharge, which means that, you know, once you pop that shockwave, and of course you can disengage. You have insane mobility, and you're very serviceable rather at mid to long range, plus a damage spike in hypercharge when you pop that.
Rakshas by ignoring
strong, but you are dealing with
भावेन.
very tanky.
2 बार पूछ लिया उसने क्वेश्चन कि भाई कल कौन सा कोचिंग में कौन सा सब्जेक्ट था जिसका टेस्ट था, कैसा गया. और चपलेक्स भैया लगातार बीच में चपर करते हुए.
She's going to be cruising towards the opposing team, and with the slowing value around her as well, it's going to be solid. But he's actually brought in some more bushes. Grow Light is going to be the star power of choice instead of that unfriendly bushes.
Tensai, as we expected in the mid there, as the powerful sidelanders of Spike and Sandy go at it with their opposite numbers. Mori, though, wins out against the Sandy. Tensai and Moya look to back away as Joker gets picked up by the Shockwave. Mori will hope to threaten here. Lurk on that right-hand side, but Shitampo's back off spawn. And he'll collect that ball.
बच गया भाई, गोल होते होते बच गया.
Well to get the shield activated onto it. Moya going to come forward, but not going to find anything against Maru here. The bear doing so much work. Tensai's got the knock, but he goes down as well. No
Easy goal.
And reply totally
अरे.
the previous set.
Crafty's disgusting. We'll talk about
Audience तो कुछ ज्यादा ही खुश हो गई भाई.
the faux fur bear on top of that. That's 3 tanky brawlers and a max versus 3. That's gross. Maru here tries to step forward, will be brought down though. The sandstorm dissipates a player advantage for CR.
Yeah, Joker's going to be able to get that dash with a sweet dance. Shitampo sends him to sleep and puts him down. Tensai getting forwards with a hypercharge, but Maru's got the defense cycled out.
Easy.
Have the answer to the
मैंने बहुत बढ़िया रिकवरी कर लिया वहाँ
Just
पर.
that, but look at the supers they
1-1 हो
in
चुका
that
है.
fight. They are ready to go off the rip once more. Tensai comes in, disengaged, shockwave combo. Maru though, gonna pop that hypercharge, and Shitampo can't do anything about it. Only the trade though, the use of that ability, that's a hefty price to pay. And Joker,
मर जा. अरे मोया भैया गोल हो जाता. मैं तो भाई पुश करके घुस के मार गया था.
But Moya has this super and Maru's not going to like the look of that. Just gets on the edge of it, slowed down for a little while. But Joe comes back in, pass to the right and a clear. It's so low. Maori, he gets Tensai down. Bear coming in too. Gadgets should surely follow. It's a 1v1 and Maori's duking well.
leave the ball cornered for the time being as Reply Totem. Not at their full strength for the time being. Shitampo having to expend shots on that bear. Buys Mori a lot of space on this right-hand side. Spike super available here. With that hypercharge, keep an eye on it here as we head into the last 25.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this overtime for Totem as long as they've got a speed and as long as Shitampo doesn't have the super. There is that hypercharge super from Moya, but no value. Wasted super, wasted hypercharge, starting from square one, heading into this overtime. Maru taking some fire though, doesn't want to feed Shitampo before this clock hits 0.
This overtime look for Reply Totem is a bit frightening, I'm not going to lie to you. So much mobility, the durability also there in spades. Here we go. The barriers come down and Maru's out in the open. Gets brought down very, very low. Sandstorm is huge now. Crazy Raccoon can advance under cover of the swirling sands. Ball still cornered, but Mori might be in trouble here. That shot didn't quite connect from Tensai, but eventually they bring the Nita down. Mori tries to step forward, but the shockwave's going to knock them back at 3 versus 1. And Crazy Raccoon...
गोल है. बॉल दे.
The water is Shitampo.
जी.
Point for Crazy Raccoon coming up next.
Match point.
Start well, but Crazy Raccoon.
Match point पे आ गए हम लोग.
They were bringing to the table. Maisie doing God's work there, up the top of the field, getting slows, getting double hits, getting the hypercharge through as well, and Crazy Raccoon moving into a great spot.
Definitely felt like they initially were a little shell-shocked, right? The faux fur maybe caught them off guard. There were so many things to be shooting at, but eventually the power of this composition, how effective Sandy can be, Maisie just being unreal right now in attack and on defense. Crazy Raccoon are steps away from a semi-final berth, and once again eliminating Reply Totem from an international tournament.
Well, CR in a good spot to deal some damage now, but Totem gets this super. Going to be able to use that, and all the grass being built by Maru is going to be so helpful for them. Mori moving forward in a good position to deal some burst damage. But Moya relieves some pressure now he gets this super. Clearly hit a good amount of shots here, and Maru focusing around the left. I think there was a Sweet Dreams miss there as well, but Tensai coming forward with a good super. And now the aggressive push surely should be a goal. Pass to the left, and Tensai going to slot it in.
अरे भाई.
But just gets it
बढ़िया
in
गोल. बहुत बढ़िया. क्या बात है.
Exactly what Tensai is trying to like very quickly pick the ball.
मिस हो गया थोड़ा सा, लेकिन फिर भी गोल.
Either way, they managed to get what they came for there. Keep Maru low on HP and blow Joker up in the middle seems to be the strategy. Here comes the Max, so he wants to go with the phase shift, but the shockwave says
जितने
no.
स्पीड से आया था उतने स्पीड से उसको वापस भेजा गया है.
Now one goal between Crazy Raccoon in the semi-finals. Reply Totem looking good on this defense though. Mori holding off well, but Shitampo one super and this could all be over. Tensai has his, just looking for the hypercharge. Moya, hypercharge in hand already. Super's there. Tensai gets his stun on Joker as well. Shitampo's going to get the kill. Moving.
Come on. पास कर. गोल है. Easy peasy. And GG's. Crazy Raccoon wins with 3-1 and goes to the semi-final. Slam spawn.
Rear their head and say, we'll be taking
और रिप्लाई के पास कोई टोटम नहीं बचा है, इसलिए वो रिप्लाई नहीं कर रहे हैं.
One set dropped here, and in fairness, they looked a little bit shaky, but outside of that, absolutely squeaky clean. And again, a year on, once more, Reply Totem must succumb to the kings of Brawl.
Crazy Raccoon on a collision course with every single European team at the moment and knocking them out one by one by one. FUT Esports
मैं
yesterday.
बोल रहा हूँ भाई, मुझे
Right up
बहुत
to
ज्यादा
today.
चांस लग रहा है कि भाई
Amazing division
क्रेजी
next.
रकून वाले उठा के लेके जाएंगे ट्रॉफी इस बार
Zeta
की।
Division again, getting to speak to them. They said we are definitely concerned about the prospect of going
भाई
up
मैं तो
against Crazy
टेम्पो को
Raccoon
दे
in the
दे रहा हूँ भाई, वो
semi-finals, but they
टेम्पो लेके
expected
चला जाएगा।
to have to do so, as did we. As much as we enjoy Reply Totem here, Crazy Raccoon have looked to be on
तो जी
another
अब आ गया
level.
बहुत
Nobody
मोस्ट
really sees any
अवेटेड
reason to doubt them. Chatanko
मैच
chasing his
जिसमें हमें
second world
रेवेनेंट को
championship,
जितवाना
Tensai chasing
है।
his third. This team are absolutely stacked and they're ready to run the gauntlet through the competition. Let's have a look back through this series, especially this Brawl Ball here, because you said you love this totem composition. The max double tank looks very powerful here. But I don't know, man, these individual mechanics, Crazy Raccoon, man, just absolutely run away with it in the end.
Yes, and they had some great answers. The Maisie for the Rosa, you know, and all these mid-range brawlers down the sides. And they even had that Rosa versus Sandy matchup. Didn't really even move the spike onto it to deal with it. Had those sweet dreams when it needed it. Almost a mess up there from Tensai, not grabbing the ball. but managed to
STMN
recover,
वर्सेस
get that super off and get the knockback
रेवेनेंट
anyway.
देख सकते हैं, अब आ चुका है वो घड़ी
Those final moments here again,
इसमें
as
घड़ी
Mara
घड़ी
forced back once more,
हम
and
कुछ
even
नहीं कर
that agility
सकते।
of strong stuff, it's just not
भाई
enough,
मैं
you know?
तो भाई
The other day, the opposite almost feels like for
रेवेनेंट को
Tensai.
करने वाला हूँ,
Takes his
ठीक है।
headset off. 11 eliminations for him. Joker and Maori both really having a nightmare of a round. Yeah, tanky as they were, they
और
did
अभी
not
मुत्तु
have the
स्वामी से
damage
मिल के आता हूँ,
output
2860 पॉइंट्स हो चुके हैं।
Tough there for a
तो भाई
Platos
मैं
to
तो
get knocked
दे
out in the
सकता हूँ किसी
quarterfinals
को
by
भी
the
वोट,
East Asian
लेकिन
boys.
फिर भी अगर आप चाहें
Really
तो
tough
किसी
for
और को
them,
दे
but,
सकते हैं,
you
बिकॉज
know,
आई सपोर्ट
all the
रेवेनेंट, तो
European
मैं
teams have
रेवेनेंट
had
को
really
दूंगा
big issues
क्योंकि
with
मुझे
this
पॉइंट्स से
roster.
कोई
I
वैसे
feel
ही
like,
मतलब नहीं है।
you know, the mechanics are just too
और
strong,
बाकी
and
तुम लोग
I think
जिसको
they
चाहे
are
उसको
the
दे
big,
सकते हो,
big favourites after the
STMN के
3 games
चांसेस
we've watched
ज्यादा
them play
लग रहे
throughout
हैं,
the World
लेकिन
Finals to take it all.
फिर
I
भी
do want to wonder, like,
रेवेनेंट
in
इज
terms of
रेवेनेंट।
your Reply
तो
Totem's
आता हूँ
prep, we
मुत्तु
see
स्वामी से
them
मिल
play
के,
a fair
तब
bit
तक
more
तुम भी घूम
max
के
here. Prior to this game, we're saying, oh, it's only really LG and CR that are trying to do this. I wonder to what degree they're kind of being forced into certain draft patterns that then Crazy Raccoon feel comfortable enough trying to exploit. It's not like picking Max is a detriment to your team, right? But we've seen teams up until this point just go away from that. There's been no point. You either, you know, you don't ban it, but against Crazy Raccoon, you don't want to waste a ban slot on the Max. In some senses, you say, right, well, they're going to leave it till last pick. We know that, so we have to pick it up ourselves and try and make it work. And maybe on the fly, adjust our strategy to account for that. Let's talk MVP here, Trav. Quite a few candidates here. I really think that a few of these Crazy Raccoon guys on separate maps were able to really shine here, especially based on some of those compositions. Tensai still looked incredible here. I feel like when we got to see the Meg from Shatampa was incredible. Yeah, Tensai, your MVP here in this match.
And I think thoroughly deserved as well. All 3 of those guys played so well. But I mean, Tensai definitely showing his worth in some of those later game modes. Brawl Ball specifically played that one really, really well and was, you know, the cause of a few of the goals.
Yeah, and again, played into some tough matchup, right? On that gem grab map, he's on the Rosa playing like a fairly long side lane there and is honestly just getting leapt upon time and time again. But he's like, fine, I bring the utility. Comes off spawn, uses unfriendly bushes, gets information, slows people down and is able just to leap upon them before they can get back towards the middle part of the map. That's just one piece of what Tensai is able to offer to this Crazy Raccoon team, and it's no surprise that he's now chasing his 3rd World Championship here in Brawl Stars. Trav, this game at the top level for many years has been dominated by East Asia. Is there anybody left still who you think can stand up to them?
I mean, I think the boys up next. I think STMN are one of the only teams who are probably going to be able to do so. Same with Tribe Gaming, maybe down the bottom, and SK Gaming as well. But they've quickly dealt with quite a few EU teams. So I've put my faith in the NA boys because we've had quite a good few matchups as well for those NA teams, and they've really proved themselves.
Let's have a look at the bracket once more and get you reoriented now as we head into our next quarterfinal game. We obviously had Zeta Division claim victory over Luminosity Gaming in a nail-biter. Didn't get any closer than that. Crazy Raccoon, we just saw take down Reply Totem. Signs of life from EMEA's number 2 seed, but not enough. Coming up next, though, STMN Esports versus Revenant Esports. Trav, give me your cliff notes on this one. How are you feeling?
I mean, it is a big, big game. I think we know who the heavy favourites are. STMN Esports played so well yesterday throughout their groups, managed to just really deal some huge damage to those teams that they did face. But Revenant Esports, on the other hand, you know, coming through in that season, they had some issues. They struggled against Luminosity. Luminosity proved themselves today. They went double match 1 against the Titans of Zeta. But I think at the same time, STMN have got to be the boys to come out on top.
No doubt about it, Revenant, that Group A ended up being a lot more hotly contested than we thought. And that's the question, have Revenant been able to make use of that gauntlet, that baptism of fire here at LAN? Because STMN, they love the sharpshooters. Bobby looking great. Sands, incredible so far. I'm looking forward to seeing how fresh-faced they are today. Let's bring them out on the stage. Frankie will assist in that regard.
I will assist as well as I can, hopefully with DreamHack Winter to help me out as we welcome on our next two teams. First of all, from North America, please welcome STMN! This team battled through tough competition to top Group C, but they have so much experience on their side, and Sans, the newcomer, who looks like he's been doing this the whole time, his whole life. And their opponents, making history for India today, it's Revel and Esports! This is a team that breathed a sigh of relief after beating BC Gaming to make it to the playoffs. They grab these opportunities by their hands and they did not let go. But will it be enough to get them through to the semi-final? DreamHack Winter, please let these teams hear you. I said I can't even hear you. Let these teams hear you. I like it. I like it. Let's head over to Suit Corner to cast this one with Ark and Uber.
Thank you, Frankie. That's right. It might be one of NA's greatest hopes here at Worlds. They had such a great start out of group 6-0 for these North American rosters. Heartbreak for Luminosity. So that's one scratched off the list. Still two more to go. And STMN, they had a pretty nice run through groups. They really wowed us on multiple occasions, Ark.
A very clean run, but they were 3-2s along the way, so some close matches. Whereas on the other side, Revenant, had that close one against BC Gaming to finalize things, and that loss as well. I'm sure they took a lot of learnings off the back of that, but this is their best performance to date already. So they've already made fantastic progress as an organization, as players, but this is definitely their biggest challenge yet.
Sergeant Class made it very clear. He says,
Wow.
for us, it's a grand final berth or nothing. They said we want to place at least top two at this tournament. Anything else will be considered a failure. Well, there's a one big step in their way and one huge obstacle. That is the juggernaut of
87% vote for
STMN,
STMN and only 13% vote for Revenant.
Success in the series to try and close it out. But quite often, they can be slow to start.
चलो 13% लोग तो इंडियन है.
Catch them off guard. We might be in another interesting situation, another close series perhaps.
And very similar play styles as well. You got Sergeant on that Piper, you got Bobby on that Piper. Both sides are going to be squabbling for the scraps in that regard. And I've got to be honest though, I've put STMN down to take it all today. I am fully with NA hope. I am down with it. A little bit of a teaser there. We sort of covered the lower half of our predictions in that regard, but I've got some very, very high hopes for STMN. But at their very best, I feel like they are the team to lift the gold. When they are slow and sluggish to start getting into the
एक तो लाइट नहीं है नुल्ली. अरे फिर कैसे जीतेगी रेवेनेंट? बात कौन करेगा?
That they put some of those ideas to rest. I want to see Zara pop off, Bobby as well as Sans, who in my opinion has been their MVP so far in this competition.
Now, STMN have been going for a lot of utility brawlers to play around.
मुझे जैसी का हाइपर चार्ज मिला. अरे वाह. Kangaroo chana besana.
To say, well, we don't want to give that over to Sergeant. I want to point out the Eve ban here. That's something that we've seen.
At least 30% भी
they've been passing
नहीं.
that back and forth between them here. Shooting Star is definitely a map where you can find some value, but the Gene.
रेवेनेंट की हार्ड रहेगा ये मैच. मैच तो हर एक गेम हार्ड है भाई. किसी के सामने भी खिला लो तुम्हें यही लगेगा कि रेवेनेंट जीत नहीं सकती, लेकिन ठीक है. They can do it. यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो आगे भी कर ही लेंगे भाई. क्या ही दिक्कत है.
That Gene we've seen in time and time again for Revenant can bring home some absolute goods. Meg gonna come in for STMN. The Mandy for me, I would have sneered down on it until I saw Bobby on it the other day in Bounty, and it really did knock me for 6.
We just saw Crazy Raccoon play a very similar composition on Bounty. The problem for them was that if they couldn't get value out of the Mandy and they fell behind in stars,
Sergeant ने जीन बहुत बढ़िया जीन पुल किए थे, तो वही कंटिन्यू करना चाहेगा.
From behind can be a real problem with this composition.
अभी कौन सा हाइपर सबसे अच्छा है? मेरे पास अभी स्पाइक शैली और जैसी का है. सब अपने हिसाब से सही हैं। शैली का उसमें सबसे बेकार है फिलहाल के लिए, जैसी का दूसरे नंबर पे सबसे बेकार है, तीसरे नंबर पे स्पाइक, और फिर आता है लो जो कि जॉर्ड है भाई, जॉर्ड, लेकिन उसको चार्ज करना मुश्किल है। उसके ऊपर आता है फिर अपनी रोसा भैया का मुशुम मुशुम, वो एक्चुअल में गेम चेंजर है।
The Grey gets brought in here now. Dimensional door smacks of all in potential. You have multiple mechanisms.
अब बुल भैया तो अपना अलग ही लेवल पे चल रहे हैं, कुछ छोड़ ही दो।
You also have the repositioning. Even the walking cane can give you an opportunity if you're able to line someone up here. I like it for Revenant, but it's pretty telegraphed as to when they want to try and go for those stars, for those eliminations. And hey, let's go for another sharpshooter. Bell picked up.
I think the Bell is going to work really, really nicely into that 8-bit, and of course the Mark probably likely to try to land on that Genie, trying to eradicate that magic hand from the mix. But again, I think for 8-bit, it's not going to be as easy now, and not as smooth sailings as it was going to be otherwise. And certainly, I feel the Meg is a risky affair. I know that Trav is
मेरे पास 23,000 गोल्ड है, तो कौन सा है परचेस करूं? जो तुम्हें ज्यादा यूजफुल लगता है तुम्हारे हिसाब से वो तुम यूज करो। जो ब्राउज़र तुम ज्यादा खेलते हो पहले उसका लेने का ट्राई करो।
It's almost impossible to lose. That's really what Sans is going to look to do here. Trade some health and potentially the Meg here for the Blue Star. Okay, Walking Cane comes in, but all of a sudden attention turned in Sergeant's direction. He's one tap away from getting picked off, and Sans says, no Meg, no problem. We got Blue Star and we got 2 extra.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there for me from Sergeant's side. It was 1v2. It was never going to be going his way. Let's see what Response can achieve here. Looking for the Walking Cane connection now, coming around, just trying to get a couple of taps along the way. But it is, again, that Blue Star that could be instrumental towards the end. 3-star lead so far for STMN, and Trishant not having a great time on that left-hand side lane. Far side to tap.
बच गया भाई।
Probably getting drawn in there, but still
और भाई,
Sergeant
nice
Response
one.
will use another Walking Cane to secure that elimination. Still a 2-star, Blue Star lead here for STMN, and the Mark goes in onto the 8-bit.
But now the plugged-in star power for Trishant will provide that additional maneuverability, and STMN find themselves in that back spawn side as Revenant just sort of gearing things up. If they get Sergeant to gain super, then things dangerous. But he goes down. 7 stars over to STMN.
Zenz just jumps back in the mech. Now it's the power play for STMN. A chance to move up the map here. Response, yeah, has dimensional door. He might go in for an assassination attempt here, but there's no good targets. The Blue Star is on the Meg, but she has the least number of stars at 2. Not many great opportunities here for Revenant. They're going to come forward regardless now. Make use of this gene pool. This could be big.
Sergeant finds Sans, it'll be huge, but Sans has got gadget, his availability as well. That toolbox might come back as the only thing in favor for Revenant. Let's see those 25 seconds fast approaching on the clock. Can Revenant find the space and find these connections?
Bobby there had the slow gadget ready for a potential engage, but eventually he has to use it anyway. Response still has the chance to close the gap with that dimensional door, but Sergeant slow. He draws Sans in and gives his life.
मिस कर दिया।
Response now trying to get away through the door of his own, but he comes off second best, and that mark means Trishard is easy prey.
Zar was on a slither of HP but stays alive, and that's going to bring STMN the first win
Team
of
Jeans.
today.
Not close.
ये क्या हो रहा है?
Not remotely close here. Again, it kind of played out as we expected. The Meg moves up the map and says, hey, I'm going to get this Blue Star one way or another. Then Sergeant wants to fight them. He wants to opt into a 1v2. Sans collapses, and then you have a 3-star lead with a Meg that's made so much space, and your sharpshooters can go to work. You have nest eggs in mid. You have the slowing gadget from Mandy. You have so many things to keep people off. You have to try and full-on engage.
This is the issue with Revenant. They are a super aggressive team, but STMN are equally so, but they've got that ability to really time their runs, and look at this, also already 7 stars. STMN have got that perfect balance between aggression and defense.
Shield gear disengaged there from Response. Tons of poke damages. Bobby's able to stay alive. The Sugar Ray not quite finding the mark. Response is just able to get away with a tick from those magic puffs to keep them standing. A mark on Trishard, almost a second thrown in from Zar, dominating the 8-bit, keeping that huge source of damage out of the fight, and Bobby gets another one. This is not good enough for Revenant.
Huge taps from Bobby. Response still going on the aggressiveness. It's 2 versus 1. Tries to land the Walking Cane, not going to have it. Sergeant's got to land this pull and bring something home. Try to equal out the scoreline. Well, there's the first sign of it. Trishard tries. Oh,
अरे भाई, मैजिक एंड भी नीचे पकड़ा है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा। हेलो जयेश भाई, भाई मैच से अच्छा खेल सकते हैं, अभी पता चला।
Can't quite get the mix, so some more stars handed over, but it's traded every time. Zar goes down. 3-star lead for STMN. The gap is closing, but they come back, and there's a Megan Mech.
अभी भी चांस है. Come on, come on, come on.
Time is with Revenant. They got a good hold on the mid.
अरे भाई क्यों खा रही है मार? रिस्पॉन्स भाई क्या हो गया?
But look at this, the slow onto Shashan. Leesman walking target. Great pull though. It's only a 3-star differential.
They need Bobby. They need Bobby. 5 stars sitting on that Mandy right now. Arc response again marked up, so they're all in potential for Grey. Seriously diminished. Zara more than happy, I think, to trade some taps here as Sands tries to burn through this damage amp. 14 seconds left in the round now, and Grey still out of the fight. He needs to try and get in, but survive with that mark on him. Great collects on the Sands now. It's a series for Revenant Esports here. Bobby trying to stay alive, but they need more.
नहीं, बॉबी नल्ले मार दिया उसको. बहुत क्लोज था. अगर वापस चला जाता तो रिस्पॉन्स तो बढ़िया रिस्पॉन्स हो जाता, लेकिन
it didn't look quite as clean though as that previous game. Nonetheless, a set is a set, and Revenant were just a bit slow to the mark. And we were discussing coming into this match, you know, have STMN adapted from their old ways of losing those first sets? Well, if that's anything to go by, I think that is how you start Championship Sunday.
It's crazy how much that map is really dictated by the bell mark here. I mean, if you aren't picking sharpshooters and you want a hard engaged composition, that's totally fine. But when Grey, normally the one that goes forward, gets marked up, he just disintegrates under the smallest bit of scrutiny. You can see how it plays out here. Sands getting full value out of the mech. Trishard often forced to play right on back. He can't come forward at all. Zar, not normally the designated sharpshooter here, looked unbelievable on the bell.
This is the thing for me, you know, Bobby and Sands are already the flashiest players on this squad. And Zar, when he pops off, it is a sight of sheer beauty. It really, really is. But he has been a bit coy.
ये देखो यहाँ पे हम लीड में थे.
Coming to his own now, I think that is a really nice way to start for him.
Zar's been playing a lot of Mr. P and a lot of Eve, right? So a little bit more utility and sort of more consistent damage brawlers. Outside of the flashy, the burst damage ones here, normally reserved for Bobby, as you can probably understand, but great showing from him. And again, 370 DPS. Pure consistency from Bell, who obviously doesn't have the greatest fire rate. And again, makes it hard to close the gap with those nest eggs here. Really impressive showing from STMN, but this is their playbook. This is not surprising from them. It's such a straightforward comp, and it's something that we'll see Crazy Raccoon also go for here. And if you can't hit those gene pools, a couple of those crucially missing, Bobby knows to the pixel how far back to stand from Sergeant Clash in a couple of those occasions, and he baits those supers out.
Bizarre circus.
Yeah, for me, Revenant as well. I've got to rethink things just a little bit. Maybe underestimating STMN in that regard, and for Hot Zone, he's got to find that perfect balance between going on that aggressive, but also trying to land the pressure, trying to keep STMN on those backlines and low HP and buy down the clock in their favor. But ultimately, the draft as well is where STMN feel like, to me, they've got a good handle on things. They kind of read Revenant Esports pretty well so far. Can they continue to do that in this next draft?
This Revenant team, they're skilled, right? Skilled and scrappy, but the polish of STMN Esports is hard to put a scratch on in so many of these instances. STMN are so drilled in their protocols when it comes to draft, when it comes to how to deal with a star lead, a star deficit there on Bounty. And Ring of Fire are expected to be much the same. This is a map that really is governed by an overarching game plan. Here the bands, of course, Pam taking away. Let's deal with that. Lou also out of the
hard
picture.
zone, what zone आता ही क्यों
No
है?
tanks, say STMN.
I think there's some really good bands here for STMN, Pam, Lou, brawlers that I've been complaining about all weekend long on Hot Zone specifically, and for good reason. I mean, you know, Lou is just going to have that insta-stun, and that is just something that STMN do not want to run
That's
with.
my boy!
The tribe above sitting in the audience there, waiting for the later stages of our next match.
Magic seems like the only missing piece from the Tribe Nation, right? Just to really take the decibel level up to 11. So, great addition there, guys. Very clever signing. Look forward to seeing him in the red. All right, here's Bell coming up for STMN Esports again. We just know how powerful she is on this map. Get control of mid, leave a bunch of traps in your wake, and it is dangerous to step up.
It's going to be really nice to have
कितने चलेगा ये?
Lola as well. Those shots are going to ricochet
बज रहे हैं 5:30.
trickle down the HP over time, but they're lacking that
चार
aggressive
मैच और
spike
बाकी हैं.
for those lane sides. Really quite like that, but you know, for the reason that it's going to be good into Stu, and Stu is that kind of more
4 घंटे वो
lane
मान लो.
side, skip around the whole thing and try to assert your authority. But I'd like to see a Tara come into play as a result of that spike pick now, because Stu's going to be off the cards now a little bit for Revenant.
Yeah, absolutely. Often we see students
सेमीफाइनल में इंडिया की टीम रहेगी नहीं, क्या ही मजा आएगा. मजा फिर भी आएगा भाई, क्योंकि फिल्टर्ड टीम पहुंचेगी और मजा आएगा. क्रेजी रकून,
Mr. P comes up for Revenant
Zeta.
Esports. The first time we've seen this brawler picked on Ring of Fire. I would say middling success at times. We know how powerful he can be playing from behind that wall, and the porters are annoying for single-shot brawlers here, of which STMN have a few. We'll see how it pays out.
A brawler which STMN really love to have for themselves, actually, so that could be part of the
Bizarre classic.
Yeah, it really has been all weekend long. Let's see how they want to finalize things. They're lacking the aggressor still, and that for me is the glaringly obvious sign for this third and final pick. Cordelius, I don't mind that one at all. I prefer to a Centaura, but I mean, ultimately, if STMN want to bring in a final pick tank now, they're going to be reconsidering.
Absolutely. So many of those tanks banned, so not a lot of good ones left, if I'm honest with you. Can he play Meg here?
It's something that they could consider doing. It's going to be really kind of hazardous with that Cordelius, who can just effectively bring you into the realm from that middle little pocket. I mean, you know, getting you off the objective, having no time there.
जेटा को पेल देंगे वो लोग और क्या वो जो पुरानी टीम की तो और जम के पेला जाएगा
It's going to be
बहुत
very slow
कुटाई
to
की
gain hypercharge, but the Colette ban means that they're kind of forced to consider something like that. 2 hypercharges on the side of STMN to the 0 on the side of Revenant. That's a scary prospect here for me.
Very control-oriented composition now for STMN. We've seen on Kaboom Canyon. Teams try and bring that Jesse in here because they refuse to give up control of that middle grassy area. Not much different here on Ring of Fire. It's really about keeping Scrappy nice and healthy and have them fire off shots to demand attention. And of course, under hypercharge, Scrappy becomes a completely different beast here. Great start for STMN in this series so far. Convincing win in the end on Bounty. Let's head now to Ring of Fire.
Well, Sergeant lurk in this left-hand side. A lovely little gadget jump in, and now in a very good spot. Aggressing Bobby gets the takedown as well. Can he find Zar? Low HP for him, though, and probably going to have to come back a little now. This curveball to be hard to juke, and Sands finds the pinch.
Finally, they get rid of the Cordelius here. Zar very quickly wants to take bush control here. He doesn't want to allow that to happen once more. Once Cordelius gets up behind those bowling pins, he's very scary. Bobby down, no Trishard, really holding his own in mid. Eventually has to be traded out. The response now wants to chase Sands. That Jesse is dead and buried.
I'm loving this from Revenant. Sergeant forcing Bobby into the realm, but Bobby stays firm, lands the tap, and now very much on things. Marking up to show with 3 follow-up zaps. Bobby popping off.
Response though plays forward here. Annoying position for Mr. P to beat in, but Sands forces him back. Now, can set up a Scrappy here. 2 nest eggs on the point. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Revenant to get back in. Here come the porters now. On that left-hand side, dueling out with a lifeblood. Here's Zar just leaving some catnip for them on the left. Response gets caught in that super for a time, but it's not enough to be followed up upon. A very close game now as Revenant draw even.
Sharp pops the nest egg and will go down, leaving Sergeant in a 2 versus 2 scenario here. Bobby and Sands both landing things. They've got to get back on the zone now to bring things to tie. Response to the left-hand side.
Good.
He's going to go down so easily here, and now we're tied game.
A pinch from Bobby to the left-hand side, knowing that Zar needed help against the porters, and they get the brawler elimination to boot. That is just next-level mind link here. No connection of the mark there on response. Sergeant trying to step up here. Sands with a turret, but no real good opportunity to set it up. And nest egg eaten by Trishard at a good time, to be fair. Taken away when there's no risk of getting picked off instantly. Now have to dodge the taps, and Bobby wasn't born yesterday, my guy.
Oh, Sergeant just gets over that left-hand side just in the nick of time as well. But now, look at this, 75% in closing. Revenant needs to get on the zone right now. They've only got 20% left of time. Sergeant forces Zara into the realm, but Bobby is the person they've got to get off the zone, and he's still there.
He will not be shifted. A mark on the Sergeant here. Just one shot would do it. Response goes to 28. Bobby almost in 1v2 territory there. STMN have to wait. Here comes Sands. Would like to build a Scrappy up, I'm sure of it. Trying to go the old-fashioned way with some of these shots. And that's a big old turret on the point here. STMN is our house.
Sands couldn't have got hypercharge at any better time.
Or any later, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, it took a while, but
Usan अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा तू भी on है.
As Revenant were clawing things back, and I was worried for STMN. That's the best showing we've seen so far from Revenant, and that gives me a little bit of hope.
Draft is good. I think the Cordelius is really scary to deal with, and like you said, he can use his super from safe territory, right? Take someone out of the game, make it impossible for them to contest. And then Mr. P, constantly a nuisance over the course of that round.
भाई झुंड बना के खेल लिए.
Shots to the mid, but look at Sergeant again, really utilizing these urgent gadgets to try to get these trades, and the right-hand side sounds
nice.
Just Zar on the mid now, but he's doing a pretty decent job. Life plant to keep him in the mix, and now all eyes on response to clear up that right-hand side.
Level of rotation into mid there by Zar with 2 teammates down. He keeps STMN within striking distance in percentage. He'll go down. Oh, the trade avoided there by Sergeant Sands. Oh goodness, that could have been ugly. Sergeant doesn't quite get the 1 versus 2, but STMN are crippled at the moment.
Revenant Esports know that the early game really does favor them, and just exacerbating the Cordelius early on is going to be risky in the late game, but very good for them in the early game. There it is again. One more gadget, I believe, available for Sergeant. He might find Bobby. Bobby comes out on top. Lands a tap to Rashad, and now all 3 members of STMN pushing the zone.
Got to convert this, though, into a percentage lead. Revenant have been all over the point for so much of this round. The mark was great for Bobby Sands, easily able to follow up on that damage, but again, Sergeant Clash is such a problem. Bobby lines him up, but again, we're at 69% almost and counting. Revenant Esports have such a healthy lead.
But now this is where STMN can really start to thrive. Strashant is marked up, and look at the ricochet in there between Response and Sergeant. Now approaching 40, and STMN are still looking pretty good. Sergeant, though, if he makes a play here into the zone, Bobby forced into the realm here. Zorro as well. Sergeant is just going to go super aggro here. Finds Bobby. Zar on the way out. Hypercharge popped in. Zar still standing.
And he's what? A super from Zar. Over to 1v2. The life plant not even required. And from here, STMN can build their comeback. Another mark connecting onto Lola Trishard, a non-factor on that spawn. Sergeant taking a ton of poke damage as well as Response can only look on and play from medium range.
STMN know that they cannot take any chances. They brought it back for a head game. Only 20% now remaining. Bobby Lowe, though, forced out of the position.
The life plant.
Revenant can bring this back.
Trishard now wants to move up. Revenant at 85 and counting. STMN behind once more. Santa's going to go with the hypercharge. Throws down the Scrappy. Good amount of health here, and they do force Revenant away. Bobby comes out of the Shadow Realm on top, though. Now 2 versus 2 as Trishard is low as he gets 91 and counting. Response was hoping for more, but STMN now get themselves a lead. Sergeant steps up. We'll have to 1v2, but Sans says no, he's traded. And STMN, that's 2 on the trot.
2-0 की लीड हो गई है बढ़िया
I think it may have gone the way of Revenant, very close to cool, but nonetheless STMN put in the work. The insurance policy was there, the set is theirs.
We said it already, Revenant are scrappy. They're very skilled players, and their draft, frankly, was excellent. We saw a much more controlling setup from STMN, but when Bobby gets Bell, well, actually, don't let it get to that point. Don't let it get to that point. Incredibly, incredibly effective. The nest eggs yield insta-kill opportunities in so many cases, and Bobby doesn't miss these marks. He just doesn't. Able to cycle his super in some of these occasions onto multiple targets as he brings them down. The extra durability from positive feedback. Bell is an absolute menace in his hands.
Yeah, STMN have got to be feeling good about their odds at the moment, but they can't get ahead of themselves. We've seen it time and time again, giving your opposition even just a glimmer, a glimpse of momentum, and everything can turn, everything can shift. So far, so good for them, but one singular draft out and then things can go wrong. So certainly in this downtime, they're going to be discussing things moving forwards and just ensuring that everything's kept in that right place.
I just want to point out, though, that this is an STMN Esports that start strong in a series. That's always a good sign. Normally, they have to kind of bring it back later on in the day.
रेवेनेंट की नल्लागिरी पता है क्या है वो ये ब्रॉलर लेते ही नहीं जिनके हाइपर चार्ज हैं भाई है हाइपर चार्ज वाले ब्रॉलर लेने में तुम्हें क्या टट्टियां लग जाती है मैं तो अभी तक समझ नहीं पाया भाई
Very, very close, though, in the end. A huge lead. Let's not forget it was like a 50-odd% lead built up. Sans 13 eliminations. 13!
Save some for the rest of them, Sans. Come on, you're always stealing the show when it comes to the stats. But nonetheless, I do feel like we are seeing STMN really working well as an overall unit. And that's kind of where things are lacking on the side of Revenant in this next set. They've got to get their comms flowing because their World Finals journey for India, their home region, could be ending here.
And Mr. P got picked up there by Revenant. We've seen it be effective in some cases, but those spawners not great against Bell. Just hit one of those porters, and then the spawner often gets hit very, very hard. Have that bounce around on the enemy side of the map. We digress. We're back to Brawl Ball here once more. Seen quite a few looks on this map. Heavy stun compositions, of course. The Sandy will be hotly contested through this draft. And this is the last chance for Revenant to show the world what they can do.
The pressure mounting with them, no doubt about it. They need to get this set, and that could well be all they need just to give themselves that boost and show and prove to us and to the world that they can take NA all the way. But a lot is riding on this, and sometimes that pressure, that tension can get the better of people. Looking for a loot band. It is there on the side of Revenant. Cordelius, though, still available. Willow band, Barley, and the Dynamite triple thrower for STMN. They want to eradicate the control-based game first. Pick a spike, very safe idea. A good tank counter, of course, and the hypercharge, devastating. But that Stanley ban, I've got to say, it's really quite an underrated one. We've seen Stanley have such a high win rate. So that, combined with the loot and then the Charlie as well, it's a good starting hand for Revenant.
Maisie is available, though. That's something we've seen teams really look to try and bring in that previous series. We saw a very tanky comp from Totem. The Nita, the Rosa, who might add is available. They brought her in with Grow Light as well. Just given the way the map is a little bit less sparse.
एस्टीमन जल्दी जीत जा ट्राइब का मैच देखना है.
Love that from you, Ruba. I mean, it's just a brawler that I've warmed to a great deal. I was very
Chalo,
much on the
finally,
fence regarding her.
hypercharge वाला कोई brawler
Great
लिया.
hypercharge to cycle in here, but I'm really warming to Max. A brawler that really wasn't really on anyone's minds coming into the World Finals, whereas now, you know, Reply Totem bringing it in, Crazy Raccoon, of course, bringing it in. I kind of wonder whether we might see it come in for ST.
Just another case of the West taking trends from East Asia. Whether it's culture, fashion, or drafting in Brawl Stars, we tend to follow their lead. So the Nita comes in once more here. Revenant have a similar idea, of course, that faux fur.
अरे फिर से ओशी दिख गई भाई, उसी को दिखा रही है. देख रही हूँ मैं.
If you're a spike, right? Like you are single shot brawler. STMN might consider a way to get around this, but it's not as if it's as easy as dealing with Tara's, you know, help from beyond. Like you can't just get an AoE brawler and be happy with that. Cordelius, though, I love it. It's been so powerful and stewed around things out. Okay, hyper mobile, hyper aggressive, with the spike really being that point of consistency. The rock here in a side lane for STMN.
I wonder if it's going to be Gale. Just, I mean, normally you see the speed zone with Stu, and if that is the case, then there'll be no wall break. But ultimately, if they do see the Gale, they could then change that gadget going in. Buster, ooh, that's actually quite a tasty one for me from Revenant. Again, the Cordelius is going to have a relatively decent matchup into it and forcing it into the realm, but you know, you can do the same with Nita as well. The Cordelius for me is probably my favorite.
Revenant हारेगा.
Look, I like the Buster because once again that
भाई यहाँ नहीं हारेगा तो आज ही तो हार ही जाएगा. Crazy Raccoon में बोल रहा हूँ, बहुत ज़्यादा chances है कि वही final जीतेगा.
Divert them. We've seen it against tank compositions, right? You know, against Daryl's, for example, just tug him out of the way, make sure he can't get to your squishy brawlers, and also against Stu, right? Yank him on in, stun him up for just a moment, long enough. Just got to hold Stu in place for long enough to get rid of him. But Stu, the room for individual skill expression is unreal, and that's what I'm looking for from Bobby. He's delivered so far this weekend.
For me, the bus is a great kind of, oh, here we go. Can this be a walk in? It's a
Oh,
very
GG's.
14 seconds of the
बढ़िया गोल.
Fast
Fast paced गोल यहाँ पर होते हुए. ओ भाई
I
साहब,
think he's able
क्या
to
बात.
finally get Sergeant, but the ball had already been sent off there. Zar, a non-factor in that last push. Here's Trishant into the Shadow Realm now for Sands, who just wants to make sure he won't be snapping that ball up anytime soon.
Looking for Sands to see him go on the aggressive hit. Trishant very quickly taken care of. He did earn Bear, though, before he went down, so that will certainly be there for all this defense. And it's going to have to be a good one at that, as
Sergeant
very, very low here.
Oh, no.
Yep, easily gone down for the curveball, and Bobby tries to find the angle. Can't get the goal, but the ball's still there. Response to come in and just try to deflate this push.
Yeah, pretty frustrating for STMN. The Bear timing pretty good here from Trishant. You really feel like they were looking to convert that 3 versus 2 into a goal. Bobby with some wall break here. He wants to deny Nita these safe havens across the map.
Ball pushed firmly into the corner there by Response. Sergeant coming forward has the hypercharge, but looking now for the super as well. And Sands trying to get the upper hand and does so in a really nice manner. Trishant, though, going to be able to get a Bear maybe off the back of this. One shot away from it. Response is the last man standing, but that ball there just firmly in the corner of Response, and Revenant just all playing defense.
It's really in a safe spot here for Revenant right now. They'd have to suffer a crippling team wipe in their own territory to be able to...
भाई double.
Here it comes. This might be it. Super thrown out under hypercharge there by Zar. Response just really just walking inside that.
अरे भाई कैसे?
Cycle supers now, and the ball finds its
क्या भाई इसके सुपर पर खड़ा ही हुआ है भाई, क्या करना क्या चाह रहा है?
walking around in circles inside that.
Zar played a wonderful offense there, and STMN all tied up. Bobic using that gassy hill to keep himself in the mix, but Sergeant coming in with the hypercharge. Sands forcing him into the realm, but it's a 1v1 in the meanwhile for
GG's.
Zar. It's going to be a
बढ़िया.
Esports game.
Sands took himself off the map. They were in a 2 versus 3, and he took someone in the Shadow Realm, leaving one defender left for STMN. Crucial error there in the final moments. Love the play from the Maisie. Dash forward, you see a low health target behind an unbreakable wall. You know your shockwave can secure the elimination, give you a brawler advantage, and then you look to capitalize.
Yeah, thumbs down.
One more game away for a set for Revenant. And again, that would be a monumental lift here. Look at his early response with the gadget as well. It's almost a goal.
Oh, बच गया.
Nova coming in.
नहीं बचा. गोल तो अभी भी है. Yeah, जेम जेम.
Dangerous, such a powerful high damage composition.
मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, ये लोग हाइपर चार्ज वाला नहीं ले रहे हैं, यही गलती कर रहे हैं और कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं.
Bobby trying to keep his distance here from Sergeant, who lines Sands up and brings him down. Response is more than happy to take this damage. They also get a free super out of Zar. They'll take that happily.
SCMN are on the borrowed time here now. The bear coming in from the left-hand side and the chaos in the mid. Sergeant there with huge explosion.
Easy set win for Revenant. Lens bomb.
Maisie is too good. You have to have a plan. If you leave her open in picks and bans, you need a way to mitigate her flexibility. She is so good getting in people's faces and also with that mid to long range damage. They need to look good as well. Here's the problem when you've got these single shot brawlers, Stu.
स्टेडियम में हो गया सन्नाटा कि जो भन्ना के जो पड़ा है इनको चाटा दिखा रहे थे नीचे thumbs down हो गई उनकी लुल्ली down.
Nicely done here for Revenant. They win that one in the drafts.
Yeah, not great from STMN. Didn't really look like they got in that game much, did they? They were always playing catch up, and those early moments from Revenant, they just made them count and just kept the pressure on the entire time. I mean, there was very little in those games, in those moments that STMN were
यार भाई टैरेंट बन रहा था.
How
cool was that goal? अरे बहुत बढ़िया गोल था भाई, एकदम चकाचक.
Super rotation there from Zar, throwing it down in front of the goals, knowing Revenant had to walk into it to defend. That was
ये थोड़ा सा मिस हो गया था, लेकिन बढ़िया कवर कप कर लिया सार्जेंट ने उधर पे.
Sands able to take him down, but he draws him out of position. Sands gets knocked back by the shockwave into his own goals. It damages you from behind walls. It forces you back.
Let's
With
go.
hypercharge, it
Let's
also
go.
fires
Let's go.
off
Let's
your
go. Let's
projectiles
go.
in all
Let's go. Let's go.
directions.
Let's go.
It's
Let's go.
disgusting. It's so good. Zar with a ungodly.
झार को तो झरिए झरिया मारेंगे भाई, टेंशन न लो.
I need to be half the time.
Yeah, I'm not really convinced
पूरा
that SCMN
शरीर पे झरिया के निशान बना देंगे हम.
feeling good about it. I think they made
छान
a couple
देंगे
of errors
उसको
along
बढ़िया
the
से.
way. I mean, certain brawlers just kind of
झर जाएगा अभी.
mix. When that Sandy band is there, the Buster is kind of like the
अरे आंटी क्या ठूस रहे हो अकेले अकेले.
goal scoring opportunities. But the Nita, we've seen it time and time again. It's very, very tough to deal with. It just didn't feel like the draft that SCMN were looking for.
I suppose the real story here, Ark, is that Revenant are on the board properly here. They win that set, they stave off that match point and potential sweep from SEM and Esports. And now we can head over to Gem Grab, a well-traveled map over the course of this weekend. Those bushes will dictate how this pick and ban plays out.
अब हार गई अगर स्टैमिना तब मजा आएगा. अरे भाई स्टेडियम में सन्नाटा छा जाएगा, थोड़ा फोड़ी मच जाएगी.
Being able to just really close the gap quickly, the hypercharge absolutely devastating with her, and the additional speed buff alongside the the gadget as well. It's just really, really tough to deal with. A great map for Rosa for
अब बताओ रेवेनेंट Esports तो बजट नहीं है, बेचारे को एक दिला देते टैब. सार्जेंट जी ऊपर चढ़ के खड़ा हुआ है भाई. चाचा थोड़ा पीछे हो जाओ, किस काम के कोच हो भाई, ना तुम कोई डायरी लेके आए हो, ना कोई डायरी, ना पेन पेंसिल, कुछ ना टैबलेट. इतना कम बजट इंडिया का. अच्छी
to close the gap with consistency. Both teams get into Grey. We've seen that all-in set up from Grey. It's very frightening. STMN, because they don't want to first pick Maisie, realize they have to ban her.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. But again,
सन्नाटा ही चाहिए मेरे को.
still available. Amber's going to be the choice for Revenant. I mean, it's certainly going to be that brawler to just get.
कोच नहीं, फोर्थ प्लेयर है, पर वो तो पता है कभी कभी खेलता है वो रिस्पॉन्स की जगह पर.
If SCMN want to pick it up, now's the time to do so.
लेकिन जब वो खेलता है तब मजा आता है भाई. प्लीज कम टू ब्राजील. अच्छे हैं, तू टिकट के पैसे भेज, वीजा मैं करा लूंगा, रहने का तू इंतजाम कर दे, खाना मैं खुद खा लूंगा. अब आ रहा हूँ मैं ब्राजील.
Yeah, Revenant Esports, they've added a bunch more players recently. Got a jersey change as well. Loving that. That tribe front row still getting loud as the NA loyal make sure their voices are heard. Oh my goodness. You got Sandy and Lou?
देखो
Is this a dream?
रेवेनेंट से हारने से ज्यादा ट्राइब के हारने पर जो खुशी होगी भाई साहब, मजा ही आ जाएगा, मैं बता रहा हूँ। ट्राइब वाले जो इतने बैठ के टपर टपर लगे रहते हैं ना, एक और बार हार बच जाए मजा ही आ जाएगा, मतलब दिल से बिल्कुल गुदगुदी हो जाएगी, इसका मजा ही आ जाएगा भाई साहब। ट्राइब वाले हारे तो सही।
I don't necessarily mind it. It's not my favorite pick though. I'm much more enjoying the sounding the loop.
We are looking at very powerful brawlers, especially individually, right? In terms of how they combine, I wouldn't necessarily say there's a super cohesive strategy or like a protocol they're all trying to fit in, but all on their own, they can stand on their own 2 feet. They're all, you know, I mean, at least Otis and Lou are very viable gem carriers here.
ट्राइब नहीं आ रही है भाई, अरे ओशी चुम्मी देगी भाई, हार जाएगी अभी देखो। ऐसे कैसे नहीं आ रही?
On gem grab, so crucial though. Getting vision of those bushes. Your sort of auto attack really lights those up for you.
Yeah, vision gear absolutely going to be giving a lot of value over to Revenant. It's certainly like a bit of a previous meta pick for me.
Yeah.
It was always very, very good on double swoosh, but I'm not too sure whether I am liking it. But what I do know is that Revenant do land the mark with those pulls time and time again. So I think for what is their champion brawler to bring it in now makes a lot of sense. They've got to keep these sets alive. Take it all the way to the 5th. Trishant coming in.
Nice one.
Being dropped. Sansa will come in as well. Take one for himself. That's okay for STMN, but not the greatest of starts.
I think you're going to see Zara play very aggressively here. Jean is a safe mid, but not a powerful one. And if Zara can close the gap here, especially if he can find a mute, Jean will never win in that head-to-head. Sergeant, yeah, playing very cannily behind those indestructible boxes here. His response is setting up an oil trail on the left.
Yeah, trying to earn a super back over time and then just add more oil to the mix, just keep everything fully exposed. And when that happens, there's going to be little that STMN can do to hide here. Trishant trying to connect the gadget there. Sans staying alive though, and the help of Zar. This should be okay, but the pull comes in.
GG's.
Eradicate it.
Yeah, Sergeant Clash, nicely done there. Again, the pull not really being able to be used on Bobby to secure those gems, but it really quiets ST-Men down on that left-hand side. Sergeant opts out of it. All of a sudden, he's like, response is really contributing to deforestation.
Nice one. क्या पुल कर रहा भाई, मजा आ गया देख के। बढ़िया, मिडिल कंट्रोल पूरा ले लो। नाइस वन। अरे अरे हट भाई, हट जा। हाँ, बच गए। उसका हाइपर चार्ज आ गया भाई, जमा देगा ये तो।
Game. Sergeant needs to re-earn the magic hand as well. Bobby gonna get the stun on the gem carrier. Sands though, low HP, can't contest it. Trishant with the steal. The mute from Zara is huge.
Nice one. Nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one.
It's hard to reset.
Sergeant able to pick up so many of those gems there.
GG.
To stand and deliver. The Sandstorm though won't help him close the gap as it's saving Private Sergeant. As response heads straight to the top of the map to defend the Gene.
Yeah. Yeah.
Composition. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, things are starting to spiral out of control. STMN have got to get a stop to this.
हार दो झरिया को भाई, वहीं ले जाकर झरिया झरिया मारो उसको साले को।
It's going to be a tough set to recoup for them, but response for me is a bit of a problem. They've got to be able to get that left-hand side lane under control as quickly as possible.
Buster, I think is still a problem. Ark, I think you highlighted that really well. Look at Trishant, so aggressive. Oh dear. Zar's able to avoid the gadget, sucking him in, but still he's a little bit low HP going up against the tank. And look at how much respect Trishant has guarded. The stun is good though, and it will be a capitalization. The Buster's off the map for now.
Lovely fat splatter there as well. Sergeant keeping him low. There is still that Sandstorm available. Look at this, it's a complete adaptation for STMN. I really do quite like it. Now, going in super...
अरे उनके बेस पे ये लोग खड़े हैं, इनके बेस पे ये खड़े हैं, भाई चल क्या रहा है?
In enemy territory is designed to make it impossible for Buster to get involved in the fight. Sergeant, yes, has a couple of gems for now, but they've been dropped. Sands happy to trade his life for the genes. And Zar steps away after removing response. Trishant would be ill-advised to pick those gems up. He'll leave them in his home territory and let Sergeant recoup.
I love this from STMN. They're just trying to make the environment so chaotic and it's just all over the place. Bobby getting clear up the left-hand side, but Sands wants the gem carrier. Starts the Sergeant and the gem is dropped, but not going to outstay his welcome.
Yeah, and in the meantime, 4 gems spawn in the mid. This isn't up for a countdown now, but Bobby still wants a piece of the action. It's a Song of Ice. Oh! Response gets brought down. Double stun to Sergeant and Trishant have nowhere to go. And STMN look to lock it up now.
Oh yeah.
For Buster to get the gadget value, his response almost gets frozen.
It's a match point now.
Sandy Blizzard, I don't want to be there at all. That'll be STMN Esports firing back here on Gen
Match point.
Ooh, that was done, baby. That was nice.
What a response from STMN. It was just pure chaos. They take away all formality of the situation. The Revenant were just trying to keep things nice and tidy. Your mid-gem carries, your lane aggressors. STMN were just like herding sheep the entire time.
Walk back through this with me, right? They group up as 3. Immediately they go for Trishan. Then they go to Revenant Esports side of the map and throw a sandstorm down to make it impossible for Buster to help out the rest of the team. Nicely countered. Can you do it again, though? Because it looks like Trishan is not playing nearly as aggressively this round.
Sands low here, a burn again from response, and that was what was so vital in that first game for them. Trishan low here, fast spots from Zal, beautifully done, just to get that inner connection, and now 3 versus 2 gems in the mid going the way of Bobby.
Remember, this comp allows for individual skill expression from STMN Esports. They're able to create opportunities with gadgets and star powers of their own. Mute connects on Sergeant, he doesn't mind. Pick up the gems.
Nice one. Finish kar usko, finish kar. Nice one. उठा ले.
STMN dropping the ball, losing composure here, and a vital
बढ़िया उड़ा. आग लगा दी. खींच ले. मार, दोनों को मार दो, उसको भी मार. Good one. जेम्स बटे हुए हैं, लेकिन अभी भी हमारी टीम के पास में चलेगा.
Subverting expectations. Tucson stunned, but there's not enough damage there for Sands. Bobby has to now get involved. But guess what? Another super's in his way. He can't bring the Buster down. He's low, but he's able to get a couple gems away. Now, with gems spilled everywhere.
अरे नहीं, क्यों?
Come in and snap them all up for himself. This could be the dying breath.
अरे भाई, क्या नल्लापंती करी, क्या गोबर हगा वहाँ पे भाई. खींच उसको. अरे भाई, क्या गोबर किया भाई उधर पे.
Last year, STMN couldn't bring their ideal roster to Worlds. Sands had to sit at home and look on as they tried to battle with the rest of the world. But this time, the wind is at their back. The odds are in their favor. And there's a semi-final berth waiting.
I'm so impressed with Revenant. I'm just going to come out and say it. It's such a tough thing to get even a set against North America, and to come in to put India very much now on the map in Brawl Esports. Despite it not being the result they were hoping for, they can be so proud of what they've achieved this year, and I cannot wait to see more as to what they bring to the table next year.
Coming out of that Group A, which we may as well dub the Group of Death, because that's how it turned out with the amount of close matches that occurred. Revenant had to fight tooth and claw to get to this semi-final, only to have to face STMN, who look like one of the
0% vote for response. Wow.
Right now. It's a tough ask.
Finally,
1%
आया.
was awfully close. They know they can rely on that Buster pick in many occasions here. And no matter how powerful these individual brawlers that STMN drafted were, the Buster can shut them all down with that montage. Trishan was trying to find his flow. Do I play aggressive on that right side, or do I try and play back a little bit and be more supportive? Unfortunately, it took him too late to find the right answer.
I mean, this just was a set that could have gone either way for me. I mean, that second game where STMN just knew they had to make some form of change.
भाई यहाँ पर हो गए थे 11 जेम्स. अरे भाई देखो 11 जेम्स हो गए, पीछे जाना.
It was as good as Schultz onto the 5th. There was that beautiful double stun from Bobby, and honestly, that was.
मेरे को तो ये लॉजिक ही नहीं समझ में आया इन लोगों का. 11 जेम्स लेके भाई पीछे जाएगा कि आगे जाएगा उधर लड़ने के लिए भाई. क्योंकि अगर मरेगा भी तो अपने बेस पे मरेगा, दूसरा बंदा उठा लेगा.
Just dirty, absolutely filthy. And that's what I mean about individual skill expression. That's why you pick this comp. That can be feast or famine, I guess. You know, if you're not connecting a lot of those shots. But now this team are going to go further than before. I can feel it. Than ever before. STMN. Oh my God, son. My goodness, 496 DPS. That is It's messed up, man. It's actually messed up.
Yeah, and a full team effort. Everyone on the same scoreline in terms of the takedowns. But Sergeant Clash on 5 had a really, really good game there as well for me. I mean, the team pick did have a lot of moments. The Amber was really smart. I think in terms of a draft, I mean,
बॉलीवुड की मूवी देखी है ना, एक बार जो मैंने कदम आगे बढ़ा दिया तो पीछे नहीं देखता ना, इसलिए
one North American roster has managed to advance to the semi-finals. There is another waiting in the rings, the legendary Tribe Gaming. But in order to make it there, they have to overcome a rival as old as the BSC. That's right. Once again, we are running it back. Tribe Gaming, SK Gaming. A rivalry that's really bubbled, fomented over the years here, of course. In the past, Tribe have managed to get the edge, but SK Gaming are a different team. They've got a different look, and I think they might just be a different beast this year.
Yeah, I tend to agree, but the organization battles over the year really have always been prevalent, haven't they? I mean, you know, on social media, on the world stage, everywhere you look, it had to come down to this. It was inevitable to me that we were going to have that Tribe versus SK Gaming matchup. Let's take a look as well, the MVP.
Yeah, before we get too far ahead, let's throw it back a little bit here. I don't know, man. Bobby deserved it yesterday, I think, on both occasions. And there it is. It's your boy, Big B. Fantastic player. Didn't have to be sharpshooters all the time for this guy to show what he was made of. Really impressed with how this team has come together. We've never seen an STMN look nearly this ferocious, man. I think it's their time.
For me, STMN have got the whole package. You know, they got the charisma, they got the skill, they got abilities to be able to go on the aggressive, but also play defense.
रिस्पॉन्स बहुत गोबर था
इसलिए
तो कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं कर पाए.
अगली
बार 3rd भी इंडियन होना चाहिए. थर्ड क्या, मैं बोलता हूँ पूरी टीम इंडियन होनी चाहिए, पूरा रोस्टर इंडियन होना चाहिए, और उनकी स्पॉन्सर्स भी इंडियन ही होने चाहिए, तब तो मजा आएगा.
So many back and forth results, and the winner goes on to take on STMN. So we either get a Tribe STMN, a regional clash, or SK against STMN. Unbelievable. And on the other side, we have two of the biggest East Asian orgs in the world.
अरे इसमें 19 वोट आए हैं, वाह.
Prove that they made the right decision, dropping those two East Asian teams and picking up Chasmat Gaming EU up against Shitampo, Tensai, Moya in the other semi-final. There's no place you want to be right now. You want to see the very best in Brawl Esports? Don't leave your seat. We'll be back after a short break.
This is so difficult. Brock. We can go? This is horrible.
Worst drawing ever?
Worst.
And I'm trying.
It's over.
Hello Krish, I am at 2500 points. What do you think? Will I get hypercharge today? हाँ, easy peasy है भाई. अगर आप ध्यान दोगे इधर, अभी आपने बताया आप ऑलरेडी 2500 पे हो. 4 मैचेस बाकी हैं, आपने चारों में के सिर्फ MVP गेस किए, तब भी आपके 400 पॉइंट तो वैसे ही हो जाएंगे. और इन बिटवीन अगर आपने एक भी मैच सही दिया आंसर, तो उसके 200 पॉइंट तो वैसे ही मिल रहे हैं. तो टोटल अगर देखा जाए तो अभी आप सब सही गए तो 800 प्लस 400 1200 पॉइंट्स की ऐसे सामने रखे हुए दिख रहे हैं. 1200 पॉइंट्स, और बीच बीच में जो छोटे मोटे क्वेश्चन आते हैं वो तो है ही है. So yeah, it's very easy to get 500 points. Very easy.
You do have 4 rockets? Oh, you do have 4 rockets.
The winner is Yoshi. The winner is Yoshi.
Zar.
Give you one at heart. Give it his best.
Did my best.
Next up at the Brawl Stars World Finals, we have a matchup that really we love to see. This is two orgs that love to hate on each other, love to play at each other, and a matchup that we just want to cheer on and see out. So, without further ado, please welcome your first team in this final quarter-final. It's Tribe Gaming! Tribe Gaming looked incredibly confident, crushing their Group B competition. But
हम
they do
उसी
not
के
have
लिए
a world title to
एसके को
their
वोट
name.
करेंगे भाई.
Can they maintain this momentum into the semi-finals and potentially the grand final as well? And their opponents. SK Gaming! We last saw SK Gaming rounding up the group stage with an emotional victory over Foot Esports. Now this close rival is behind them. Can they beat yet another? I'm seeing front rows of fans of both of these teams. So before we get into the game, SK, let me hear you. I think we can definitely be louder than that. Tribe, let me hear you. Okay, Yeonjabing, let me hear you. 1, 2, 3. We can definitely be louder than that, but that's okay. Because this quarterfinal is going to be so intense and everyone is going to be on their feet in mere moments. So let's head over to Kenny and ready for all the action.
It's time for our fourth quarterfinal of the day. Wow, listen to the energy of that crowd. This is going to be an absolute banger of a fourth quarterfinal.
We couldn't be more blessed with storylines this year. We get another iteration and chapter of Tribe Gaming and SK. It's been a little quiet. Obviously, social media, they stay chattering at each other. But in terms of matches played this year, this is a first for them.
And not even matches played just this year, but going back in history, this is such a historical matchup, especially going back to 2021. If you want to call it a grudge match or wise, then go for it. But this is still going to be such a furious showdown.
Especially in 2021 as well. I mean, SK Gaming as an organization at the time were heavily regarded as a contender for the World Championship, and the #1 seed from North America, Tribe Gaming, a lot of familiar faces up on that stage right now, rose to the occasion, defeated those guys.
इनको भी खड़ा रखते हैं नल्ले के आस्टर्स को. हाँ, कुर्सी का बजट नहीं है इनके पास. पैसा भी पता नहीं मिलता होगा कि नहीं मिलता होगा.
Not so confident, but however they were facing crazy raccoons, so it is very difficult to make some performance there.
जीत तो सबको पार्टी देता इधर.
80-20. While the caster booth mostly picked Tribe Gaming, I think this is a little disrespectful towards SK, if I'm being quite honest. As one of the people that picked Tribe Gaming, I don't think it's nearly that much of a blowout. Look, when push comes to shove, it's hard to argue against North America East #1 seed, but SK Gaming put on a heck of a performance yesterday.
Well, as a fellow vestige of the caster hive mind, I absolutely can't disagree, but there are lots of arguments to be made for the strength of SK, and we'll be seeing those reveal themselves as we get into the draft for this very first set. Going ahead and getting into this draft, first pick already going over to the way of SK, and the typical bands appearing on the side of Tribe Gaming.
Maisie tied for first and
this
weekend coming into the day. Of course, going to be receiving a ban as well. I think in Brawl Ball especially, she has been nothing but dominant, win rate high. Sandy, a powerful brawler. Clearly, SK Gaming, since they have the first pick, they can get more unique with it. They triple ban throwers and pick the guy who loves to not see those.
Without a doubt, I mean, it's going to be difficult to deal with Spike without any kind of thrower. There are still options. I don't expect them really to return here, but Tribe Gaming, that last pick is going to be severely diminished, especially with an initial tank counter pick and all those thrower bans.
Spike with a hypercharge as well, a very powerful foe, so Tribe Gaming have some serious decision-making. SK Gaming have already selected a lane option for themselves, and now Tribe, with seconds to go, are going to select another powerhouse of a brawler. It's going to be the boxing botanist, Rosa.
We were wrong to doubt this one in the days prior. Even though it is a fairly early pick of Rosa, she has that hypercharge, and she's still a very strong brawler in her own. And in certain matchups, she can be quite difficult to take down, even if you are a fellow tank.
I'm curious if they try and grab something that actually counters tanks as a way to kind of prevent SK Gaming from grabbing a way to take care of Rosa on their own. Rosa is very powerful right now, top 3 in ban rate. This is going to be a
कूटने जा रही है मैं नल्ला उसी ने हराया.
In terms of lane matchups, because historically Spike actually does a really good job into stew with the life plant.
Precisely what I was thinking, especially if you're running that gear to get a 4th gadget, it can be immensely
अब सेमीज में नहीं पहुंचा गारंटी तो फिर नहीं आएगा गारंटी का. आ भी सकता है. वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स तो रिप्रेजेंट किया ही ना.
Those thrower bans still looming for SK Gaming. have to be considering B now. So maybe
Quarter finals
some
तक पहुंचा भाई.
could be making an appearance to help deal with the stew. Cordelius is their selection.
I think they are really isolating Rosa here. All three of these brawlers actually do a phenomenal job. Obviously, Rosa with a shield, even somebody like Spike, can have a hard time dealing with that. But Cordelius obviously going to be a way to deal with this too. Dragging somebody in the Shadow Realm that especially has to be up close in your face and throwing punches. IKEOS, assuming he plays this brawler, can kind of just keep the distance and really select those matchups very carefully with the super.
You get great 1v1 matchups. You are also able to use that jump to get over some of the walls. Squeak, final selection. This is the lockdown control brawler. Have to wonder how much this is going to control the pace of the game for Tribe Gaming. They really want to play this control, it looks like.
This is a specialty brawler for them too, as Livy is something special on the Squeak. In terms of matchups as well, it goes really well in that life plant, so a little pushing around here in our draft phase, and the crowd already getting amped up.
We're about to get started here in set number 1. A furious showdown for the ages. A grudge match. Once more replayed, incoming as the final selections of gadgets and gears are made for this draft. Let's get it started. It's set number 1.
As Livy already dropping a gadget on the left-hand end. Yashi, of course, playing the B, going to be in mid here as Rosa is having a tall task of dealing with IKEOS on the Spike Tyrant, still with no super. A piercing blow there from Yashi, and already a rattled Hive going out as well. It's SK on the defensive early.
Tyrant makes a big push in. He has that super. Trying to get this around the left side is Livy, continuing to deal damage versus Ope. There's the kill. It's a clean open goal. Yoshi can't make it in time. And already 1 goal for Tribe Gaming.
Early bucket from Tribe Gaming. A little bit of mistake there, I think, on the defensive front from SK Gaming. They had to space the floor a little more. No goalkeeper in sight as Livy makes the easy one with low HP. As once again, it's going to be a contention for the mid. This time, though, they're going to be rotating OPE in there. And Zulon is getting dragged to the Shadow Realm.
Tyrant still trying to hold this mid matchup. Early takedown of IKEOS on the right lane. Livy's not quite healthy enough to push forward, but Zulon certainly is. We're on the left side, completely slowed down, a kill, and Zulon looks to convert. Here comes the hypercharge super down from IKEOS. Conversion onto his Livy, and another one onto Ope. Zulon continues the push forward. He has the hypercharge and the super combo. This has got to be it. The walk in, the pass forward, and the back off.
Jim.
Tribe Gaming
PG.
number 1.
Tribe Gaming firing on all cylinders there in game number 1. There was never really a situation where SK Gaming had a chance to touch the ball. Tribe Gaming held strong to their mechanics, used their composition well, and just kept on dealing with SK.
The health of Rosa was really the biggest thing that SK Gaming had trouble dealing with. The curious thing is, how are they going to deal with that? Zulon once more rotates over to the right side. Even though Spike is on this lane, he's able to fare against it fairly well, as Livy's also lining up these shots so reliably. It forces Yoshi to retreat severely. Ball around the right side, more unfriendly bushes. IKEOS remains alive, and Zulon's ready to receive a pass if he gets a lane victory over here. Ope, though, punches through the defenses. Almost a takedown onto Tyrant, but he's just 1 shot short with a super to match as he respawns, but still no value.
What a response there. Great duel there in the mid is now. It's going to be as Livy trying to bring this ball off. IKEOS once again on the back heels. Tyrant in the mid with no super, going into a sharpshooter. Or Ope with a super is not an easy task at all. Zulon just going to hunker down. First opportunity now for an SK offensive.
IKEOS now pushing in. He could really use a super here to lock things down. Ope's going to go for it, jumping in, getting 1 kill. Almost going down himself. The final punch from Zulon to send him packing. IKEOS now in with the hypercharge super, but it's still just a 2v2. Tyrant's able to pass this one over to the left side, and it's a clean defense for Tribe Gaming.
Tyrant still without a super, though. He needs to get going here. He leads the offensive charge with cycling his supers, and now he finally has one dashing forward now, taking on OP with flying colors, dashing all the way up the map. Another takedown on the left-hand end as well. But Zulon, the only one in offensive positioning now, so IKEOS and Yashi are going to rush to defend this.
Quite overextended here, but it does afford some time for Tribe Gaming to push up to the metaphorical line of scrimmage. It's just as Livy and Tyrant defending, though, with the ball locked firmly in the back left corner. SK Gaming continued their push forward. They could really use a hypercharge here, especially a super. IKEOS, he's all out of gadgets, but he does have the hypercharge and the super. Opts not to use it. Instead, maybe going for a 3-man push. Is Livy and Tyrant the sole defenders on the left side, but SK Gaming continue to lock down control at mid.
As Livy playing a brawler that's normally known for area control, but he's using it on offense. And now Yashi is forced to deal with this. A pinch coming in as well. It's a double. They're going to have only Zulon remaining at the moment. A big tag to take him down to the Shadow Realm as well. Tyrant forced to play defense now. Not the easiest task for a close quarters stew. Rosa Finally able to get some shots, a hypercharge moment as well. Shots flying right now as Zulon desperately tries to defend and as Livy rushes for the ball.
It's been such a scrappy defense here for Tribe Gaming, but if they're not able to move this ball into a safer position, it'll be an easy OT goal for SK Gaming. Tyrant looks to be the last hope. He has some mobility to use here. Ope can send him to the Shadow Realm if he so desires. A pass to the back right corner, and now it's a 3v3 defense. Tribe Gaming continue to push forward, though. Tyrant's going for it. Trapped inside the stick around from the spike. Zulon continues to push forward versus Ope. Gets the kill and almost manages to convert onto Ope. He's on low health as Livy continues to push forward. Has a super in hand. Opts not to go for anything too aggressive and waits for some time for Tribe Gaming, the remaining roster, to return to mid.
As Livy now dropping the super as well, makes a connection there. All three members of Tribe Gaming grouped together right now, but SK holding strong in this moment. The long-range composition from SK to reveal here.
SK, they continue to push forward. No value there from
योशी कौन है भाई? योशी से हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है, हमें ओशी से लेना देना. ओशी चल चल गोल है.
And SK Gaming run down the clock. The momentum breaker as they pass it in for the OT
James.
They bought their sweet, precious time towards that end game. They really wanted to let them know we are here to stay. Tie ball game here in one of the most heated rivalries in Brawl Esports.
And there was no reason to wait there at the end either. The clock was ticking down. If anything, they were
Oshi, 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 Oshi.
Opposing side, SK Gaming just trying to stop that relentless charge from Tribe Gaming, which was once more started. Already a kill on the left side. Just need to see that pass up to Tyrant to make this one good.
And now Tyrant with a wide open net. The aggression paying off. A super shot in and Tribe
Easy goal.
take the first goal.
What a lightning fast 18-second goal here from Tribe Gaming. SK Gaming look to defend, stop that relentless charge. Tyrant is looking for a super, more importantly than anything. He's got to contest Yoshi at mid. At the moment, he and IKaos are bullying Zulon. Already a takedown there. Ope with a solo lane victory, a double kill, and a clean one here for Ope just to pass it right down the middle.
Immediate response from SK Gaming, two heated rivals. Back-to-back buckets here. Now in the mid, once again, an immediate drop of a gadget. B using the long distance here as Tyrant is forced away. IKaos holding on to a super as well. Yashi, ball control. A kick over to the right-hand side. Now a hypercharge inbound as well. Bottom right-hand corner. Shots are
अरे भाई ये कैमरा हटा भाई बीच में से. किसका है ये?
Inbound as well. Another spike super.
Yeah.
Open net. Tribe Gaming can't move
Oh,
the muscle.
shit.
It's gonna be SK Gaming gassing themselves up on stage after set number 1.
What a turnaround here for
मैं
SK
बता रहा हूँ भाई.
And a real nice start for Tribe as well, but the hypercharge spike pulls
It's
through.
Oshi.
What a push, chaining the supers together and flawless execution.
ट्राइब जब हारती है तो बड़ा मजा आता है भाई साहब. एकदम दिल गुदगुदा जाता है हमारा.
Practices leading up to this event, SK Gaming was one of the teams that actually gave Tribe Gaming more trouble. Scrims are not everything, practices are not everything, but that on top of the
Painter भाई ये
emotions
क्या
that
हुआ?
these two teams have to be feeling on the
हे
big stage,
प्रभु,
in the big moments.
हे जगन्नाथ,
on SK Gaming and clearly
हे हरि, ये क्या हुआ?
Without a doubt, I mean, what a burst of energy
थोड़ा
here from
मजा सा
SK
आ
Gaming
गया.
that seemed to be a little bit latent, and Tribe Gaming need to somehow claw their way back into the driver's seat in this match. What a last set. SK Gaming, they started off a little bit slow, especially with these lightning fast goals right off the beginning of the pitch from Tribe Gaming. The attentive defenses from SK, even this walk through from Zulon, it looked so good. But the Rosa severely struggled in the later stages as SK, they adapted, they downloaded their opponent's strategy and found the counter.
I'm curious to see how Tribe Gaming responds to this. They played two really strong teams this weekend, also in the EMEA region. They faced off against Navi and replied to
वार्म अप. हाँ, प्रैंक था भाई, प्रैंक था. वो रहा कैमरा, वो रहा कैमरा, देखो वो रहा.
This is without a doubt. I mean,
ये भी
Tribe
वही
Gaming
वाला
was
है.
so clean so far.
Prank
even
था भाई,
within a very
prank.
difficult group. And SK Gaming are going to be the ones to hand it to them. To some, seeming like an unlikely.
गोल्डी भाई
opponent,
बताओ
but
कौन
very
से
much a
किसके
real
सपोर्टर हैं फिर
possibility.
से.
Tribe Gaming going down here, of course, it is just set number 1. But look at these stats. What a dominant way to start
चेस
things
में
off.
अच्छी है भाई ये ट्राइब से तो.
IKaos with a little glare towards the other end, gassing himself up, and along with it,
भाई
numbers
नेट
to
को
show for it. You
बोल
can talk
चुम्मी
trash
देने.
when you're performing like the best out there, ready?
SK Gaming, I mean, they've been the subject of psychological
World Finals
warfare
में
for
warm
long
up चल रहा है.
enough.
और
It's
क्या
time to
भाई?
inflict it upon their own opponents for once find themselves in the driver's seat of this kind of tactic.
In terms of the mental game as well, I mean, as we talked about yesterday, SK Gaming have been going through it, man. The last time they made a LAN appearance, it was certainly not their day. A 3-0 defeat to somebody like Foot. So to get off the heels of a major win over a rival and now play an historic one as well, it has to be the biggest confidence boost they can receive. SK Gaming looking to prove themselves here once again on Safe Zone.
It is Safe Zone, a brand new map for both of these teams. We haven't seen them play it here at the World Finals on the big stage just yet. So some new things to emerge, possibly for each of these teams. We'll just have to wait with bated breath and check out those bands as they roll in.
Love the artwork here and the nice design of our map as well. A packed house here, waiting anxiously to see this band stage
And
as
flying
well.
kiss.
SK
Wow.
dialed in, Tribe Gaming looking rearing to go. 3 sharpshooters eliminated for Tribe Gaming, and of course, if you see Charlie in the band stage, you know who has the first pick, Tribe Gaming with the first decision here.
This is one of those situations where it didn't really seem like SK Gaming had a choice in terms of what brawlers they want to ban, so there's a possibility of a huge advantage for Tribe Gaming here, as they do have that first pick. 8-Bit is their selection with Colette banned out. You will see a
91
huge
DPS
resurgence
दिया
in
नल्ले ने.
value. There are, of course, ways to deal
Very
with it, but Tribe Gaming have
dangerous.
already thought ahead. They've gotten rid of the Brock that usually breaks open the walls that are so valuable to 8-Bit. Bell, another viable option for dealing with 8-Bit. Used to be a lot better, still quite good, now not even a consideration. But SK Gaming have to get creative in how they plan to deal with this brawler, its high HP, and its turret.
And now we get a sharpshooter in the mix, and on top of that, one of the most well-known and popular brawlers in Brawl Stars. It's none other than Colt. He hasn't made really any appearances all year long. Heist may be his one trick that he's had this year. But with a hypercharge, more value added for sure. This is really going to be the first demonstration on the big weekend for Colt to really showcase why he can be valuable.
Colt is also going to get a lot of value here because he does have Silver Bullet.
हो
That's the free
जाएंगे
wall
जोड़ो
break
में
onto
दैट
that
कोई क्वेश्चन ही नहीं आ रही है
obstacle
भाई.
that
अरे
is
उनको
going to
पता है
want to
भाई,
use to
अब
block
तो
that
वैसे ही
super.
सबके हो
Eve
रखे
is
हैं,
now the
सबको
selection
मिल
for
भी
Tribe
चुका है
Gaming.
भाई.
That'll enable them not only to push up to mid more easily in the beginning, you're able to float over that water
अब
as
तो
a
सिर्फ
passive
formality
ability, but
बची है,
also to
formality.
maintain lane control. And occasionally we do see Tyrant on this brawler. He's a terrifying lane matchup. So if there's anyone to be the last one alive at mid, holding the line, it's got to be him.
He is a mechanical demon, to say the least. I love having the spawners into somebody that's a sharpshooter like Nani as well. It seems this is something that maybe they were looking for in terms of matchups here. No Chuck available or Colette as well. So there's going to have to go other ways
Jesse,
for
Jesse,
EPS.
कोई नहीं.
Jesse is certainly a good candidate. And by the way, a hypercharge brawler on top of that.
Yeah, but by the way, it's like 16 shots to get your hypercharge. So it does take a while to get that hypercharge, but you work hard for it and you get rewarded handsomely as long as you use it intelligently. Jesse is not going to be here to counter out tanks unless that was a consideration from SK Gaming. You can never really sleep on it too hard, but really she's going to find a lot of her value from getting that hypercharge onto the safe. We've seen something similar with using recoil spring, that gadget to get additional unload speed, and Squeak is the final selection from SK Gaming. I actually think this one makes a lot of sense because you counter out really any turret brawlers, so that encompasses both Jesse and 8-Bit from the side of Tribe Gaming.
Great point there, and on top of that as well, when you see the Eve on the 4th pick and then on the 5th, they pick up Jesse. This is a combination that they probably want here, as Jesse can take on the spawners and the turrets really well. It also does high DPS. You don't want to hand that off to SK, so it makes a lot of sense here to go that direction.
Players loading in, selecting their gadgets and gears and everything else before loading into this match. Who gets the win on the first pitch? The initial control will be immense. If 8-Bit can set up at mid, that's very important, but more importantly for 8-Bit, if he can get just one push on the enemy safe, it will be drastic. And the consequences will be immense for SK Gaming. The same exact case goes for Tribe Gaming. If they allow Colt onto their safe just once, it can be devastating.
The crowd powering up here alongside our players. And we're going to be starting off with a little bit of a stalemate. Sometimes that's how the long-range map goes, but iChaos dropping his gadget on the left-hand end. It's forcing his Livy away. One of his Olivia's specialty brawlers is the one he's going to have to play. A little familiarity there is now Yashi, a shot at the safe, 3,200. And SK are the first to strike.
It looks pretty miserable here for Zulon. He does finally have that turret. Is he using plugged in? No, it's just going to be the boosted booster. And Tyrant's going to be the one powered up. He is the one on that Eve to end up, and a good kill onto Ope allows him to propel himself forward. The hatchling's already ready to emerge very soon here. And we'll count how many that is for. He is using the gear. iChaos also caught in a massive pinch, and now it's time for Tribe Gaming to move in.
Opportunity for Tribe Gaming. It's going to be a movement up the middle of the map, but SK respond at a great time, and now a Nani peep inbound as well. Zulon likely looking to take this. It's actually a teleport, though. Yashi with the elimination. Some free shots and a few piercing blows from Eve here, too. Scary moment, but successful defense for Tribe.
13% already knocked off of Tribe safe, and while they have seemed to have control for a good bit of this game, they have not managed to push in on that save. But ladies and gentlemen, they only really need one. If Zulon can get in on the safe with a boosted booster, his team at his side, that's all they really need. Here comes the peek. Do we see the teleport in? Already making its way behind the safe. A gadget yet to come. Lots of damage, and Tyrant is forced to defend.
Now we get a little split view of what's going down here. Yashi on the bottom left-hand side. Tribe forced to deal with a little bit of a pinch here. A back step, and they're going to get this elimination as well. Three blue brawlers now.
565 तो हो ही गया है.
93.
As Livy and Zulon are once more going for this pinch, but Ikeos is positioning himself a little bit precariously, ends up paying the price for it as well. And a little bit of chip damage there on Yoshi. As we head
nice
into
one.
25 seconds of the match, Tribe Gaming have no response to SK Gaming's constant aggression. Ope in with
Oh bhai, nice one.
Super, a kill to show for it. And Ikeos continues to push in. Yoshi still getting taps on the safe. Wonderful connection here from the super for Ikeos. With 10 seconds remaining, all hope is lost seemingly for Tribe Gaming.
On to the next one, Tribe Gaming. A lot to recover from. Set number one certainly started out.
Hey, Manu के पास तो
to kick
पिन
off set
भी
number two. It is all SK
इसके
Gaming.
बिन भाई ओशी के लिए लिया था इसने. अच्छा बहुत तेज हो रही है वो.
We have to see some more emergent counterplay here from Tribe Gaming. It just didn't seem like they had more in their back pocket than pinching that left lane.
सबसे टट्टी टीम मुझे भाई ट्राइब ही लगती है.
They have another game to make this happen. SK Gaming up 1-0 within the set.
Pedro pacing as well, coaching the boys up. They are one game away from a dominant lead against NA East's finest. Slivy once again going to be kicking off the left-hand side. Tyrant traversing over the water here as Ope looks to break open this map. Once again, it's going to be all about who can pick up that first kill and have an opportunity to hit that high safe first.
SK are placing a large priority on denying the turret to Zulon. Tyrant, once he was boosted,
और GG's.
was dealing so much damage. A kill onto Zulon looks massive, and Yoshi is able to fire all the way down mid. Nice kill there from Tyrant onto Ope, but it doesn't enable a push-up just yet. He still has to recover some health. Some nice dodges will be key. Ikeos continues to push forward here, wants to position himself behind these obstacles as Livy is continuing to defend. Zulon gets a kill on the left side. It's looking good, but Yoshi is a next step in getting closer to the safe.
Three blue brawlers now in the middle of the map. SK forced to play some defense, some bounce shots going through for his Livy, and the tank already taken down. That poor rubber duck eliminated immediately. They fire some shots as well, and now a 10% lead as the Nani peep goes towards the Tribe Gaming side.
A couple of shots in, both connect from Yoshi. A 2% advantage emerges for SK Gaming. Ope taking a lot of damage, still trying to back away from Tyrant, who might be the sole brawler to advance on the enemy safe. As long as the defense is good on the back left, then Tribe Gaming can afford to extend this far.
फिर से आ जाएगा उड़ के.
All the way to the enemy safe. No, not yet. He does have a super, though, that can enable him better control versus Yoshi. Ope also has that hypercharge ready to go, as we dip below a minute left on the clock, and a lead for SK Gaming.
Tyrant did his best to dodge there, but it wasn't quite enough. Multiple
Come on, Oshi, 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 oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, come on.
Lead, but Tribe Gaming really need to find an opportunity to get up on the SK Gaming safe. They haven't really had that chance in these two games.
We're going to have to force it through. Zulon was forced to use his super to block damage. 30 seconds remain. A connection on the
चिपक गया, मार दे.
Slowed down.
Nice.
There from Yoshi to match. And here comes the hypercharge from Ope, targeting Tyrant in his sights. No kill just yet, as Livy also avoiding the damage. The teleport forward from Yoshi looks dangerous. 15-second countdown active. Tribe Gaming, they're only barely behind. Tyrant has to get some damage on the safe. There's a takedown onto Ope. Now it's time for Zulon to move in as Livy with the hypercharge. Here comes the turret as well. They're melting it down. Tribe Gaming take the game win.
Tribe Gaming making them feel their presence here.
अबे गेम जीते हैं, सेट नहीं नल्ले. इतनी जम से काय चिल्ला रहे हो?
We've got a 1-1 on our hands. This is anybody's game for this set, but this is a huge moment here for Tribe Gaming, and I'll argue the biggest of their weekend so far. They haven't been down in a set number one yet. They're playing a huge rival historically as an organization. They need this one.
Right back into the thick of it. SK Gaming still break open these walls. Perhaps another wall break soon versus Zulon. Could be coming in. Ope's going to go for it. Perfect connection there. Tyrant has to defend this right lane solo. Zulon's taking so much damage. He's not fast enough to get proper jukes onto the enemies. Yoshi already has a super if he wants to teleport in and get some free damage. Looks like he's thinking about it. Might opt to heal to full health first. Zulon still very low on health. SK Gaming, what a charge up mid.
As Livy looking to get offensive here too as a Jesse with no turret. This is a bit of a bold play, relying on the mechanics here, and his teammates following through as well. Ope receiving some heavy fire. Tyrant with a jump away. A little bit of a spawner to help him out along with it. iChaos with a beautifully placed gadget on that left-hand in though, and now as Livy is forced to either have an awkward left-hand in or go up the mid.
Tyrant's trying to take this 1v2 solo, ends up paying the price in form of his life. And Zulon is left to defend this Nanny Peep as it weaves its way in, as Livy around the left side still looking for this kill versus iChaos, who refuses to let this go. A kill onto Ope looks promising. Zulon and Tyrant charge up mid, but they still got to get this defense onto iChaos. Mutually assured destruction here from Zulon and Yoshi. SK Gaming.
अरे सेब पे फेंकना चचा, iChaos कर क्या रहा है नल्ले, सेब पे डाल, सेब पे.
And now Anani Peep inbound makes the connection, a hypercharge as well, piercing the safe of Tribe Gaming. 20% the separator here as iChaos continues to put in work on the left-hand lane.
Zulon's pushing in. There's a lot of damage there. Tyrant's continuing to stuff him back into the back right corner. And the
अरे 76 हो गया भाई.
Chaos and Ope trying to take the damage with their invulnerability shield, but they're all out, and they're all out of health as Livy and Zulon and Tyrant all rain mutually upon this safe.
Heavy fire going down. Tribe Gaming coming to life here. A lot of damage to show for it, but now back on defense. It's SK's turn with the TP in. Yashi getting a kill. A 5,520 shot as Ope looks to continue down as well. 20 to go, and SK have to get it here.
It has to be a massive push from SK and a colossal teleport in. Tyrant thought about tanking it. Here comes the teleport in. Yoshi's going to go for it. He only makes one connection. It's 53% remaining on the safe. Ope's going to go for it, but it's no good. Take it back, and they
1-1 हो गया.
Crowd on their feet. Tribe Gaming fans looking alive here in the audience now.
2485 है, हो जाएगा क्या? बिल्कुल हो जाएगा. ऐसे कैसे नहीं होगा?
Could have made this a very different story. Now at least they
बहुत
don't have
इजी
to
है
do
भाई.
something crazy. It's a
अभी भी
tie-up
3
ball
मैच
game
बाकी हैं,
rather
जिसमें
than
कि
a
अगर
two
मान लो तुम 2 सही आंसर दे देते हो, तुम्हारे 400 पॉइंट तो वैसे ही हो गए. और फिर उन 3 मैच का आराम से MVP बस चूज करो. 300 पॉइंट तो वहीं से हो रहे हैं. बाकी बीच बीच में क्विज आते हैं जिनके 40 मार्क मिलते हैं. एक्चुअल में 50 मिलते हैं. 10 + 40 50 मिलते हैं. हर गेम में अगर मान लो 3 आए तो वैसे ही 200 एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स तो वैसे ही हो जाते हैं. तो बहुत इजी है भाई, लेकिन ये है कि देखना पड़ेगा. देखने से होगा भाई, करने से होता है. जो चीज करने से होता है.
They can make those quote-unquote halftime adjustments, and you saw it there in the set as well. Game number 1, SK Gaming piling up some damage. I mean, look at that scoreline. Game number 2, though, Tribe Gaming neck and neck the whole way through, but with 5 seconds to go, they melted that high safe.
Some serious game changers here, as Livy had a lot of struggles on that left lane, and so did Zulon, both versus a Squeak. I really see Tyrant as the breakthrough player. He's moving up that right lane with no real opposition in terms of geography. He's able to float right over that water. In terms of enemies, certainly so, but he was able to dispose of them when it mattered the most. Here taking down Ope and keeping up that defense. Wow, stellar play when it matters the most.
Let's take a look at the numbers as well. My goodness, Tyrant really putting on a show for us here. 198. The kill category certainly favoring Tribe Gaming there.
Well, he's racking up kills here. Of course, that's not the objective, but the real objective is to enable your teammates to push up, and it's precisely what he did.
जैसे कि ये देखिए आपके लिए 50 नंबर का क्वेश्चन आ गया. हाउ मैनी ओनली वंस डिड 4 जीती थी. आंसर इज 4.
But certainly no longer as loud as they were. Maybe a shake in the confidence, maybe not.
Oh, 2 ही जीती थी. 2 is the answer.
Sweep they had yesterday.
Well, as we head into set 3 and we get prepared for some Gold Arm Gulch, how are you feeling about the momentum? It went from a fairly fast Brawl Ball set into a bit slower of a high set. Now into Gold Arm Gulch knockout, it tends to play out fairly slowly too.
Yeah, this is a very passive-aggressive game mode, as I like to call it. sometimes we'll see some teams surprise us. Yesterday, we had a few surprises as well, kicking off things very aggressively in Knockout. But when you have one life, you really have to make it count every single round. Charging supers, very important. So getting some early shots in, even if it's not a takedown, when the fog's starting to close in, when the pressure is high, when the quarters are close, it makes a huge difference having extra utility in your back pocket.
Pressure is high, but the support is nigh here from the audience for Tribe Gaming. The same goes for SK. Sitting in different areas, obviously, you got to keep the two separated.
For sure. Looks like they're getting some assistance up front as well. Momentarily hop into this draft here, 2-1-2-1. A perfect reflection. And a beautiful thing to see, especially in a long-time rivalry in Brawl Stars. Even though these two teams haven't necessarily faced off this year, I don't think the Twitter drama between the players has nearly been as high. But the organizations, they love to talk a little chat with each other, and I think that's incredible.
It's a phenomenal storyline here, but I think that Tribe Gaming and SK Gaming, at least as players, have some mutual respect for each other. At least in terms of being phenomenal players, which is already revealed itself to be incredibly evident. We'll be getting into this draft momentarily to see what the players are getting up to. In terms of Gold Arm Gulch, we expect to see some long-range brawlers. We expect to see some throwers maybe make their entrance too.
Yeah, it's been interesting to kind of see the meta
Oh,
develop.
Londa, देखा Tribe कैसे दिखा रहा था.
Practices, I feel like we've
ऐसे.
developed strategies for
और
maps,
कैसे
and then we
दिखाएगा.
figured out ways to counter them. And then these guys are so darn good at the game that they figured out ways to counter that strategy. And it's just been an ever-evolving cycle of brawlers. You know, Tick was an insta-ban here a lot of the time. Maybe he shows up today, but we've really strayed away from that. We've found instances of brawlers like Chuck, who are newer, being really good assets towards the ends game. I mean, all of these new changes, all of these new hypercharges, the players have adjusted beautifully. So I'm curious to see who they put their faith in this draft.
It is a Brawl Stars draft arms race of sorts, and I'll put my money on some creative things emerging today, some things that have been hidden in the previous days as things really start to ramp up here in the final day of competition.
Love that little Yashi pin from the crowd as well. Makes my heart a little happy for him. Some SK fans present, some Tribe fans present, but a lot of Brawl Stars fans from around the world watching in person at DreamHack Winter or online. Momentum riding with Tribe right now. Everybody kind of recouping, dialing back in, keeping themselves centered. The emotions are high, but you gotta find a way
Hello,
to
Miss
control
Serious
that
Game.
over.
What do you think?
It's been really a pain point for these two teams is
all who
keeping
win
that
this
mental
year,
under
bro.
control.
Crazy
We'll see how it
raccoons.
develops within the
Very
game.
high
We're getting into
chances.
Gold Arm Gulch.
Crazy
The bans are in from
raccoons.
SK. Some of the typical stuff. We expected to see the Charlie ban, of course. The Shelly makes a whole lot of sense. And so does that Meg. Tribe Gaming, they get rid of the Mr. P, the Buster, and the Meg as well. Buster, once more, makes sense, especially as a last pick. We see the Mr. P emerge, though, and I think that's quite indicative of what Tribe Gaming want to run themselves.
Sharpshooter time. It's going to be Nani. It makes sense, right? I think Nani has an argument to be the strongest, at least in those one-on-one matchups against fellow rivals. Somebody like Piper and Bell with the return to Cinder, with the insanely high DPS, with the Nani Peep. Tribe Gaming are going to have so much equipment to kind of work with here. So now SK Gaming, they may not get the fierce sharpshooter, but they'll go the other direction. Typically, when you see these sharpshooters, you're going to go towards a thrower, and they're going to grab what pros consider, I think, to be the most annoying one out of all of them. It's going to be Tick.
And you made this prediction too.
अभी तक 10 बार लाइट जा चुकी है.
Usually he's a first pick, and we see that last pick forced to be yet another thrower. I don't see a Grom ban anywhere, and that tends to be a fairly popular pick here. Sprout also a very viable option. SK Gaming are getting themselves prepared for something like this, of course, and Tribe Gaming have to weigh their options carefully, because if they commit to the thrower, they also have to make sure that they don't get interrupted by anything that's able to pull it.
Another interesting way they could go is Pam here, somebody that shows up a decent bit on this map, but when I see somebody like RT who can kind of put his foot into the ground and drop some static, you don't really want to go too squishy with it, so I think they need to tread lightly about this next decision. It's going to be Gene, not as popular as he used to be, but still...
भाई टिकट दिला दो यहाँ पे तो बहुत मस्त लड़कियाँ हैं. कुछ तो ऐसा हो रहा, मान लो टिकट मिल भी गई तो वहाँ जाके जैसे सब लड़कियाँ इसके पास आके बोलेंगी ओह माय गॉड के हाउ क्यूट ही इज. चलो मैं इसको चुम्मी दे देती हूँ. भाई कोई भाव नहीं देता.
Can we get in here to block out that poll? But Tribe Gaming, they were certainly planning on this. I think it was pretty evident from the draft that from that Mr. P ban, they had Gene at least as one of their options that they were considering.
Final pick. It's going to be Brock for the side of Tribe Gaming, an iconic brawler in Brawl Stars, and especially on this map. He's capable of big plays. But like I said, they have RT towards those in-games. They have an option to be squishy, but I think Tribe Gaming really wanted some wall
बहुत बारिश हो रही है. वाओ. कहाँ रहते हो भाई तुम?
We have the Gene pull, which can do that. And in fact, they're going to choose Piper, who does well in the Brock, but historically, Gene, a very well-known counter into that Piper pick.
This is very, very true. It really comes down to when that wall break emerges. And I believe that Tribe Gaming
चलो
could even
ये वाला
find some
देखने में
emergent
interesting
strategy in
होगा.
choosing to not break open the walls. It does make that Nanny matchup more difficult, but typically the Nanny is quite good into the Piper. So it's something that we can expect to see in the upcoming game as players get ready.
Everybody queuing up here. Coaches making last-second call-outs. It's 1-1 overall. It's one of the biggest rivalries in Brawl Stars, and it's arguably the biggest set. Set number 3 on the way.
Push up the left lane for both Tribe Gaming and SK Gaming. Usually, this map sort of favors an east versus west strategy as Livy dangerously low on health at the hands of both Ope and Yoshi, traveling as a single unified unit. Doing their best, now splitting up, dividing and conquering, looking for some value here. Ideally, iChaos would get a super to enable a push in, but so far no major taps just yet.
An east-west matchup, one of the unique features about this map. iChaos on the low end is the two sharpshooters for SK. Take to the skies up north. Tyrant is Livy, bound together as well. And you'll notice too, nobody really stepping up too quickly. A return to Cinder as well. Ope, very low HP, a close call, and now Tribe are starting to put their foot on the gas pedal.
Zulon's gonna make it happen. Here comes a super versus iChaos and versus Ope, but no kill confirmation. Yoshi also has a lot of help to work with, and Zulon needs to tee up these shots. Just a couple more connections with Sin impacting. Zulon's looking for it. No connection just yet. Ope forced to super straight up into the poison too, taking devastating damage from Tyrant, who looks to close it out. An emergency gadget from iChaos, and as Livy has to hit these shots versus iChaos in close range. One connection, and almost
Ooh, I really thought
Jim,
the team
Jim.
might clutch that up. That would have been unbelievable. Nani can deal so much damage. And a little angry emote coming out there as the peep goes in early. A connection on the Piper. Low HP. Tribe seeking the blood. They want this full kill. But they're going to group up together here in the grass. Use the unknown to their advantage. Low HP again. And no connections there. Somehow SK are staying alive.
Yoshi was forced to run for the hills, and as Livy gets caught over-aggressive, it's just Tyrant and Zulon left. They do have one round worth of wiggle room if they want to use it. Here comes the take super and wasting a lot of damage there for Tyrant.
भाई पूरा मैप ओपन हो गया, कुछ बचा नहीं है भाई.
Looking very suboptimal for Tribe.
अरे.
We see Zulon fall to that tick mine. This has got to be a round over for Tribe Gaming, avoiding feeding any more super if they can to Ope, and of course to iChaos, who's looking to get that tick super out. We're just going to the next round. Tribe, they're getting the reset.
I think that's the intelligent decision, but I can't help.
पूरा मैप ओपन है भाई.
Get away from them, right? That was definitely one that they had. I mean, they had the numbers advantage. They had so much damage, but SK clutch up there. Now instead of Tribe Gaming taking game number 1, it's going to be SK tying things up.
SK continue to occupy this right side with a lot of their bushes diminished. Tyrant is going to be able to locate them even more easily as Livy especially can tee up these shots. There's a return to Cinder, but he ends up falling himself. Zulon almost taken down from the homemade recipe. And the 2v2 ensues once more. The same two members of Tribe Gaming trying to hold their own. In the 2v3, it's looking quite dangerous as SK Gaming are armed and ready for a colossal clobbering of these two brawlers.
Tyrant and Zulon are going to have to use all of their utility. The matchup not great for Zulon in this moment either. Piper with the outrange, the extra damage, and now a connection as well. Yashi one click away from a takedown and makes the connection there. Tyrant, the lone survivor right now, but they are quick to hustle on top of him. It's SK Gaming clutching up rounds 2 and 3.
What a roundup from SK. What a way to bring things back. But arguably, mistakes on the side of Tribe Gaming. We saw early takedowns from some unlikely situations. In game number 1, Tribe Gaming just barely averted early left lane takedowns. Then heading into the later rounds, going down to things like tick mines, just not the kind of KOs that you expect to see, the ones that are guaranteed to confirm in knockout. They need to reflect on these mistakes and rectify them lest they let this set go to SK Gaming.
You see the decision to immediately open up these walls. They want space to work with. They want their long-range options, and they also want more opportunities to dodge those tick mines. Open space is their strongest ally right now, as iChaos in the opening is a sitting duck at times. Long-distance shots going down for both ends. Nobody wanting to give an inch. Everybody just looking for supers.
Ope's playing this very cautiously. He's ready to pounce on a target with Yoshi. They have a lot of guaranteed damage in form of both of their gadgets, just waiting for Tribe Gaming to get over aggressive and play into their hand, or for iChaos to get that initial push forward with the use of his super. He's got to be getting close. No serious damage just yet. but the crowd is chanting and they're cheering. Tyrant's taking so much damage on this left lane, and as the poison closes things in, it's looking dangerous. Return to Cinder from his Livy, but another response from the side of SK. It's Tyrant and Zulon versus iChaos, and the first round goes to Tribe.
Tribe Gaming back on top for round number 1 here. To come into round number 2, the only extra utility they will have in their hands is a gene pull, but it's arguably one of the most valuable as Livy needs to be careful here. Tick inbound, disrupting a little bit of the grass. They also get a kill on top of it. SK Gaming strike early.
An absolute tragedy here from Tribe Gaming as once more they lose a member early, and SK Gaming have the odds immensely in their favor. Another one onto his Livy, and Tyrant just has this super to hang on to for the final round. It would be a total waste to use it now. Just has to deny the super to iChaos and go down in the poison. Yoshi might be able to kill confirm here. iChaos got his super. Everyone on SK Gaming armed with their supercharged.
Something about these round
मैच पॉइंट नहीं है क्योंकि ये सेट पॉइंट जरूर है जो जीतेगा उसका सेट हो जाएगा बहुत बढ़िया शॉट
Taking some hefty damage to boot. iChaos, Yoshi, and Ope all armed and ready with their supers. At the drop of a pin, they can be ready to push in with a tick super. They choose not to, though, perhaps waiting for this poison to close in first. In the time being, Tribe Gaming can get a super of their own as Livy and Zulon ideally would get theirs. They have so much open space to make this happen, but SK refuse to engage.
The SK chants already roaring in our crowd here as the fog is going to start coming in soon. East-West matchup here. North America versus EMEA. And Tribe Gaming need to take a stand.
We have to see a pull here from Tyrant, but every member of SK has some way to disengage. iChaos is looking quite vulnerable now without the super. Tyrant wants to rotate over here, but he's forced to take on Yoshi on the right lane. iChaos with yet another gadget. He has another one to spare. Big pull, but it's only onto the RT base, and everyone from Tribe Gaming falls like a house of cards.
हो गया है
Rounds 2 and 3. Something about it ready. Something about these fellas
this
is different this year.
not 2000 bro is 3000 point 30 reward points.
They started yesterday 0-5 in sets. And what have they done? They have come into day number 3 as well. They reverse sweep one of their biggest rivals in Foot. And now they are here going against NA East number 1. And they look amazing. Tribe Gaming now going to have to dig deep and really get after it.
Fueled as much by the doubters as they are by the supporters. SK Gaming, it just doesn't seem like there's any kind of oppression that can stop them. They've taken their second set, one more.
Tribe Gobar bhai.
To the next round. On the other side, Tribe Gaming looking a little bit unwieldy. We saw
बढ़िया
very
dominate कर
clearly
रही है
recognizable mistakes from them in this last knockout set.
Tribe Gaming this year in interviews have talked a lot about the mental game. It's something that I think they've grown a lot in, and at ESL Global Masters, especially at the halfway point in the year, where they placed second, by the way, they got a lot better at it. Now having a coach on their side, keeping the mental, keeping the attitude, keeping focus is something that they've talked about a lot. And I think right now we are going to get a real test of that, as some of North America's finest are now down against the big rival.
It's without a doubt going to be a test. And what an avenue for that to happen too, versus SK Gaming, down one set, at the mercy of this next map, should they want to continue in this competition. And a bit of an unwieldy set for them as well. Phenomenal for SK Gaming, managing to convert on kills with a brawler such as Tick. Here's iChaos with 8 kills to his name.
Oh man, he's putting on an absolute clinic. This is several sets now that he's been a top performer. He's been SK's strongest figure here today, boasting a high DPS, high kill numbers. Tribe across the board, 2 apiece. Every single member of SK.
55 का DPS है भाई क्या बात है बहुत बढ़िया खेलते हैं तो
their part from Tribe Gaming. Equally though, suffering and needing to get this mental
Tyrant शायद एक बार thumbs down दिखाया था ना हाँ बहुत कुटाई हुई थी फिर उसकी
final destination for Tribe Gaming unless they can make a major turnaround.
This is a difficult map as well. In terms of momentum, it is certainly one of ups and downs. A lot of grass in the mix as well. It's not easy
नहीं दिखाया भाई उसने उस दिन के बाद से। टूफा वाली टीम कौन सी थी जिसका मंथली फाइनल्स में लैग हुआ था? चेसमैक। हाँ भाई, चश्मे लगा दिए तो उसने, उसको वहीं गुस्सा आ रहा था, बोल रहा था हमारा चल ही नहीं रहा प्लेयर हमारा, फिर भी इन्हें सेट हरवा दिया। ऐसा कैसे चलेगा भाई? वो जो गुस्से में गया है ना, किसी से हाथ मिला है ना, हाई हेलो किया है, बोला मैं चला। मेरे को तो लग रहा था कि जाके घुसते दे ना दे किसी को, दे घूसा मार ही देगा। एक तो वैसे ही वो गुस्से में ही दिखता है, वो हमेशा भौंकता ही रहता है।
The first overall selection makes a lot of sense to me. We've iterated it a lot, but having a free icicle is so good. Dropping the ice rink with the hypercharge, you can line up the easy shots. Heck, if you catch a gym carrier in that, you can turn around an entire game. And the response to that is going to be SK Gaming.
आज तो 11 बजे तक चलेगा शायद।
Will be a mid here, and along with this
चल सकता
Buster,
है,
who is one
कह
of the
नहीं
more
सकते।
top popular tank options here on this map.
Okay, Stu.
देखो अगर एसके जीत गई अभी के अभी काम खत्म हो जाएगा। टैडी को मारा था उसने अंदर जाके।
But are they ban worthy is really the big
ऐसा
question,
क्या?
especially when Hypercharge Lu is such a large consideration, and it was the
आपने चेक किया कि आपको कौन सा हाइपरचार्ज मिला? ना भाई, मेरे को ऐसा कोई सा शौक नहीं है। मैं जब खेलूंगा तो मैं देख लूंगा, और मैं कल खेलूंगा कल देख लूंगा।
Lu is something that they can counter.
And now Maisie is landing on the map here, tied for first coming into the day in terms of play rate. A very successful
बिकानो वाले बहुत बेकार सोया स्टिक्स बनाते हैं। बिकानो कौन क्या है भाई? बीका जी सुना था, अमित जी लव्स बीका जी। अबे बिकानो कहाँ से आ गया बे? तुम ही न लो, अगर तुमने बिकानो नाम की कंपनी का सोया स्टिक्स लिया है तो। वो खुद ही बोल रहा है भाई बिकानो नो बिक रहा, बिक ही नहीं रहा हमारा सामान, तुम ले रहे हो तो तुम महान हो। थैंक यू।
A fairly good tank counter here. I don't see any tanks, but there's still great positioning that you can place your turrets. With indestructibles on this map, you can place your turret in such a way that enemies don't usually want to venture outside of those bushes.
I think they're going to use Jesse as honestly a lane option here. I mean, I don't really think Stu's going to be able to aggress as easily without a super on.
नमकीन की कंपनी में आया, नमकीन की भी कंपनी है तो वही तो बोल रहा हूँ। बिका नो बिल्कुल नहीं बिक रहा है, फिर भी तुम ले रहे हो। सोच सकते हो कितनी घटिया क्वालिटी हो गई। हल्दीराम वाले भी बनाते हैं क्या? खाए नहीं मैंने। अरे हल्दीराम वाले मजा ही आ जाता है। ऐसे तो बालाजी के भी अच्छे ही लगते हैं, लेकिन हल्दीराम तो हल्दीराम था भाई।
Down onto Zulon, immediate push in for Ope already. Tribe Gaming's home bush is occupied fully by SK.
Map control for SK Gaming right now as Yoshi, OP, pile up another kill there. It's a lone Zulon standing. He's going to drop some ice on the map, cover up this left hand in just to get them out of their side, give themselves a little space. It's not going to equate to any kills on the right hand in though. Better stuff for Tribe Gaming as Tyrant picks up one.
Far too aggressive there from Yoshi. And we'll see Tyrant also just wait to get some value over here. He really needed to use that gadget in order to farm up his super for free, and he hasn't burned up too many of those bushes. He will make some progress over here on the right side. Yoshi getting great dashes in, and the diff on the lane. Ope pushes in once more with the super, but as Livy counters, he has a super to match for it as well. And Zulon has his super too. They need to get a big kill onto iChaos, who's already running for the hills.
And now Tribe Gaming putting the foot to the gas pedal here. Yoshi in trouble now, trying to skate his way out of this situation. Tyrant haven't made enough connections, but the super goes through. Tribe Gaming.
ये वो वाला फिर से आ गया, एक्सेलेरेटर वाला आ गया भाई।
Tribe Gaming are showing some signs of life.
बच गया भाई, एक्सेलेरेटर दबा के रखा ही था, लेकिन इस बार थोड़ा कम हो गया।
There's a turret positioning that we were talking about. It's so difficult to face into, but as Livy gets the win on the left side, Yoshi pushes forward on the right and takes down Tyrant. It's a mirror matchup. Here comes the hypercharge of freeze onto the turret. Zulon has to push forward, but he can't. He doesn't have enough health.
Bad beat for Tribe Gaming right there. A hypercharge not going to be in their back pocket now. As this Livy pops one of his own, the high stat burst, and it's going to be Yoshi who's going to be able to deal with this pretty well. All things considered, SK Gaming deal with all of that very admirably, very well, but Tribe Gaming have something to say about it. 8-9 right now as Ope marches his way down the sidelines here, and it's neck and neck right now.
Potential for a late game comeback for Tribe if they can force Ope out of these bushes. Gadget popped as Livy sucked in, and the gem acquired. SK Gaming get to run it.
वो उठा 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 के ले गया.
SK Gaming
अरे भाई पागल है क्या, उठा के क्यों नहीं लाया?
Only one hope remaining for Tribe. They can make it over there and get a huge takedown. One onto his Livy. They close it out. SK Gaming proceed on to a match point.
मैच पॉइंट आ गया है.
One away from getting another takedown onto North America. It's been a heck of a weekend for them so far, and all they need is one more to be a World Finals 2023 semi-finalist. A couple of bad takedowns. Zulon with a couple of super opportunities. It's time for
या
the big
नहीं
dog to
वो
go.
मुझे
Keep
पता
trying
नहीं,
to
लेकिन
get on their last
फिर भी
fight.
बता देता हूँ कि आप राम प्रसाद का मक्के का चिवड़ा ट्राई करना, आपको मजा आ जाएगा भाई. ये सब नहीं मिलता हमारे.
Game number one. He's got to get this super farmed up for free. Much less aggressive from SK Gaming as well. Maybe they want his Livy to play into their hand on the left side. Yoshi's pushing forward. No kill just yet. And there's the push break that we needed to see from Tyrant in game one.
A major takedown though by his Livy. Pops the super, the shot as well. Yashi there to respond. He's been phenomenal this set. The aggression, he clips the wall. Still charging up that super though. Zulon covering the left hand in once again. Escaping death with about 300 HP. And now a Jesse turret established as well. Map control back in SK Gaming's hands.
Big slow there onto Zulon. It's going to be difficult for him to farm this one down as Livy does chime in to help with eliminating the Jesse turret. But so far, the majority of the gems belong to SK Gaming. An easy take of this gem by Zulon. We need to see some shots connect from the guy to get the hypercharge super locked in. That's the win condition for the Stu.
No, uta.
Raining down
Utha
on
le.
Zulon. A takedown as Livy's forced to pop his hypercharge and run.
He forces him away for now. Thankfully for Tribe Gaming, scoops up these gems, but Hope has dangerous intentions. He makes the connection there, make it two. He's forced away though, as Livy there to help out his teammate now, as Yashi continues to dominate this right hand in. There's one, now they're closing the gap as well as Livy forced the
अरे भाई कैसे?
but the damage may already be dealt. SK Gaming moments away from a gem count.
Just one gem left to be acquired, but here
उठा ले.
freeze
अरे
in,
भाई.
misses iChaos by the fraction of an inch, and Yoshi gets to run this one back, but they're still missing one gem. Tribe Gaming can still
पकड़ लो
acquire these.
उसको.
They need all
पुल
three
कर,
members
पुल
at
कर,
the
पुल कर.
forefront of the battle to make this happen. Ope's armed with the
नहीं
super,
भाई
getting a push
कैसे
in on Zulon.
एक जैम के
As
लिए
they
रुक
try to
नहीं
take from the
सकते.
side, Yoshi now
नल्ले
getting a
लोग.
pitch following a major
बहुत लो है, बहुत लो है, बहुत लो है.
He's still thinking about it. There's the countdown for SK
बहुत लो है,
Gaming.
बहुत लो
Tribe
है,
Gaming can
बहुत
still
लो
do it.
है.
As Livy with low HP as well, they need to be careful about how they approach it. They've got one in the mid, but they can't afford a loss here. They have to grab these gems or get a takedown here. 5 on the clock to go. They're extending for
नहीं,
it. They tie it up, but the
कैसे?
takedown inevitable.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत
there
बढ़िया.
is strike. Another countdown, but this
Genius.
time it's SK Gaming.
ट्राई
running
पालो,
away with it. Piling
घर
up
जाओ,
bodies.
लात मार के तुम्हें घर फेंकते हैं हम. निकलो यहाँ से, नल्ले लोगों.
And EMEA strikes again.
Oh shit, 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 oh
A
shit.
phenomenal finish.
निकलो यहाँ से, लात मार के घर भेजते हुए ट्राइब वालों को.
A team coming into Worlds that few believed in, now taking down their largest rivals and furthering that into day number 3, taking down their historic rivals of Tribe Gaming, looking unstoppable, headed into the semifinals.
What a day, ready. North America undefeated in the group stage.
मैं बता रहा हूँ, this is the power of oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. तुम लोग मान नहीं रहे भाई, it's the power of oh shit.
As good as teams like
Believe in
have
it.
looked, it's hard to deny there's something special about this SK team.
You have to wonder what it is, so I think maybe they'll reveal the secret sauce after Worlds because they want to
भाई
take this
कौवा अच्छा
even
खेला है,
further.
कौवा ही जीतेगा.
What a comeback, going through LCQ, making it all the way
45%
to
vote
Worlds,
for the कौवा.
and now making it on to the semi-finals. What most would consider a very unlikely
पिछली बार
outcome,
चेसमेक
now
ने लात
manifesting
मार दी थी,
before
आज
your
इन्होंने
very
मार दी.
eyes. Let's get a
अरे
replay
पता
of
नहीं
SK
फालतू का
Gaming
हाइप
and
बना
their
रखा
dominance
भाई.
from this
मैंने
last
तो अभी
set.
तक जो
Tribe
देखा,
Gaming did have some
ट्राइब
good
कहीं
taps
भी
in
मुझे
here.
अच्छा
Saw
खेलते हुए
early
दिखी
game
नहीं है.
victories, though, by SK on lanes that Tribe Gaming really needed to win. More importantly, we saw Tyrant on the Amber fail to execute on really the one purpose of Amber, which is to burn down those bushes in game number 1.
I think Yashi just made his life really difficult, right? I mean, to be honest with you, he played a phenomenal set. It's hard to argue against any of these SK
Net
players, but I think
fail
that
है भाई.
combined with a few missed supers there
ओशी
from
बढ़िया.
Zulon really made a difference.
और ये वाला भी हमारा करेक्ट होते हुए इससे भी 200 पॉइंट मिलते हैं, तो अगले बार का मंथली फाइनल्स में जोड़ देना हमारे, कैरी फॉरवर्ड कर दो।
DPS and on the other end, the kill count just not matching.
Disgusting, absolutely disgusting here from SK. And I think really this has origins in the draft. If you weren't already clued in by their really nice win record on this map in the previous days.
मनु से पूछ रहा 3 बजे वाले मैच में चेस मैक ने क्या पेला था इनको जिस समय ये लाइव किया था।
And I don't think any freezes
मैं तो
either.
बता ही रहा हूँ, मुझे क्या बता रहा भाई, मैं तो बोल ही रहा हूँ कि नल्ला खेलते हैं भाई।
You know, coming into the day, Lou's win rate was actually fairly low, I would say, way less than 50%. Today, obviously, haven't done the mental math, but when I see instances
Sorry
like
to
that,
those
it looks like
82%
he's not
people who
necessarily
voted in
undefeated.
our
We talk
poll
about his
that
utility,
Tribe
how strong
Gaming
he
is
can
gonna
be,
win,
but truly,
but
with these
nope.
pro players, they're clearly finding ways around it.
Excited about the
And this sort of
semi,
stuff is
ठीक
now
है
starting
भाई।
to emerge. The
क्रेजी
secrets now
रकून के लिए
unearthed as we
excited हैं हम।
head into the later stages of the
इसके बाद किस
competition.
चीज से आता है,
We have to
क्रेजी
crown an MVP of this
रकून
match, though, and we asked
का
you
है
guys on
जीटा के
event.allstars.com, who
सबका
was
पेठा
the
बना
MVP?
देंगे।
It is Chaos.
I think a phenomenal selection there too. We talked about it a lot, especially earlier on in the match, right? I believe there's sets 1 and 3. He was just a star player. He's always been a face for this organization. And in a year like this year, where it's been a very bumpy road, I mean, to be honest with you, early on, they missed the first 2 monthly finals. And now they are here on the world stage, and they're a top 4 team.
It has been such a comeback here for SK, but their journey is not finished yet because the semifinals await them. The second semifinal of the day will see SK have a showdown.
It's going to be a heck of a matchup. I mean, both of these semifinals we have on the way, not necessarily ones I fully predicted, but I am more than happy to see it. It's going to be absolutely insane. We have some EMEA action coming in. One last
अभी तक तेरे हुए नहीं क्या भाई राक्षस भाई, क्या बोल रहे हो, अभी तक हुए नहीं क्या तुम्हारे?
Wow, I mean, the last hope for NA, a lot of hope here for EMEA, and Crazy Raccoon also once more looking to stake their claim on the World Finals title, Tensai potentially becoming a 3-time World Finals champion. There are so many different possibilities here. Let's take a look at the bracket so we can really iron these things out and look at all of the possibilities as we head into the last 3 matches of the day. Zeta Division will go to battle with Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon now facing against their former org, but still looking to establish the same dominance.
I can't help but laugh. I mean, the storylines just write themselves, man. Whoever did the script writing for Brawl Stars this year, great work, man. I mean, Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon beat 2 tough opponents. We got to see Luminosity Gaming nearly topple Zeta Division. Crazy Raccoon had an intense matchup with Totem, STMN, taking care of business.
84% vote.
Shock the world. 80% of people at home, I might add, picked Tribe Gaming. I get it. But SK Gaming, man, we need to take them seriously.
SK Gaming just
ट्राइब वालों को तो हारने ही चाहिए, हम हार रहे तो तब चिल्ला रहे थे और खुश हो रहे थे। अरे तो भाई इसलिए तो हमने हरवा दिया, टेंशन ना लो। 2655
But
क्या बात
things
है?
are sort of starting to go according to plan.
बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया।
Maybe we were a little bit off in the reading, but we found ourselves now in the semifinals, getting ready for some excellent matches.
Hey, shout out to Uber as well. One man that stood away from the caster hive mind, and along with the 20% of you all at home, and he got a nice W for it. I'm sure on event.brawlstars.com he's going to be appreciating that one. I think these next 2 matches though.
TF happened.
Way
TF happened.
Yeah,
किस
and I
बात
think
का
some
happened
people had
भाई?
some trouble predicting the fact that these matches would take
ऐसा
place
क्या हो
in the
गया?
first place. Some unlikely competitors here that are now looking absolutely
ST और
scary
से
headed
STMN
into
ये भी
especially that
STMN
second
जीतेगी।
semifinal.
आपका वाईटी का पोल और वेबसाइट पोल में 7-20 19-20 का फर्क है। अच्छा ठीक है भाई।
There is a little bit of a matchup here in terms of Crazy Raccoon playing their previous organization.
मेरे पोल उसमें पोल में फर्क हो सकता है, लेकिन मैं जो बोला हूँ वो तो हुआ ना। मैं तो भाई पहले ही वोट दिया, तो देख लो, मैं तो ये ओशी को ही जिता रहा हूँ भाई। ओशी ओशीट मैन को मैं जिताया 3-1 से जीत के भाई, और क्या चाहिए तुम्हें? ट्राइब को तो हम वैसे ही वोट नहीं देते।
अब
ऐसे भी सीआर के जीतने का तो आपको पता ही है, सब जगह एक ही चीज तो बचती है, मोए मोए खाए पोहे, मोए मोए खाए पोहे।
Zeta Division! This is a team that looked
जीटा
like they could
चापी
get a
ने
clean
छोड़
victory
दिया।
over Luminosity Gaming in that
जीटा, अरे
quarterfinal.
भाई कितने पुराने
However,
जमाने की बात
we
कर
were
रहा है ये।
kept on the edge of our seats as it went down to the wire, but luckily for Zeta Division, they managed to recover. Hopefully, they maintain their composure.
पहले एक
and
जीटा
their
हुआ करती थी,
focus is on
फिर
the
जीटा
prize.
0 और जीटा 1 बना दी, दोनों ही जीत गई।
But their opponents
फिर
are
उनने
going to
बोला
be a
यार
very
इनको
tough
भगाओ,
one
दूसरों
to
को
beat.
बुलाते हैं।
It's Crazy Raccoon!
अरे सब भग गए, अरे ट्राइब वाले सब भग गए भाई, जो चिल्ला रहे थे। मजा आ गया देख के, सन्नाटा, ये सन्नाटा हमें पसंद है, ऐसे ही बना रहना चाहिए।
So maybe they're not mortal after all. DreamHack Winter, please give it up for your semi-finalists! As we head over to Reddy and Kenny.
ऊपर वाली चैट देखकर बताओ ना, क्या बताओ, ये ओशी कौन है? अरे भाई तुमने ओशी को नहीं जानते हो तो क्या ही देख रहे हो तुम, रहने दो, तुमसे ना हो पाएगा भाई। That's the power of Oshi.
Speaking of adversity, these guys have been in some very close calls, right? We saw them against STMN on the first day, and then they went on and took on another beast from NA West. They took on Luminosity, and while they had a strong lead, they did start to show some cracks. But nonetheless, a win's a win, and they've had some thrillers here today, hoping they can do it again.
Some close matches, but certainly some discoveries of strategies that don't work that could enable them in this upcoming match versus Crazy Raccoon, boasting
Crazy
a
Raccoon वाह।
flawless record except for
अबे लाइक करो भाई, क्या कर रहे हो? लाइक करो, नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब करो।
whopping 83% prediction for Crazy Raccoon.
This is one of the highest of the weekend, and I think given yesterday, I start to see it. People are going to have that recency bias, and not to mention, too, these guys have won, 3 combined world championships. So, you know, pretty good, I get it. But they're taking on their formal organization that is also very good at scouting talent. They put up a heck of a fight against several of the men from this roster last year. Once again, I'm going to call it out like I said last time. I'm picking CR to win this one, but Zeta Division certainly deserve more respect than that.
Without a doubt, I really do see an outcome where we go all the way to set number 5 in this one. But it's going to be a real challenge for Zeta Division. Crazy Raccoon, they've said that don't expect to win drafts versus us anymore. And their drafting style, while not super unpredictable, seems to be indomitable, if nothing else.
Crazy Raccoon have taken what seems to be their favorite brawler in Max, a long-time brawler for East Asia, and one that recently in the meta has really fallen off. There aren't a lot of teams that use it. Their former opponent, Reply Totem, really one of the only ones that practice it or use it in their regular gameplay, but Crazy Raccoon are really doing something special here with this brawler. So I'm curious for Zeta Division, and part of the strategy you have to keep in mind with these guys, they're so mechanically talented, and yesterday and earlier today have really proven that they can win with some off-meta picks. So the question being, do you ban what they love to play, or do you ban what's meta? And either way, I think
तुम कब खेलोगे चैंपियनशिप में? जब मेरी टीम होगी मैं जरूर खेल लूंगा, और जब इंडिया में सर्वर आएगा तब भी जरूर खेल लूंगा।
Able to execute on. They're also the extremely meta brawlers that they are 100% capable of playing as well. So they've really eliminated both avenues of attack.
Me peacefully watching this stream.
Yeah, it's what makes them special. They have multiple options, a lot more options than a lot of these teams here.
Wow.
Of course, Crazy Raccoon, even as good as they are
मतलब तुम ये सब कंटेंट देखते हो? देखो जो चीज देखता है या सर्च करता है उसको वही ऐड आता है। जैसे कुछ लोग ब्लिंकिट खाने पीने का सामान देख रहे होते हैं तो उनको वो ऐड आता है। मैं ज़्यादातर टैग की चीजें देखता हूँ तो मुझे सैमसंग वगैरह का ऐड आता है। सैमसंग चप्पल का आता है तो मैं तो स्किप मार दूँ, लात मार के फेंक देता हूँ उसको बाहर। तुम ये सब देखते हो? बढ़िया शौक है भाई, बढ़िया शौक है।
And she's also just plain good with all of the indestructibles that are on this map.
M's out of the picture as well, and so is Lou. So they're gonna have to get creative in how they deal with this.
जो चीज सर्च करता है देखता है वही चीज आती है भाई, और तुम्हें ये सब चीजें आ रही हैं मतलब बढ़िया भाई, अच्छा है। मुझे तो आज तक ये सिर्फ मोबाइल और पीसी इसके सिवा कोई ऐड ही नहीं देता भाई मेरे को। हाँ कभी कभी ट्रेवल का ऐड दे देता है, ट्रिवागो का दे देगा जिसमें वो क्या नाम उसका मंदाना, क्या नाम है उसका, रश्मिका, जो भी है रश्मिका जो है वो ऐसे करके बतख की जैसे नाचती रहती है ना, उसका ऐड आता रहता है बस ट्रेवल में, बस वही ऐड आते रहता है, बस बतख की तरह नाचती रहती है उसमें पुचुक करके। उसके अलावा तो मेरे को ये सब ऐड दिखे नहीं।
Great analysis there too. I mean, it's so nice when you get an extra free few shots at a bucket every single game. In response though, it's going to be and it's going to be a Spike. These are two great options that normally would play well into Rosa, but on this map as well, it's a fantastic combination that's been there for a long time. So they've got their sharpshooter, their high DPS, and Rosa who's going to get up.
मुझे Brawl Stars की ऐड एंड
Crazy Raccoon kind of need some kind of high
परफ्यूम की
option. I feel
ये
like
सब
off the
परफ्यूम
rip
भी
to
होता
get some
है।
damage. Instead though,
मुझे भी वही अंग्रेजी वाला लेटरली आता है।
Plus Crow might have even been a reason they took that earlier. They don't want options for the slowdown on the other end. I think they kind of big brain this.
Wow, this is actually colossal brain here. I mean, the Sandy pick alone is not really indicative that they're going to go for the Sandy Max. Now, this could also be a case of Zeta Vision knowing that this is going to be an option. They did first pick that Rosa, so they do have a slowdown option, but it is on Gadget, and it's going to be quite difficult to execute
कमलनाथ और शिवराज का ऐड आता है था वोट के समय तक। वाह भाई तुम्हारी तो बड़ी पहचान है भाई, इस बार का सीएम तो मनु भाई ने चुन के आए हैं। वोट भी दिया था कि नहीं दिया था पहले तो ये बताओ, मेरा तो अभी तक ये निकली नहीं भाई, इंक नहीं निकल रही भाई हाथ की।
Well, already Zeta are pushing forward very aggressively, predictably with Naui at the helm. Instead, Tampo on the right side is trying to defend. He has that gadget. Now he's going to try and force it through. There it is.
Easy goal for जीटा, बना देंगे सबका पेठा।
Off the rip, they just have so much firepower. It's something I was noting that Crazy Raccoon may be lacking. Little utility to assist them here, though, but now he already moving to the right-hand side. Garrow with a beautiful blow there. A nice tap. They have to put Naui to sleep, but it's not going to matter here. A shield being popped. A walk.
और अब भाई बचा लिया है, क्या बात है।
And it stopped at the goal line.
Tensai's just Himothy when it comes to using those phase shifters. He's going to pass it back to Shdetampo to move this one up the right lane, but it's right back into the clutches of Rosa. Passing it up to Gyaro. Maybe a goal if Tensai can't defend this. Things are closing in on the right side. Shdetampo's the last hope. It's a full team wipe. A pass over to Meow. The daisy chain all the way down.
GG's first game goes to Zeta.
And a quick game victory at that as well. Zeta Division.
दिया था भाई मेरी भी नहीं निकली।
This is Crazy Raccoon's most notable kinds of compositions. They grab Max, arguably the best pilot in the world.
पता नहीं भाई कैसे निकलेगी,
Get the Sandy, who,
जो
like we
स्किन
noted,
पे थी वो तो
great
निकल
for
गई,
free
जो
goals with that
नाखून
gadget.
पे है वो
They
नहीं
had
निकल रही
chance to
भाई।
get there. Zeta Division just throttled them off the start, and they're going to be trying to do so once again.
Crazy Raccoon once again completely clobbered. Tensai had no answer. A pass up to Naui. A walk through perhaps. Bounced off of Moya. And already a goal within 19 seconds.
Starting to regret the Gigabrain thing. I like
बहुत
the
जल्दी खत्म
strategy
हो
for
गया।
these
हाँ तो अब सेकंड
mechanical
चालू हो गया
wizards
भाई,
on the
ये भी
side of
जल्दी खत्म
Zeta
हो जाएगा।
have faced adversity, and now they're taking on some Titans here. Another beautiful shot from Garrow. A wide open net, and Zeta Division.
GG's पहला सेट खत्म हो गया भाई। मनु भैया बोल रहे थे ना 11 बजे तक खत्म होगा, जिस स्पीड से खत्म हो रहा है लगता नहीं 11 बजे तक खत्म, 10 बजे ही खत्म हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा 10 बजे। लेकिन हाँ ये जीटा है, 5वें सेट तक इनको खींचने की आदत है, तो देखते हैं क्या होता है।
They don't really show emotion. If you're a tennis fan, I call it the Federer face. They don't let you know what they're thinking. But they played a composition that was bold in the sense that it's not super meta relevant. It's their style. And Zeta Division just crushed them. In terms of starts, you have to admit, this might be a big blow to the confidence here, and the last thing you can do in a semifinals on this world stage is start to doubt yourself.
It has to be, especially because Crazy Raccoon, with how complete their draft was, it seemed like it was exactly what they wanted to get. And when things go exactly to plan in the draft, and then when it comes to gameplay, you're not able to execute, shocking outcome. 0-0-0. Goose eggs from Moya, Tensai, and Shdetampo. A harrowing outcome of set number 1. Hopefully not indicative of what's to come for Crazy Raccoon.
Zeta Division just served these fellas.
सही टेम्पो का भाई, टेम्पो नहीं चला भाई।
It's not enough.
क्रेजी रकून को
And they
क्या हुआ,
speed ran that
उसका
too. I
टेम्पो
mean,
का ऑयल
doesn't look
खत्म हो
the
गया
clock
था,
necessarily,
ऑयल
but
चेंज
gotta
करके
think
आएगा।
that second game was one of the fastest we've ever had.
भाई इसको
Promo
देख के
has
ना
the potential,
टेंसाई को देख
but
के
I
लगता
never
भाई वहाँ पे
expected
माइकल
that out of
जैक्सन खड़ा
Crazy
है,
Raccoon. So they're gonna have to go back to the
उसका
drawing
वैसे ही
board a
फेस है,
little
माइकल
bit
जैक्सन
here.
जैसा खड़ा हो
Gonna
वहाँ
hop
पे।
into a brand new game mode and map. It's gonna be Kaboom Canyon.
And we know that Zeta are not afraid to run that chuck, so it could be another really fast game.
इमोशनल हो गया सीआर वाले जर्सी देख के पुरानी। वाह भाई सही बात है, रिस्पेक्ट दे रहे थे, रिस्पेक्ट।
And commit to the enemy safe. It could be appearing here in the ban phase. It all
नाखून वाली तो अब निकलेगी जब नाखून बड़ा होगा तो शिफ्ट होती जाएगी इंक। फिर तो भाई 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 8 हफ्ते लग जाएंगे उस स्पीड में। उसने कहाँ तक तो लगाते हैं लोग। कुत्ते में तो प्रधानमंत्री वाला चुनाव आ गया तो बोलेंगे अरे तुम तो अभी वोट दे के गए थे, तुम्हारी तो लगी हुई है, नहीं दे सकते भाई तुम।
And they deliberate. There's several first draft options, right? But Cordelius the best way at addressing Chuck, and therefore they're just gonna lock it in immediately.
Yeah, that is a little bit worrisome. Gale is still an option here, and a lot of times we can see Gale as a dedicated defense option. It will still be difficult to deal with. Nanny also selected here for Crazy Raccoon. Very long-range composition, at least in form of 10 size selection. He can get that Warp Blast teleport over to the enemy safe. Are you going to out DPS Chuck? I think so, but you still need to complete this with yet another Brawler.
Crazy Raccoon have rocked the Gale here already today in very similar fashion. The Spring Ejector.
सीआर जीटा डिवीजन 0 को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए 000 किल्स लाए हैं, बात तो सही है। हेलो मृणाल कांट पाठक,
Meg though, a high damage brawler, a lot of fire.
कैसे हैं पाठक जी आप? थक गए होंगे, लाइक कर दीजिए और सो जाइए।
Meg's got it all.
I see Meg as being a great option for getting some kind of take back of Mitch.
ट्राइब सपोर्टर कहाँ गए भाई? आपकी चैट से कोई तो ट्राइब को सपोर्ट कर रहा था। ट्राइब वाले जब वहाँ स्टेडियम से भाग गए तो ये तो फिर भी मेरी चैट है जहाँ से जाने के लिए बस एक क्रॉस बटन पे क्लिक करना होता है। सिंपल सी बात है भाई, सिंपल सी। लात मार के भगाया है, क्या ही कर सकते हैं।
Doesn't always show up here, but certainly can deal damage onto that high safe. So we have Chuck going in for the hyper offense. I believe Lou is going to be
कभी-कभी तो मुझे लगता है कि ये लोग वहां तक आ कैसे जाते हैं, क्वार्टर फाइनल तक पहुंच कैसे जाते हैं ये लोग।
What is the norm right now for Brawl Stars meta, and we're going to have to see if they can make it shine this go around.
A lot of this comes down to, at least in the early game, who gets that initial take of mid. And I do put my faith in Zeta Division to make this one happen with their composition, but we'll have to wait and see what Crazy Raccoon are able to execute with. Already running immediately to mid. Crazy Raccoon, they tried to jump in with his jump pad, but Meow has a lot of health. Now he's still looking for an angle. He's charged up that super already. Reminder, he's able to go through the walls. A super immediately for Garo. And Crazy Raccoon have already been forced off of that mid that they got into for free with a jump pad.
Tensai streaking down the sidelines as the train conductor moves up the mid. It's a back and forth right now, and already we have a split here. Damage being dealt for both sides, each playing a little offense and a little defense as Chuck connects with the smoke here. Travels all the way back to the other end as it's still a continued battle on the lower half.
Now he's able to play offense whenever he wants and come back to defense whenever he farms up that super once again. Stetdampo forced to use a super here. Tensai still trying to be a nuisance on Zeta Division safe, but he's lacking in the DPS. Here comes the freeze on a Tensai. That's the kill for Garo. And now he gets to start thinking about moving into mid. Stetdampo is armed with the super. He might want to use it on Meg once she pops out of that mech. If he wants that free kill, there it is, as well as the gadget popped. Moya now going for the jump in. Meanwhile, Chuck just going to town on this safe. Now dipping to 25% remaining.
CR may be able to save this, but they're going to have to play it pretty perfectly now. He's still with plenty of options on how to do damage. Now going to be cycling to the other end, and he's right back in front of their faces. 9%, a quick shutdown with the Tara pull. Moya now being frozen as well, though. They're down to their last legs. The Nani peep inbound, but Meow stands tall. They make the connection for 100, but the Peace Shooter now inbound, and that's going to be that. Close call, though. 489. I had to hold my breath there. Nicely done, and another game going to Zeta Division.
अगली बार अवेनेंट टीम से मैं खेलूंगा।
Zeta Division,
Wow.
What a way to make this one happen in lightning fashion there with the Chuck. So much damage pouring out all the time.
And it's going to be a good one here. Zeta Division.
रेवन जब हारी थी बहुत हंस रहे थे 3 बाप के। तुम्हारी इस बात से वो बुरा थोड़ी मानेंगे, वहाँ तो कल्चर है भाई, हो सकता है 2-3 भी हो सकते हैं, 4 भी हो सकते हैं। कई बार तो मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि उनकी ओरिजिनल मम्मी कौन सी थी और ओरिजिनल पापा कौन से थे। उसकी मम्मी ने दूसरे पापा से शादी कर ली, दूसरे पापा ने दूसरी वाइफ से शादी कर ली, फिर उसकी जो वाइफ थी और उसकी जो पत्नी थी उनने किसी और से शादी कर ली। अब वो बच्चे हुए किसके मेरे को अभी तक नहीं पता, लेकिन हाँ ये कल्चर चलता रहता है। सपोर्ट जरूर करेगा, हाँ जरूर वोट देंगे, भले हमको पॉइंट्स 0 मिले, लेकिन हम सपोर्ट तो तुम्ही को करेंगे।
Manages to get an elimination. Zay Division, they're out DPSing Crazy Raccoon as it stands.
And Nani needs to get on some action. Here's Tapo just going to make the decision to go to the other end. They want to pace race this fully. They're leaving Naui on his own here. 20 to a roughly 20, and now CR laying down the fire. It's going to be neck and neck here, down to the wires. Tapo still standing tall. Naui on the back foot, gets the train going down, but he gets it in the final moments.
जी 2-0 हो चुका है।
Zay Division looking to do.
Hello Atom Dino, that train guy is literally cheat code. Chuck chuck, oof, chuk 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 chuk.
Perhaps soon to become just that, former and forgotten in the semifinals, unless they can bring it back here. Reverse sweep is the recipe for success for Crazy Raccoon. Zeta Division, wow, incredible. Just no time to.
बुरा मत मानना, बुरा मानना क्यों है भाई? मैंने तो इसलिए बोला क्योंकि उनके यहाँ है भाई। अच्छा ठीक है, दिल से बहुत अच्छा लगा सुन के, बढ़िया है भाई।
We see guys like this in moments like this where they are down 2-0.
It's time for us to take off the rose-tinted glasses. We've seen Crazy Raccoon get some interesting drafts in here versus very meta brawlers and still get the wins, but that has not been the case at all for the past 2 sets. We've seen
जीटा वालों ने पैसे भिजवा दिए हैं,
pretty much the Chuck, the
पैसे पहुंच चुके हैं भाई, पैसे पहुंच चुके हैं। जैसे उस वाले फाइनल्स में मुझे अच्छे से याद है, लाइट बंद करके पीछे से पैसे भेज दिए गए थे और वो मैच फिर जीत लिया गया था। तो वही हो रही है, अभी भी पीछे से पैसे भिजवा दिए गए हैं।
All of them have made a grand finals appearance before. A couple of them have won one, some two. But now Europe, with a lot of hope now in these semi-final stages, just need one more set. And dry season could be that set.
All comes down to Bounty. What were very quick matches before now turn into a 2-minute slugfest. Or at least a race to the 20-star threshold. It all starts with who gets that blue star here on dry season, who gets to be in the driver's seat. At least in terms of who gets to play defense, the optimal way to be playing Bounty.
It's going to be an interesting decision-making process here for Crazy Raccoon. Like I mentioned a little earlier, and we talked about a lot with Max and those kind of synergies.
धार राशि का क्या करेंगे?
Certainly eligible, but if they run it, it's going to be a toughie into this.
अच्छा, इतनी धन राशि का क्या करेंगे? ओह, ये धन जी बात कर रहा है। मैं सोच रहा हूँ कहाँ से धार आ गई भाई, किधर धार आ गई?
A question that will be answered in a matter of seconds too. We can break down some of these bans as well. Look at Crazy Raccoon. They get rid of that Mortis selection in the first pick from Crazy Raccoon. This is a very safe selection. Not by any means one of the brawlers at the forefront of the current meta, but that's what first pick is for, is to play something safe and then develop and evolve your draft in later stages.
I think I've just been kind of conditioned to.
कहाँ गए ट्राइब वाले? शक्ल तो दिखा दो। अरे वो बच्चा कहाँ गया जो ट्राइब दिखा रहा था भाई? उस बच्चे को ढूंढो।
That they can do it any way. I think Tick just is a super pesky brawler on this map as well. He can just lob up the mines, especially if there's no wall break.
वो बछुआ कहाँ गया जो ट्राइब दिखा रहा था? पकड़ो उसको।
Brawler, but maybe trying to prevent any ideas of anything too wild here from Crazy Raccoon.
Cordelia is going to be a great way to get rid of any tanks that might be threatening here. Crazy Raccoon, if they wanted to go something aggro like Fang, will be shut down by the Cordelia's super. Cordelia's also has some really good defensive options, put someone in the Shadow Realm and then run away, but also gets some good assaults on people. Appear from the Shadow Realm underneath the most vulnerable target. Here it would be Tick, but Crazy Raccoon could still pick some more squishy brawlers. Zeta Vision have opted to go with the Nanny here, which is going to be a great pick to face versus really any sharpshooter that Crazy Raccoon can think of, and Zeta Vision still have a last pick to counter out anything that CR pick now.
I don't blame Zeta Division for not going thrower here. They're going to go ahead and pick up Nani and Cordelius on this 2-3 section. Look, they know Crazy Raccoon already have their thrower of choice, so why pick it early? It's very unlikely that they do it twice, so if they want to sprout towards the end of this game here, they can select it. But I think they're going to gain a little more information before they make that call. Also, if the other side wants to go with the wall break option, it will hurt in a sense and help out any of their sharpshooters if they elected to draft it, but they've got sharpshooters on the other side. It hurts Tick. Crazy Raccoon are certainly going to have some tough choices here, and Tensai selecting that Stu. Very interesting, and again, not one I'm used to seeing too often.
One that can also fare fairly well into tanks. Here's RT, very
सबसे बढ़िया तो मैं ही खेलता हूँ इधर. क्या बात बोलिए, क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है. Tribe is like gully cricket played internationals.
But Tensai here, I wonder
उनका
which
काम
gadget
यही
he's
है.
going to be using. Wall break would probably be suboptimal heading into that Nanny, but Moya can still take that matchup.
Shoot कुले चल रहे हैं, relax. अच्छा.
Best plan of action. It enables him to tank some damage too versus another long-range, high-damage brawler.
After your thought process, I think Speed Zone likely the best option. Gray going to be a final selection here. So they're going to stray away from any idea of a thrower, anything tanky. They're going to go with a teleport. Gray is a sneaky good option into those throwers, though. A quick TP in, a few easy shots, and he's out. So I don't mind this draft for Zeta Division. I think Cordelius might have a hard time, but it most certainly could be anybody's game, and CR needed to be theirs.
I think Gray might be the way to get Cordelius behind enemy lines, deal with Tick in close range, get some value in here, especially with the super damage boost, force the 1v1. Let's get it started. It's all coming down to set number 3. Zeta Division, one set away from victory, heading on to the grand finals and sending Crazy Raccoon down into the pits of despair, away from Worlds with nothing to show for it.
Now he low HP, but actually gets traded out there. The blue star gonna be a reward for CR. A missed pull there from Garo as well. Moya keeping the distance here, lobbing up mine after mine. Tampo setting up the speed zone as well. Tensai holding on to a super already. They're in a strong defensive stance. Garo just trying to make something happen. Can't connect once again. CR, phenomenal start for them, and even piling on an extra kill.
Good start here for Crazy Raccoon. They can afford to play the defensive. It might be difficult for Zeta Division to execute on this. Garo still does have some gadgets that he can utilize. A super would be massively impactful. Here comes a Tick super in. All it does is serve to bait out some shots from the Zeta Division members. No serious damage onto them yet. Crazy Raccoon are just going to be playing defense, and Zeta are looking for any opportunities to generate some offense. But really, the biggest benefactor of the timer is going to be Zeta Division as they look to use the clock to their advantage.
Speed zone going down. They're going to take their sweet, precious time, trying to dwindle this away. But they open up the map. That is huge. It makes things a little bit harder for Moya, but thankfully for him, he has this pronged 5-wall, indestructible in front of him. Garo, Meow, Nowie, just going to let this clock trickle down. They want to get the last strike, and they want to walk away.
20 seconds is the magic mark. That means it's drive time. It's time to go. Zeta Division patiently await that mark. Here comes the initial strike. The Peep now looking for a target, perhaps on his Stooge. Tampo dives right into it. Meow gets the kill. Zeta Division are still behind by just one crucial star. Moya avoiding all the damage. Meow looking for the ideal 1v1. It's versus Tensai, but Tensai's still on such high health. Meow's bound to pop out of the Shadow Realm and get a kill. Meow still needs to be taken down. He's running away. 8-7. Need to see a kill for Zeta Division, but nothing. Crazy Raccoon take a game win.
Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon can take a breath now. They finally have a game on their hands. Zeta Division still up 2 sets, and it was a very narrow call, but nonetheless, East Asia still staying alive for now. Game number 2, I'm sure, is going to be just as much of a sweat.
Signs of life mean a lot here for Crazy Raccoon. We haven't seen them take a game just yet. Zeta Division were on a roll, and now the momentum has been broken by much more defensive mode. Already we see Tensai generate a kill onto Meow. They even had that blue star, but they're gathering insurance, at least until Zeta Division push them back into their home ramparts, which could be happening soon. They're losing territory quickly. We might fall into the same pattern as last game, where Crazy Raccoon take a defensive stance early on and maintain.
CR with the early assaults on the Zeta division. They're going to be the ones with the lead once again. Meow once again in trouble as well. A slide in and out. Tick Mines dodged there, but the follow-through shots available from Stu. Now 5-0 here, and a blue star in CR's favor. Things are finally starting to look up for these fellas.
5-0 for Zeta division. No kills just yet. Meow has the Shadow Realm ready and prepared. Here could be the combo. The Peep looking for an ideal target onto Moya. No, just baits out the gadget. Good dash there from Stedampo, but the one shot onto Moya with the gadget on cooldown.
Tensai low HP as well. They make the connection. It's 5-5. Blue Star also in favor of Zeta division. For the first time this set, it's Zeta in control of the base.
We haven't seen Crazy Raccoon have to go on the offensive just yet, but it's time to make it happen. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. Meow's looking for the backlines. He wants to get onto Moya. The jump over the indestructible. Moya's juking as much as he can. Big damage onto Meow, and Crazy Raccoon take the lead.
GG's, उनको लीड मिल गई.
Almost not worth it to a degree.
कॉर्डिलियस ने हग दिया पूरा कॉर्डिलियस ने.
Can they rise to the occasion and take a set?
म्याऊ की म्याऊ निकल गई.
Now is the time for Zeta to push in. Peep once more looking for the ideal target onto Tensai. Big damage. Now down to 5 seconds. Zeta have everyone pressed with their backs up against the wall. Damage needs to be coming in now. Shedampo taking lots of damage, but not enough to send them packing.
GG's.
And Crazy Raccoon
2-1 हो
take
गया.
the set.
Gotta take it one at a time. These fellas are never ruled
भाई यार ये
out, like I
कास्टरी
said.
गाड़ी
You saw
चलाओ यार.
no signs of
पेट्रोल
Zeta
खत्म हो गया होगा
slowing
भाई.
down.
बहुत महंगा है. हर जगह ही
Every
महंगा
team at
है.
this event, the fans across the world, every single one of us a DreamHack winner, know what these men are capable of. They've risen to the occasion before. It's just been a long time since we've seen them do it from behind. So one on the side of Crazy Raccoon here, and nerves have to start settling in here for Zeta division.
I think we've already seen a little bit of the nerves, because I think we can very confidently point out a poor decision to go so aggressively with Cordelius, since falling with Cordelius actually gave the lead to Crazy Raccoon. It's a case of having 2 birds in the bush and 1 in the hand, but actually there's only 1 bird in the bush and you have 2 in the hand.
I hate when that happens, ready?
Relatable.
Oh man, but another thing that's not relatable, at least for me, is playing against Titans like this. I don't envy the position of Zeta division.
Dias
Closing
की
out all
अगुवाई
the
में
pressure, all the
गोल्डीरॉक,
eyes in the
मनु
world
एंड
looking at you. And to be
रकस
so close, 2 straight games
रेवेनेंट
to
का
taking down Crazy Raccoon,
प्रतिनिधित्व
getting
कर रहे
yourself to a
होंगे.
match point. They hold
ऐसा क्या?
firm, they stay
मैं अभी का अभी
confident, and they do so
टीम का
with
त्याग
very
करता
unique
हूँ.
composition.
धन्यवाद.
Not always used to them playing.
खेलना ही नहीं
On the
है.
side of Zeta, as much as I will criticize a very clear mistake, we saw some really good tech here, especially from Naui, getting the insta-kill onto Tick. He managed to make sort of a drive-by by the Tick, no contact, just bait out that gadget, and then circle around for the one shot with autofocus. That was phenomenal.
Just the Shadow Realm plays too, I think tried to set them up for success. But look at this, it's 5-5, Blue Star, but they just traded out immediately. I mean, in terms of math, that's a bold decision. I'm sure CR had the comms there. It almost felt like RT was kind of following along his teammate there, being ready to go because somebody like Tick, he has no shot at a chance like that. Cordelius is just going to close that gap.
बहुत अच्छी लगता थंबनेल बन रही हैं, लेकिन बन किस लिए रही हैं वो पता नहीं.
1 kill separating a set.
And across 2 bounty games as well, really does emphasize just how close this is. With Zeta division still being the lead set-wise, but Crazy Raccoon now starting to claw their way back from the pits of uncertainty. We're headed to last stop. And if Zeta division can generate a win
जितने
here,
ऐड तुम लोग
it
को
will
आए
in
ना,
fact be the last stop for
मैं बता दूं
Crazy
उसका
Raccoon
1
on the
रुपया
ladder to
नहीं
victory.
आने वाला है,
EMEA fans
क्योंकि इस
around the
पूरे
world are keeping their
टूर्नामेंट
fingers
में
crossed.
भर भर के सिर्फ और सिर्फ कॉपीराइटेड सॉन्ग ही हैं. कल वाली स्ट्रीम में ही 5 कॉपीराइट क्लेम हैं. कितने? 5. और उससे पहले वाली में 8 थे, और वो रिमूव भी नहीं हो सकते, क्योंकि अगर 4 या 5 घंटे के ऊपर की स्ट्रीम निकल जाती तो वो प्रोसेस नहीं कर पाते. तो वो मना कर दिया उन्हें, ना इसको तो नहीं हटा सकते, तो वो हटेगा भी नहीं. तो जितने भी तुम ऐड देख रहे हो वो YouTube को जा रहा पैसा, तो मजे करो.
Always going to be a viable option here, especially for countering tanks. You can run it on either lane. You can get good visibility inside of those bushes, and it's going to be great to get into those backlines, especially where the mid brawler usually lurks. You just have to have something at your side that can help you deliver that brawler to the backlines. I'm looking at Max to make that happen. But Zeta division have run it themselves, and they know that Crazy Raccoon really want this brawler.
I think taking Tara early rather than if
आ
they want
गए
to go on
tribe
Max
वाले,
later,
आ
honestly,
गए
makes sense. It's very
tribe
unlikely
चचा,
that
आ
Team
गए.
Vision elect to select that brawler. Keeping my eyes out for somebody like 8-Bit who does show up a lot on this map, especially since we have more limited bans and more of matching in that sense. They're going to select Buster with the first overall pick here, and Tara can do a good job, but keep in mind, Buster has the tech to where that pull can unaffect him.
That's very true. Kevlar Vest, that star power, keeps him from being affected by any sort of knockback or status effects, slows whatever you want it to be. He can do it. The Max now stolen by Zeta Division. Crazy Raccoon had to be expecting something like this. So now, knowing how to execute on Max, how do they make it turn around? Surely playing so much Max themselves, they know what the most irritating, annoying, and effective strategies to deal with it are.
Zeta Division taking a plate off of Crazy Raccoon and trying to use a brawler that's normally up their alley against them. This is what I was mentioning. It's good that they picked the Tara first because they have options now. They can just stray away from it and they can look to shut down the brawler that they know so well.
CR तो हार रहा है.
अरे
ऐसे कैसे हार रहा
with a
है?
TP with a lot of HP and somebody that's been boasting a 67% win rate coming in today.
I'll name an option for
Moy,
Zeta Division. They
moy.
can spend the Brawl days locked in the Snowtell. If Tensai gets some nice freezes here, it's going to be difficult, though, to hit that Max. Buster, also, we've seen just how effective Buster can be into Lu. Just wait for that super to charge up and then go for your charge into the Lu. But you got to be careful. You can't overextend. Squeak is going to be great for visibility inside of these bushes. Also is a strong lane selection. And finally, amazing for taking down the turret that 8-Bit is going to need so desperately to survive at mid.
This is going to come down to if Max can pop off, I think. If Max can be a good point guard here, distribute the speed to the teammates, stay alive, allow Buster to press forward, and they can all do their job. I think Zeta Division can come away with a win, but they've got a long road ahead of them. Crazy Raccoon are trying to do the unthinkable, make a little
कितने मैच बाकी हैं इसे छोड़कर?
A little bit of a comeback will go a long way, though.
Two
If they
more.
can get a win here, they'll go on to that
बाकी तो
coveted
101 पॉइंट्स तो तुम ये
C5.
नीचे जो
Coveted by
स्टिकर आते हैं उस पर
Crazy
क्लिक
Raccoon at
करके भी ले
this point.
सकते हो भाई.
It's their only
जिस भी
avenue
टीम
to
को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो उसके
victory.
स्टिकर नीचे
Major
आते हैं
push
उस पर
on the
क्लिक
left
करने
side
पर भी
from Crazy Raccoon.
5-5
Tensai
पॉइंट
and
मिलते हैं
Stetampo
पर
pulling out, looking for a
राउंड.
kill on
हर
Naui.
राउंड के
We're in
5.
control of this area. Stetampo already has that super. A freeze on a Naui and a frozen Buster delivered straight to his doorstep.
An ice statue right in front of one of the greatest of all time, and he's going to line those shots up to perfection. A strong presence of Zeta Division, and here comes the max energy speed as well. A tied gym count. Moya extending for one more. And Shitampo going to be on the bottom lines here. Moya Goku trying to fire, and it's not going to be enough for any kills. The Tara pull being missed there too. And Crazy Raccoon do have control as the Lu pops a major super.
Well, there's a freeze onto Garo, but they're not able to do anything with it. Stetampo's going to have to work for this super back. Also, worth noting, lane rotation. Meow now heading over to the left side. Gadget popped down. And a lot of room that Stetampo has to circumvent big lane control there on the left side. Speed popped by Garo. Now encircling Tensai, and no value for Tensai there. He doesn't even get a super. But Moya has 7 gems to show for it. Now he's closing in around the right side. Garo also matching him at mid. Trying to get this next super for a big push in. A jump in from Tensai. But the block, the gadget combo from Naui, a total shutdown.
Naui taking on this lane brawler that's normally so good into tanks, and just shuts it down immediately. Zeta Division have now clawed their way back into this. They've had a constant presence by the gym mine here. Moya Goku establishing himself now. A 9th gym spilling out. He has teleports available if needed. Tensai bringing some help from beyond as well. Another hyper charge and play as well. Meow makes the connections there. A skate, a connection. Gym's being dropped, and now Tensai going to work up top as well. It's just Garo, and more importantly, a gym countdown.
Huge dodges for Tensai too. He's just trying to keep this lane versus Garo. Zeta Division, they approach aggressively now, pushing up the left side. Garo now matching at mid with a takedown onto Tensai. Stetampo holding the line the best he can. 3 seconds left, and we see Moya get the takedown onto Garo.
Moy.
A game win for Crazy
Khai
Raccoon.
pohe.
He might make it happen.
Uh-oh, a big win there for Crazy Raccoon. I'm telling you, don't let them get one. If they
कोई
get
एक
one
मैच
more
जीत
game,
लिया,
Sit 5 fans
मैं
around the world will be
वरना
once
मैं
again
3 MVP
rejoicing
सिलेक्ट कर
on what has
लूंगा.
been an insane weekend. CR, one more game away for dragging us to set 5.
Still room for Zeta Division to
इंडिया
improvise
तो ऑस्ट्रेलिया भी चल रहा
for
है.
some new strategies. Oh my gosh.
चल तो रहा है
Well, the
लेकिन
double kill is in the playbook.
मैं
Then
इतना
Zeta
ज़्यादा
Division
क्रिकेट
have
देखता नहीं
executed
हूँ.
it according to the textbook. Crazy Raccoon.
वर्ल्ड कप
wiped
जरूर
out on
देखा
the
था.
left side.
जिसमें जो हार मिली उसके बाद से तो वो भी मन नहीं करता देखने का। ये लोग 5 तक लेके ही जाएंगे। अरे उनको स्पॉन्सर दिखाने होते हैं भाई, स्ट्रेटजी बता तो दी और क्या।
But it's only one teleport down from Moya. He still has a few more remaining, but 0 gems to show for this. The 8-bit completely forced out of position at mid.
Zeta Division with the mind games off the early game. They come in and they play to perfection as well. They haven't left the mid yet. CR have not even grabbed a gem at this moment. Tensai, while he has flanked Moya in hot pursuit as well. Zatampo with no super. They don't have the utility that they did last time. Now Meow getting a nice pinch here as well. Garo on the back heels as well. The spawners not enough here. Tensai holding on to a super, but needs to use it for a big pop-off play. They haven't played a better set, but they need to somehow survive. And Crazy Raccoon still sticking around. Tensai somehow manages to get by, and now he falls. A pull goes down. CR have established control.
It's all back here for Crazy Raccoon, but now he pushes in. Superless, he's got to farm this up on the way over. Yarrow now also assaulting this right lane. Moya has a super at the ready. Here it comes, the Hypercharge Lu looking for value. Do we see the stun? Yes, on a Meow. And Garo takes some damage too. Shitatampu now taking the jump pad back to the left side. Naui on seriously low HP. A kill from Moya. And Garo returns to the right side. A little super down here for Stetampo, a zoning super, if anything. Along the way, Moya has picked up 8 gems and another one to match as long as they can keep this control.
These fellows are calm, cool, and collected. A horrendous start for them, losing everything, and now all to gain here. A 10th gem being spawned, and they're not going anywhere from the mid. Garo needs to use this max speed. Tensai there to assist his team now. With 10 to go, a big pickup, but an easy teleport away. And uh-oh, Crazy Raccoon.
Incredible here from Crazy Raccoon. From the pits of despair, from the verge of defeat, they claw their way back to set number 5 for a potential reverse sweep incoming.
अब ये लोग पीछे ही जा रहे हैं तब से। अरे भाई जीटा तुम अभी तक देखते आ रहे हो इतने भाई, 2 साल हो गया देखते हुए जीटा को भाई। उनके कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में लिखा लेते हैं, मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ उनके कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में लिखा होता है अगर तुमने किसी भी इवेंट में 5 से पहले मैच खत्म किया तो तुम्हारी उतनी फीस काट ली जाएगी। लाइक तुमने 3-0 से खत्म किया 5 में से तो 20% तुम्हारा काट लिया जाएगा। अगर 4 पे खत्म किया 10% काटेंगे और 5 पे किया तो बोनस मिलेगा 5%। ऐसा लिखा होता है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में, इसलिए बिल्कुल खटाखट खींचते हैं, मजा आ जाता है।
This was just an awesome move from Zeta Division, but it only lasted so long. Towards the end, Crazy Raccoon, they managed to adapt. They managed to force the Buster out of that position. And once Buster was out and unsupported on that left lane, there was no going back.
Here come the numbers as well. It was neck and neck. At the end of the day, they just played the objective better. We talk about it a lot. But they were resilient. They didn't disappear.
अरे भाई 258 258 258 बिल्कुल क्या नाप के लिख रहे थे क्या?
Match point. CR clutched up, grabbed it from them, and now if you're Zeta Division, you've got to be shaking. There are smiles around. Tensai for the first time, chatting it up a little bit, strategizing. They've only got one more opportunity because one of these teams has to go home.
Well, that last opportunity is going to be taking place on Dueling Beetles. I couldn't name a more fitting map than to make this happen. A hot zone with a single zone. It gets so scrappy at this high level of play. 99% incoming. Maybe I'll try not to manifest it too hard because that would be a real nail biter.
Hot zone is a
game
mode too. Especially for set number 5. There are plenty of moments in Brawl Stars history where things have just gone south. This is an opportunity in a mode with mechanics for comeback, and these are two of the finest in the
इनका
world.
साइट ही स्लो हो गई है भाई,
To make some tough choices.
इतना उन्होंने भर दिया, साइट ही स्लो हो गई इनकी। हालांकि मेरा तो है भाई 2 है 2 ये मैंने तो 3 पिक किया। वाओ।
Other viable brawlers now banned by Crazy Raccoon. Rosa, I'm not forgetting, seeing an entire bush planted at mid, all 4 used to construct a massive area.
Come on, reverse sweep दिखा दो जरा Crazy Raccoon वालों।
And it might be a little bit quick to call this a safe pick. It does have a hypercharge. It is very, very powerful right now. You can lock down lanes effectively, and it's also a good tank counter.
I had a little bit of a puzzled look on my face. I'm just not used to seeing Spike be a first overall selection on Hot Zone. Kind of a little bit wild. Crazy Raccoon, though, going to take advantage. High DPS. And his super, of course, especially if Hypercharge, covers up basically that
भाई पूरे स्टेडियम में ब्लू कर रखा है, वैसे ही लोगों को नींद आ जाएगी भाई. ब्लू इज द बेस्ट कलर इफ यू वांट टू स्लीप फास्टर. क्योंकि आंखों को सुकून मिलता है ब्लू देख के.
I like how you said throwers and said nothing about the stew, because the stew just, like, okay, on the surface, maybe it doesn't make too much sense into the spike because you do have life plant available. And I don't really see popping pincushion being a large consideration here. But Meow has to have some kind of plan. If they're able to get consistent DPS on the spike, then that life plant won't be too much of an issue. We can expect this game to go on for a good while. There are also other ways to deal with the life plant that Zeta Division have room to draft with. Pam now is a selection from Zeta Division. Now they're viable to deal with this as well. Some fairly straightforward things that are good into high HP, tanky brawlers that have a lot of
भाई इनने दो और भाई खतरनाक ले लिया जीटा वालों ने तो.
High DPS that Spike provides, Pam is just a staple of Hot Zone. Healing station, scrap sucker, so much utility, and one of the benefits of Pam.
इंडिया के 10 ओवर में 101 पे 1. क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया. कौन-कौन खेल रहा है?
They can use the healing station as a body block, or they can use their own side. They can use Pam to keep the healing station up to provide for the teammates. It's going to be interesting here. See the Poco come out. Got their hands on this Poco. They would have had so much health points to work with.
Jackie. अब समझ में आ रहा है. Why?
Some of the best mechanical players of all time are rocking a Jackie here in set number 5.
The Poco tank, I mean, it just never gets old. But I feel like there's some pretty clear counters into this that Crazy Raccoon are aware of. It was not mentioned anywhere in terms of the bans. Usually this is a very viable option into Poco, and especially a tank, but Zeta Division aren't biting for this bait. They're going to go for the Ims at the end, and Ims is actually a very good option into Poco. You're able to hold lane versus him. Really the biggest struggle with Poco is not feeding him super, which is something that Ims is able to do very effectively while holding control.
Ims is so safe, and the fact that we haven't seen her that much
it's
a little shocking to see her be a final overall pick. They're going to put their faith in it. Some heated compositions.
Come on, crazy वालों रकून बनना दो.
Come down to one final.
Let's go.
Well, let's get it started.
और अब भाई जैकी जो उड़ते हुए आई है, लेकिन उसको फायदा कुछ हुआ नहीं.
In Zeta Division, the winner heads on to the grand finals of the Brawl Stars World Finals. And it all begins with an early take by Zeta Division. Stetampo moves in on the left side, trying to get damage onto Naui. He's woefully outranged and outgunned by both Naui and Meow. Garo also trying to fend off Tensai and Moya. Tensai burning through these gadgets as he tries to find some semblance of control at mid.
CR are juggling this beautifully, but now Zeta Division, I've gotten all 3 members in the mid here, and Jackie's going to have a hard time walking this up. Moya Goku cycling in supers to try and give them a little leeway here. Tensai getting aggressive as the Poco, a bounce back from Meow. Stetampo moving forward as well, and once again, it's Moya Goku standing in the mid.
Crazy Raccoon still trying to fend this off with little success. Moya has that hypercharge and the super ready to move. Naui on the left side. That's easy value. Moya pushes in, but he's early taken down. Garo, Meow, and Naui remain alive and healthy, but the same goes for Stetampo, constantly getting healed by Tensai. The control, despite going down so frequently, belongs to Crazy Raccoon.
These guys are displaying so much brilliance right now. I mean, Zeta Division might even be leading the kill count, but it's Tensai, Stetampo, Moya Goku rotating each other onto this hot zone, and Zeta Division are having a hard time getting up there. It's been a lot of 3v1, 3v2 situations, and now Zeta Division are finally starting to climb and tie this up.
Poco is the lifeline for this Crazy Raccoon comp. As soon as Tensai goes down, it all starts to crumble, and Zeta Division can afford to push in, but here comes the hypercharge and the super from Stetampo. A little bit of value onto Naui, but no serious takedowns, just a bit of area control. Now, Crazy Raccoon completely encircled and clobbered by Zeta Division. A full team wipe to take back control.
This is where things can start to get out of hand as well. They have a little bit of spawn control. Sure, they have the health points on their side. Even a little shield gear on for Moya. But there is so much pressure using these indestructible walls to their advantage as another takedown goes through for Zeta Division. Shots being fired right hand in, and Tensai strumming the chords of his guitar, connecting with all 3. But it's 91 in climbing here for Zeta Division.
Moya needs a super more than anything else. He has the hypercharge to match, now climbing to 93%. Here's the value. The hypercharge is matched. Tensai falls. That's got to be the win condition for Zeta Division as they move in with the Pam super off. No one left to defend, and Zeta Division advance on
match
to
point.
Zeta Division's composition is ruthless. It's punishing. They've got Stu for aggression, Imms for control, and Pam, who just seems to never go down. All great things, and despite CR always being present, once they lost too many brawlers, once they lost all three, there's nothing that they
ने
can
भी
do.
पोको लिया और हारे थे आज और सीआर ले लिया.
They have to win 2 straight.
It's a game of protect the president. Tensai is the one to protect. Stetampo is the first one to fall. Moya and Tensai have to play on the defense, and now he keeps on advancing in. He's already got a super to show for it. Tensai falls to the Mama Squeeze star power. And Crazy Raccoon still tried to bring back control. They only have a slight advantage for now. Now eclipsed by Zeta Division as they get to walk all over this point. Tensai enables yet another push in.
मुझे वैसे जैकी का लॉजिक नहीं समझ में आया. जैकी का लॉजिक है क्या? वो तो आ रही है, भाग के जाती है, मर के आ जाती है, भाग के जाती है, मर के आ जाती है. कोई टेम्पो भाई तुम करना क्या चाह रहे थे? मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया और अभी भी नहीं आ रहा है.
A lot of health points, but now being slowed down by Meow, the pull through, and he still survives, and now all of a sudden it's CR with a takeover here in mid.
Well, Stetampo does fall in turn. Garo avoiding so much
Khatam ho gaya.
damage. Now he also now pushing in, keeping Moya pressured in there. Nice chained supers there from Garo as well. Stetampo going to go for the push in. Meow fending him off to Crazy Raccoon. They're looking for an angle to approach, but their enemies are so alive and healthy and moving all over the place. They can push in, but it's only to become cannon fodder.
Neck and neck right now, and once again, Zeta Division covering the hot zone. 50% in climbing here. CR need to hunker down. They need to get in here, and they get a very good kill as well, but it's still Meow and Pam in this mid, and they're climbing and climbing and climbing, and it's starting to get bad.
Hope growing thin by the second. Moy's going to try and get some value in here. Now he needs to fall, but there's no one in range to take him down. Now down goes the super from Naui. Meow is still alive, hanging out inside of the healing. Garo also getting taken in by the super from Stetampo. It looks good. Meow needs to fall, but he still remains alive. The survivability from Naui and Meow is just shocking, but they have to get this control back somehow. Crazy Raccoon are threatening to usurp Zeta Division's lead.
It's do or die right now for Crazy Raccoon. Well past 85, and this could be the big moment.
हार मान ली उन्होंने already.
The #1 seed from EMEA have taken down the Titans.
जीता for the finals. एक और बार.
Zeta Division make the seemingly impossible happen. The 2-time world champions on the roster of Crazy Raccoon now shut down bitterly in the semifinals. Only a top 4 finish to show for their efforts this year.
चाकी तो ऐसा खेल रही जो फ्रैंक हो. हर कोई उसको वो कर रहा था.
Followed through with a dagger. They kept him alive for so long, but in the final set, they got the job done for the
Sai
first
tempo
time
junior.
in a long time. It's going to be somebody
Senior
else
किधर है
taking
तो
the
फिर?
crown here outside of East Asia.
Without Crazy Raccoon still in the competition,
खींचते
all
रहो
her
भाई,
expectations
खींचते रहो.
might be ready to be challenged. What a shocking finish here, but a well-earned one for Zeta Division as they advance on to the Grand Finals as our first contender in the Grand Finals match.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, both of these teams showcased what they could do. After yesterday, I really
अरे इनकी वेबसाइट हैंग हो गई है भाई. और अब भाई 7 मिनट के बाद जाओ जिसको टट्टी फड़ागा 10 तो जहाँ जाना जल्दी जाओ. पानी पीना पानी पी के आओ. हग्गू मुत्तू है हग्गू मुत्तू जाओ. मुत्तू स्वामी से मिल गया. 7 मिनट है तुम्हारे पास. इनकी बकबक हम करते हैं थोड़ी देर के लिए बंद. तुम लोग जा सकते हो, मजा कर सकते हो और फिर लौट के आ जाना. Hello Rex, what's up?
Zeta Division just had the metal to push through and get those counters out and execute on them perfectly. The healing from Pam, the dashes from Stu, and an amazing Poco counter in the form.
जब तक एक हम reload मार देते हैं फटाफट से.
To create
ST onwards ST.
But as an organization, these were their previous fellows. All 3 of them Zeta Division members last year. And to see an 0-2-2 in a set 5 and your newly acquired roster who have been strong all year long now make it and even beat them to get into a grand finals. I mean, that's got to be something special.
To the credit of Crazy Raccoon here, this is sort of the scoreline you expect to see from a composition that derives its success simply from HP and being able to hammer your way in, get on that point reliably, and just sit there and play the objective. But 7, 8, wow, so many kills and such dominance now exuded by Zeta Division as they head into the grand finals.
It's been an emotional year, to be honest with you. So many teams, so many rivalries. Every year that goes by, this game just gets a little more special. And this is the first year in a long time where we're going to have a new chapter. East Asia has finally been toppled, and it's either EMEA or North America who are finally taking it home.
Well, this is only Act 1 because we still have more matches coming up to determine who is going to be the champion. But we asked you guys on event.brawlstars.com who is the MVP of this match from Zeta Division, and we listened, and you all answered Meow as the MVP of this match.
I've been calling his name out all weekend, Ready. This guy has been something special. He's got a land upgrade for sure. In terms of the numbers category, showing up every time. Constantly being a presence in Zeta Division. It got a little rocky for him, but this man was the rock.
भाई आप कौन सा VPN यूज करते हो टॉरेंट करते समय?
Without a doubt, well deserved.
Why to use VPN यूज करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती है, क्योंकि आपके पास अगर ओपेरा ब्राउजर है तो उसमें इनबिल्ट VPN आता है, आपको बस VPN ऑन करना होता है और VPN चालू हो जाता है, सिंपल है। कोई VPN ना खरीदने की जरूरत है, ना कुछ अलग से डाउनलोड करने की जरूरत है। ओपेरा ब्राउजर यूज करो, एड्स भी हटा देता है बहुत ज्यादातर, तो या मैं तो वही यूज करता हूँ, सिंपल। ओपेरा ब्राउजर यूज करने का भाई उसमें इनबिल्ट VPN है, बस ऑन करना पड़ता है। जब तुम्हें लगे कि VPN की जरूरत है तो ऑन कर दो।
Zeta Division now sit proudly in that top 2 spot. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to find a worthy opponent to face them there. S-Team and Esports versus SK Gaming will determine that team.
And they've even played a little bit earlier this year. Again, there's so much familiarity between all of these teams. And Zeta Division, of course, have been consistent in their region against SK. And SK, though, did end up beating Tribe Gaming, who have been pretty back and forth. And the fact that SK Gaming, not a 1, 2, or 3 seed from EMEA, they did it the hard way. They went through LCQ. Who would have thought they'd be a top 4 team?
Well, they've certainly been on a tear lately, but S-Team and Esports, I think, is going to be a supremely worthy opponent for them. When we roll back the clock to Masters, we saw S-Team do fairly well in this matchup, so now it's more revenge for SK. That seems to be really what they eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is revenge, and boy, are they feasting.
They've certainly been hungry, but the appetite well worth it, clearly paying off here today. Honestly, my predictions are in shambles at this point. I really don't know what to expect. If anything, I'm expecting the unexpected going into this tournament. I thought STMM were one of the top teams, and now SK Gaming are certainly up to the challenge. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and we can only ask you to stay tuned for another amazing match to determine our next semi-finals victor in a grand final spot. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
ब्रो तूने किसको MVP दिया था? अरे किसी को भी MVP दो भाई, तुम्हें 100 पॉइंट्स तो मिल ही जाएंगे, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। MVP तुम किसी को भी चूज कर सकते हो, पॉइंट्स तुम्हें 100 ही मिलेंगे। ST में लग रही जीतेगी ये। चलो भाई मैं आता हूँ मुत्तु स्वामी से मिलके, मजे करो।
Thank you very much, Frankie. Trav, an old-fashioned classic. It's North America versus EMEA. A fight that may even clarify that the trophy is going to be back in the EMEA hands. I mean, one thing's for sure is that we are set for fireworks on the world stage.
We really are. I mean, it's sad to see Crazy Raccoon go out, but at the same time, at least we get a new region taking the crown once more.
My jaw dropped and I couldn't pick it off the floor for quite a while, and everyone in the arena has just gone wide-eyed. The unthinkable has just happened.
अरे अंकल कौन सा नशा फूकते हैं आप, हमें भी बताएं, हम भी ऐसे झूम के नाचेंगे.
Back and forth of these two teams, really the only clash this year, going back to SPS Masters in the group stages. Gotta say, Trav, that's where STM came out on top in the 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, so convincing, but a lot of time has passed since then, and we are back at the World Finals. One team will go to the Grand Finals to face off against Zeta Division, and one team will be sent packing in the 3rd/4th position. Prediction-wise, the community has spoken, and they're all siding with STMN.
61% to 39 with SK Gaming, but what they all say is that SK Gaming have been resilient this World Finals, and went through a very grueling group stage, were able to reverse sweep Foot Esports, and then do the unthinkable today here against Tribe Gaming North America. Well, now STMN have got to get their revenge for their home region.
Yeah, some big rivals behind them, and only a couple more teams, and they'll be lifting the trophy. Double Swoosh being the first map. Gale, the first pick from SK Gaming. This was the map that sealed Foot Esports' fate yesterday. Bans being the Sandy, the Tara, and the Rosa from the side of SK, and then the Tara, the Charlie, and the Lou from STMN.
Solid bans all round for me so far. Gale, I'm still 50-50 on, but nonetheless, I mean, it's getting wins, it's getting results. Jackie, for me, is that brawler which can just be devastating on this map, and Gale, for that very reason, just good to have in the back pocket as your first pick. The Grey going to come out for STMN, you know, lacks a little bit of DPS, but nonetheless, being able to get in and get out with those TPs, those portals are just instrumental, and just turning the tides is what can happen more and more in Gem Grab.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's an insane mid on this map, you know, going back and forwards, and sometimes even being able to hit those walking canes, and then TPing backwards. You get the same effect as the Gene Pull. It brings them so far, and I think that's a really interesting mechanic to have on a map like this, and especially in the hands of Sands, it can be very, very dangerous. Cordelius to go along with it then for the side of STMN. Gale was the first pick, but STMN really yet to pick anything that's not great into a game.
SK Gaming, I can guarantee you, are now weighing up the prospects of Jackie. It's one that they've been really championing on Double Swoosh. It's just about whether that Cordelius is enough to sway their opinion and make it go elsewhere. Amber, for me, could be a good pickup as well. A worthy consideration for sure. They're going to go for it. They're going to go with the Jackie. There's still a 3rd and final pick for STMN to respond to it.
Yeah, pulling out the big guns. And I mean, they've already got Cordelius as well, right? So it's not even going to be that hard, even if they pivot away, go for something else. But I guess it's kind of just preventing STMN from taking that Buster as the last pick. And they've got a couple of contingencies for it if they do. Stu going to be the last one coming in from SK Gaming. Going to be their mid-brawl, I would imagine. And we're back over to STMN for their final pick now. This one's going to decide quite a lot. They've got to have something maybe a little bit more against the Jackie, or whether they're just going to send Cordelius down that lane and have someone play up against the Gale.
Well, the Stu certainly, deterrent Spike wouldn't be a worst of shouts to go up against it. The life plant is a good deterrent of Stu, but Pam. I mean, this is kind of old school meta we're talking here on Double Swoosh, and one that was always really, really fantastic to have. The Vision Gear can get a ton of value on maps like this, and I mean, I've said it time and time again this weekend, Pam, in a very, very solid spot in terms of the meta. And in we go, the match to start things off. A chance for either of these two teams to make it.
भाई आपको मैसेज नहीं आया टॉरेंटिंग करने के लिए? हैं? टॉरेंटिंग करने के लिए मैसेज भी आता है? ये तो मैं आज सुन रहा हूँ पहली बार जिंदगी में.
In we go, first game of semi-final number 2 to decide who joins Zeta Division in the finals. OP starting things off strong in the mid with that speed zone early on. Chaos over the right-hand side, but quickly being scouted out by Bobby. And I think it's a pretty obvious Vision Gear.
Yeah, good awareness there on that right-hand side, keeping everything under control. Lovely walking cane from Zar, and a pick-up there to be had. Chaos is trying to work his way around, but that healing station is giving me a big deterrent. Mama Squeeze, no doubt, on those cards. And that star power, 5 gems to the pocket of STMN early on.
Yeah, Bobby tries to get straight past OP, but the Scrap Sucker not going to be going towards him, but towards his speed zone. And Chaos moving to the left-hand side. Sand's going to find him early on. They're bringing him into that realm as well. Mushrooms along the way should give him a bit of HP to be able to battle this one out. OP sliding into the mid, but not really having the best of times. Had to use yet another speed zone to tank.
Bobby's now in a better spot. Trying to, oh, Chaos spotting there, the booster going in and getting the takedown most importantly. That is strong from SK. Sounds might be out of position here as well. He will be punished, scrutinized for it, staying alive just about on 880 HP, but there's a miss into the realm. That could prove costly.
Yeah, just get the jump over a couple of Gale shots and Zar gets the killing blow, but OP going towards it, Walker came through. Nice shot, but no TP towards him with that heal. Bobby being pulled back and pinched down now by OP, and Chaos gets the counter crush, gets the kill. Zar, not in the best of positions now, but that gem does drop.
Yeah, Zar's been tapping this game, really starting off well. That's 7 gems, 8. Oh, but OP actually going to contest it. Walking game though, out of position. Bobby goes in. They might be able to come out of the gems, but Chaos says no.
Sands in behind them, might be able to get the shot, but actually gets taken down behind the wall. Chaos there, but the backwards maybe could have got the kill. Zar survives on 8, but Chaos has got all of them on 7, and that's not the best for SK.
There were some quick thumbs there from Zar, just escaping absolute peril, certain death.
ओशी भाई पावर ऑफ ओशी चल रही है इधर और कुछ नहीं
3 versus 2 and SC Man have got to be able to get back in this game to contest this mid. Countdown looming in. The gems are dropped. They need the reset and it's got to be on Chaos.
And there's gems there. Gosh, he's going to pick up one. Sands gets the kill there as well, but it's only 10. They need another one from the mid. Touré established up high, and Zar gets that one. 10 to 10 as OP goes down as well. Chaos now over the right hand side, quite low, but still 10 gems in hand. But does he want them?
Chaos going in. Oh, he gets to take down the fire. Zar survives again. My word, he's so quick, but OP not finished there. Will find those gems finding the ground. Will SK hold on in this mid? That's the question.
I mean, they didn't reset the counter. They didn't pick up the 11th in time, so SK have a head start on this anyway. All the gems
down.
From mid anyway, so it's not going to matter. 5 seconds, and SCMN nowhere to be seen.
What a phenomenal game!
Oshi, bhai, Oshi!
Every which way you look at it. This is just so equal, so level at such an early stage, but SK just had that edge.
Yeah, and I mean, it's surprising as well, considering Chaos had those gems for so long, that, you know, Sands or someone like that didn't really take advantage of it. Bring into the realm, take that 1v1, because Jackie's not going to be winning when you realmed against a Cordelius, and it will drop all those gems. But starting from square one again, OP going to be able to evade that walking cane this time.
Yeah, no early break for Zar. And OP kind of low here as well. He'll find again the escapisms of Zar. It's just beautiful to watch. But he's got to keep this up, and SK are looking so aggressive as now. Chaos and OP just pushing their way forwards and preventing him from contesting that mid.
Well, getting pinched in now, and Yoshi and OP eventually able to get him down, but that's the 3rd there for Zar. And Sands doing a great job on the left. Does take a hit to the face though, will fall quite low. Has to heal up before moving onwards, but if he brings OP into this realm, kind of felt bad for that Stu.
Bobby needs to get involved on that right, but a beautiful push there into the realm from Sands. Gems are dropped as OPE falls. Chaos is still standing in, and Zar's got nowhere to go but out there. 5 gems still safely with STMN 6 now, and Chaos will fall. That's looking better now as STMN can really get stuck in. OPE falls, 3 gems down, and STMN are trying to steal this one out.
Yeah, gets the realm as well, going to increase his speed, allow him to move away from Chaos, and he does pick up a mushroom along the way as well, so has some burn down damage on Chaos. Sands going to come out of the realm right next to Yoshi, but he doesn't even realize it himself. OP going to be falling quite low, but Chaos surely can't get in here. SK too low to make the push, but he's got his hypercharge, he's got the slow, they all get slowed, but nothing happens. STMN even out double swoosh.
मिंत्रा गार्ड भाई कपड़े कौन खरीद रहा है?
From STMN, but can they turn that game into a set?
भाई ओशी ओशी करते करते जीत ना जाए सच में. अरे भाई पावर ऑफ ओशी भाई, ओशी भाई, ओशी मुझे 2 करोड़ रुपए भेज दो जल्दी से जल्दी, अभी के अभी.
But we are all equal out this set, all up for grabs. Will it be SCMN's? Will it be SK Gaming's?
Double right sent this time, and Yoshi having a bit of a tough time getting past with that vision gear of Bobby, but Sands over the left, falls quite low. Zar going to pick up an early gem there, get the TP quite early as well. Slowed down, and great shots there from Yoshi to be able to put him to his knees, send him back to spawn. Speed zone place, but seemed to be wasted.
An early gem drop to Zar, the gem carry goes down, and moments like that can sometimes waver and linger a little bit on the mental. What a TP! OP now completely out of position, but I don't think there's enough bodies there to really pick up the pieces. Sands land speeds over a gem, and now SK Gaming on 7 gems.
Yeah, scraps up from Bobby as he slides in behind, but throws his turret straight onto OP's face, who does clean it up quite quickly. Has some damage in there as well, but the scraps are not going to be able to get too much on OP's. Oh, one shot, 140 left. Sans moves forward with his realm, does bring Yoshi in, but you know, even if he comes out of it in this position, if he wins that 1v1, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, thinking twice, and I'm glad to see it for his sake, because that was a gem going over, no doubt in my mind. 7-3 now, as STMN are way behind, but they're trying to make up for that lost time. 4 now, and SK Gaming have got to start to push Bobby here. They are doing so. Great shots from Yoshi, but Bobby somehow is able to survive, and now healing up accordingly.
A great realm there from Sans as well. Zar going to TP, and yet again OP goes down on the right. There with a pinch from Zar.
What?
Bobby.
अबे पागल है क्या? वहाँ क्यों गया?
Trying to make something a little too low to contest.
भाई नल्ला है वहाँ क्यों खड़ा था अकेले?
And now IKL's healing in as OP comes as well. This is it, 5 seconds, can they get the reset? Zalo, what a +3 blow from Yoshi. It's a reset, but for how long?
What a play from Yoshi to knock him straight into the grasp of Chaos, but still, 12 seconds on the map. And 12 gems in hand. OP coming forwards now, and it's the same again. They have a chance. Yoshi's too low to really do too much, though. 4 seconds there. The TP available for Bobby to get a heal. He used it, but he almost goes down anyway. Chaos pinch in the left, but in the realm. And STMN takes set number 1.
Not the cleanest of ends to a game, but one which STMN did have the stamina to continue to retain it. They may have just dodged a bullet, but we have seen just this very weekend SK Gaming being behind and coming out smelling of roses. This battle is far from over.
Well, STMN coming out strong early on for the North America West region. But SK Gaming, not only are they one of 2 remaining EU teams, if they do manage to win this European region, will be guaranteed the world champion. And STMN, they do come out swinging. They start strong with that first set, but still a long, long way to go.
This is the best chance that North America have ever had, really, to make sure that they bring back home the gold. For me, the story in this matchup was OP on that right-hand side. I mean, he's so out of position and just gave an abundance of gems over to STMN when they were actually really struggling to get in that game. It was very slow to the start, and even when they were in the mix of things, I wasn't too overly convinced that they were actually going to hold on in moments like this, and to their credit they did, but it just wasn't the cleanest of games towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, there it was. So far out of position. Zar just TPs in and finds the pinch along with Bobby, and there's just nothing he can do. Drops down, all the gems along with it. Just here. Beautiful stuff from Yoshi to knock him straight back into the grasps of Chaos, but didn't really mean too much.
And a very important takedown there of Bobby onto Chaos, because that could have been a bit of a turning point. He had super as well on that Jackie, and we know what that can do in those moments of pure peril. Despite the fumble, 11 takedowns actually for OPE, lower on the DPS side, but it's the objective when things matter in gem grab, and that's where STMN were able to pick up the pieces. A good round for Sans there, 8 takedowns, 354 DPS. But when you look at the stats, to be honest, SK Gaming had more in that regard, but were just not able to seal it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked better. They had the better stats, but it's those gems that matter, funnily enough, in a game mode called Gem Grab. If you don't have the gems, then you aren't going to be winning. And that's obviously what STMN know, that SK Gaming don't, dropping them all over the right-hand side, not what they will have wanted to see. But STMN going to be so pleased about having this early start against SK Gaming. But how many times have we seen teams clawing it back today?
SK Gaming are that momentum team, but as are STMN, so we can't forget that these 2 teams so alike by nature. As we go in to Ring of Fire, it's going to be Hot Zone up next. And a very, well, if not the most important draft of this year thus far for both. Got to ban the Luke, got to ban the Charlie. That coin toss really determining which team has to only be able to ban 2, as Charlie is just that necessity in this World Finals. But certainly, Bell, we saw the Colette yesterday with STMN. It was just absolutely ruthless for them and brought them home the win. And I hope that SK Gaming have read those drafts and learned from what they saw, because this is a map and mode where STMN look very
मुझे भी डाल देते हैं तुम लोग को कौन सा मिला
so many times. And this is, I feel
जैसी मिली तुम लोग को सबको जैसी मिल रही क्या मेरे पास वैसे जैसी की ऑलरेडी है तो मेरे को कुछ और ही मिलेगा ये तो गारंटी है.
But Penny usually only comes through when we're seeing the Mr. P's, when we're seeing the Tara, stuff like that, which are a bit more normal on a map like this. Bans are here. Eve Gray and Lola. And then the other side, obviously, Charlie. What a surprise, Lou, and then Colette as well.
So far, so good for me. Eve being banned here, I don't know necessarily whether it's up there for me. That's one brawler who is, though. Pam coming in for STMN as the first pick. Bell going to be available, so if SK Gaming want to consider that and get some value off the back of the healing station and try to whistle him down that way, could be a possibility. But certainly, those lane aggressors, the Stews, the Taras, Spike as well, they're all really quite valid here. Amber can have its place. It's kind of dropped off a bit for me, but certainly this is a map that comes with a lot of diverse brawlers to choose from.
Yeah, well, 8-Bit's going to be the first pick coming in from SK Gaming then. And I don't mind it. It's really been playing extremely well throughout the duration of this weekend, and a Rosa to follow up as well. Surely going to be building a lot of these bushes up in the mid. But with a brawl like Pam against you, they're probably going to take vision gear here just for that, that one coincidence where Rosa's going to build up a lot and play through that mid, but also still can play down these lanes. If you get control of your opponent's bush with Rosa, so hard to get you out.
Certainly unfriendly pushes as a gadget on that Rosa could be crucially devastating. If timed correctly, STMN will just be sitting ducks. Approaching then, the second brawler is going to be the Bell. I think that's kind of wise. It's one that they'd prefer to have on their side, and I imagine then probably going to have the Bell mid, Pam lane, but they have got options. If they lose control, they can kind of reconsider things and both play that mid lane aggressor as the third and final pick comes in for STMN.
Yeah, well, I do like the Bell bouncing between that 8-Bit turret, obviously, is the main thing that it's going to be doing. But also marking up Rosa can be a huge, huge thing for STMN at this point. Down to their last pick, and it's going to be Spike. You've got to go for something versatile, I don't mind it, because with SK having that last pick, and obviously having a Rosa on the board, having an 8-Bit on the board already, Spike's going to be decent anyway, but it's going to be so versatile against the majority of things.
And good if they pick a Stu here as well as their third and final pick. The life plant's going to be Squeak, and that is a strong one. This is a really, really solid brawler that was a first pick in LCQ, and as the hypercharged brawlers came back into the swing of things, it's just dropped down ever so slightly, but nonetheless, you cannot forget about it. Those residues, despite the nerf of a couple of seconds, are still really the hold-up process to this method, and SK Gaming, look, to me, like they've got a solid draft.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I do like both sides' draft, though. Like, I think maybe SK's a little bit better in my eyes, but STMN, I don't think they're out of this because they've got a slightly weaker draft. If they can mark up, if Bobby can tap as well as he has on Bell, as many sharpshooters that he's played, then I think they're going to be just fine.
Crowd is going electric, and SK Gaming do need the help. They are behind. Bouncing shots there from Bobby between OPE there and Yoshi. As IKS wins the right side, pops the pin as well. Feels confident about this. STMN have given up that early control on the right side, and they might be now in a bit of a position. Look at this. Zara's going to fall. IKS really is loving this.
Yeah, Sans should be following shortly as well. Bobby got the super onto him as well. So love that slow coming out of the star power as well from IKS. But STMN still are in the lead. Should take over for SK Gaming now as they do take the lead. But Sans sitting nicely in this turret on the left-hand side. OP's going to come round. He is marked up, though, so that's something that he's going to have to be cautious about, especially with Zara there.
Yeah, IKS will fall, but now the focus is on OPE. A lovely super from Zara, and the mark just helping hand things. And STMN now approaching 50%, looking good. But look, Sans slowed. He could be vulnerable here to attack as the bushes are in the mid. OP is going to be closing in for an attack.
Oh, he's hit the mark right in the middle of the bush. Great vision coming out of OP there, but he's pushing forwards, trying to do anything, but he can't do anything at all. Mark going to be missed by Bobby this time as well. And it seems, SK Gaming, they've been getting more kills, they're getting more control, but the percent all with STMN, as they just one dies, another steps on.
But now it's just Bobby in 1 versus 3, and these Bell taps have got to be there, and they are. That's 4, that's 5. The mark onto OPE. My word, Bobby did well, but OPE is still surviving, and they've got to find him, and he still survives. This could be SK Gaming clawing things back in front of our eyes.
STMN pretty much even now. They've got to get SK off this zone. Yoshi staying on it, has some obviously cheat cartridges still able to get out of harm's way, but Sans doing well. Has a super as well, going to tank some of that shots with it. Coming in from SK Gaming, they retake the lead. Hypercharge ready to roll though for OP. He's going to use it there, does come out the bush as well. But now the mark onto him perfectly from Bobby, and the bounce is going well.
90%. Almost there for STMN, both sides now looking to heal up. They know that one slip and it can all come crumbling, and it is STMN that are doing just that. SK Gaming going on the sheer offensive things, and IKS and Yoshi should be able to close this game unless something goes wrong drastically wrong.
GG's. The power of Yoshi is continuing.
But one more away from claiming a set.
Close, but just not enough from STMN. Started to claw things back towards the end, almost got the kills in the middle of the map. But SK Gaming stayed firm, stayed in the zone, and got that 100% done. STMN now behind in Ring of Fire. Still a set in the bag, but it's getting closer.
I'll be honest, I was quite surprised with how SK Gaming were able to achieve that. It looked to me like STMN were just playing the objective better. Let's see this time round how it will fare. STMN still have that early start, OP low, and Bobby with a very important pickup will find the value. Oh my word, look at this. The bouncing shots are just going to town. 23%, 25 now, and SK Gaming have got to get their feet on that zone.
I mean, Bobby's just tapping, but super straight onto Sansa's turret there. Takes a bit of damage off it. I think maybe the star power hit him there and not the residue. OP around the right side. I think he built up some more bushes in there as well. Not really sure if they're the most influential ones, but he does have that super now as well. Has the shield ready to go. Chaos gonna get hit a couple of times. Bobby needs to find one more to get him down, and he finds it in the bush as well. Beautiful from Bobby, and Zar cleans up the right too.
As quickly as that, STMN have got all the time in the world, getting their HP back and just getting themselves ready for what is going to be a big, heavy pushback from SK. I like where OP is thinking with this left-hand side. Got super to hand, but marked up now. Bobby's still just continuing to tap. Sans goes down, though, and that's going to bring SK onto the zone. The question now is it too little, too late?
Double nest egg on both Yoshi and Chaos, though, stops that healing, and a few curveballs coming in from Zar as well, resetting Chaos once more. Now the mark available from Bobby yet again, and he's surely got to find it. Gets the kill with it, in fact, but OP's coming forward on a tear. Hypercharge going as well, but he gets brought down. All three survive and have a meaty lead.
Bobby is playing a beautiful battle, and there's another pickup. It should be an STMN game, and surely tying up this set. One final push for SK to try to be able to reclaim something to say, something to write home about. They're holding on, but I just don't see it happening for long as the final push for STMN will take the game.
183 for 2, 17 overs. क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया.
They either win the set and bring it back to 1-1, or STMN storm ahead with 2 sets. Huge game coming up next. Ring of Fire will be very decisive.
It just feels like, despite being behind, STMN have an answer every time. If SK Gaming go 2 sets down, it could be too much to recover from. They need to get a better start. They need to claim back possession, get their hands on the zone earlier on. Building up these bushes is great, but as time goes on, we're already at 20%.
I mean, Sans surviving this out beautifully, getting some great heals from this turret now as well. It's going to survive a little bit longer, but the residue onto it should keep Bobby in a bit of a tough spot, but he hits another marker. How is it 35% already? Where are SK?
They just need to go now, and they're just wasting so much time. They're trying to set things up, but it's just promoting so much over for STMN. It's only Yoshi left here alive to be able to contest Sans, who's now actually healing up himself. TP forced away. It's all going horribly wrong for SK.
Make it 60 as STMN running away with it. Bobby's still tapping. Hypercharge from Zar. OP's using his shield, but getting nothing from it. Mythic gear and the hypercharge straight onto him. And Zar throws another in as well. Beautiful from him. And Bobby will clean up the mid, but he falls.
This isn't convincing. This is a slaughter. 80% to just the 1. If SK Gaming can bring this back, it'll be by far one of the most important comebacks in Brawl Esports history. There's so little that they've been really able to achieve in this game so far.
I mean, what are the timings going to do as well? Super onto Zar, that's massive from Chaos, gets it down. But equally, we see a super being thrown onto him from Zar as well as he was going down. The bounces between OP and the turret are getting him killed. Yoshi's still sitting in the mid, but even after all that, 40% behind.
Just leaving a cast to the right, and I don't see why they shouldn't. STMN are on the zone, 90%. They only need just a 10. OP will one final ditch attempt. Some of the hypercharge, and they're going to come out on top. STMN are doing it. They're trying to
जी STMN भाई, नल्ली भाई, योशी की बहन ओशी. अरे
2 sets to 0. SK Gaming in the dumps as STMN dominate them once more. Ring of Fire, very, very decisive. Almost 100% to 20, I think it was on that last one. And STMN running away with it.
But we need to remind everyone that this is what happened yesterday with Foot Esports. When it got down to that 3rd set, that's where we saw the rise of SK. Is it too much to ask for it to happen in the semi-finals? That's now the question, because STMN are building their momentum, their confidence. They haven't really been tested yet, for me, in my opinion. as STMN have just had an answer every step of the way. Gem Grab absolutely for me was definitely their weakest moment so far, but even then, they were still able to turn it into their favor.
I mean, every single player on STMN is playing out of their minds, but Bobby, I've got to highlight Bobby again, and I was doing it all the way through. But that man on Bell, you've got to be scared of it. That man on any sharpshooter, should I say, it's just so dangerous, and SK can't let it happen.
It's just so convincing so far, but one singular draft, as we know, can be something of the weak moment in STMN's kind of arsenal. Can all fall apart if they just don't really feel the comp. When they've got comp, certainly that's when we see the shots just constantly landing, the smiles and the celebrations left, right and center. But this is now such an important set to get it right. One game away now from a spot in the grand finals.
You ever seen this arc?
क्या फिर से SK रिवर्स स्वीप कर पाएगी जानने के लिए देखते रहिए. अरे भाई एक chaos मार रही है भाई.
Value, Trav, that's what I feel about that. Absolute value.
ओपे भाई ओपे बहुत जो बंदा है वो पिटा है भाई बहुत पिटा है.
Time again, the glue of SK Gaming, but he's no help. He needs help.
And I don't know about you, but I think I just saw 88 DPS from OP as well. And I mean, yes, he's on Rosa. It's a tough matchup, but something more has got to come out of this SK Gaming roster. Bell's Rock might be the last map they see in the Brawl Stars Championship 2023, unless they pull something out the bag right now.
I'm looking for a Sprout ban. You know, this is the Sprout map. It's an SK Gaming pick for me. Grey surely has got to be on those lists of bans as well. Brock to open up. Piper, as we know, is a bit of a Bobby back pocket pick, especially in the World Finals. You know, there's nothing more exciting to see. But this has got to be a draft that is a winning one for SK Gaming. We are going to see the Grey, Charlie as well, take first pick for STMN. Alongside the bands of Lou, Fang, and Grey for STMN, for SK Gaming, the Grey, the Charlie, and the Mandy.
I mean, the Sprout's not banned, so it still can come in. Bit of an IKOS comfort pick if that is the case. But Tick, you know he's going to be able to outrange it. Bobby, he's picked this brawler because he knows how it operates. Going to be able to outrange Sprout, stay out of harm's way, and keep them under control, can constantly spam in these choke points. But Mandy banned out the way, which we know is a Bobby special. Along with, I mean, we're going to see RT coming down now from SK Gaming. I like that. I do like that pick a lot. It's proved itself today heavily.
The issue for STMN is that, you know, they've got to preemptify that Sprout and have an answer for it before it even appears, so SK Gaming can see the whole comp and choose as to what they want to do with it, but RT definitely is a very, very strong brawler. There is a Sprout showing its face early. I don't know whether that's the right play because it's going to provide so much time for STMN to consider how they want to deal with this.
I mean, it's a real tough one now. But I mean, Tick was first pick as well, so they've obviously had a bit of time to be able to counter out that thrower. I think it kind of evens it out in terms of the draft at the moment, but 15 seconds now for this next STMN pick, and obviously they do have the next two as well, so they're going to have to kind of preemptively predict what SK Gaming want to go for their third. You kind of expect a long-range sharpshooter.
Manu, I love you. Wow. मुझे नहीं पता था आप J हैं.
When can you not? When can you ever not like a Piper
Very
Nanny combo now as well?
Kangaroo Chana Basin.
Oh, this is classic. This is classic Brawl. I love this comp from STMN. It's like my time machine works. I'm going back to the good old days, Trav.
Yeah, it's like the literal bounty comp when there was no draft, when it was just blind picks. This is the one you'd go to on an open map, and I do like it from STMN Esports. But SK Gaming, they still have something left in their pocket, and it's got to be a very, very good brawler to be able to deal with this. Ooh. It's going to be either the most brilliant, smart thing SK have ever done, or it's going to be the nail in the coffin.
Max is good into Piper. Having that aggression tick is going to struggle when everything is in its face. I quite like that final pick for SK. It's certainly one that's made me think twice about how I feel in this draft, and things just got an awful lot closer. STMN now have got a real battle on their hands because this comp that looked very, very solid at first sight has now got something to be said on the other side of things. SK Gaming, need we be reminded, are behind 2 sets down and their tournament lives on the line. A spot in the grand finals is the prize. In we go.
Yeah, OP with an early phase shift straight past some of those tick mines, and Zar puts himself in a top position against the Sprout now, forces the last hurrah out of him already. But Chaos taking
अच्छी आ रही है will you marry me वाह 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 इसी बात पे बोलो जुबान केसरी हाँ ठीक है लो भाई इसी बात पे
बोलो जुबान केसरी बोलो जुबान केसरी बोलो जुबान केसरी
coming in, taking care of. That could have been costly for Chaos.
Yeah, both of them quite low though, and now Zar relieving some pressure. Going to find some great shots in there as well. I believe one on Yoshi, one on OPE in the mid. And SCMN slowly but surely pushing out this back spawn. Chaos going aggressive though, and that's what he needs to do. Straight on top of Zar here, so we can't really get the pinch in. Shots there, Peep available from Sands, but he can't use it in this situation. And Bobby hung out to dry on the right, really unable to do anything. Gets double tapped as well. The mark coming in strong for SK, and the RT clutching up.
Clean, very clean from SK. Peep coming in though, just going to use to break their own walls. Don't mind that, it's going to be one less, but that tile, Chaos can still use that to connect, and definitely not the cleanest of breaks. Now, one round to SK, and this max pick, like I say, it did prove to cut the mustard towards the end of that one. But Bobby will fall. Now though, so will the Sprout. There's 2 versus 2. Legs down for Yoshi, and that could be very costly. Those legs are very exposed now.
I mean, OP's got to aggress, or is they're just going to go for Yoshi's legs. He's coming in, but Sans surviving. OP and Sans 1v1 over the right-hand side. Both so low, but both healing now. Yoshi, got to find something. It's a 2v1. Great hits coming in from SCMN. Yoshi, the last one alive, and can he do it?
Imagine, oh, that's a huge hit, and another one to follow up. STMN time.
And that's the issue with dropping your legs. Possible more wall break coming down. The Peep is out, and it hits Chaos. Speed ready to go though, and that's going to be used on all 3 of them now. Trying to aggress, no phase shifts left though. He's not going to be able to tank anything.
Oh, dangerously no hit. Oh, Bobby almost everyone on the side of SK falling like cards. It's going to be a 2 versus 1. This should be clean for STMN, but I don't want to speak too soon.
Yoshi can definitely still do this, but a good tap by Bobby resets that healing and keeps him even lower than he was before. Tick starting to move forward now as well, and obviously all supers are going to be used this round if they do get them, so if he gets this head, it might put the nail in the coffin for Yoshi and SK. Bobby pitching around the right-hand side, 1.4k HP left, and he's not going to be able to do it. Match point up next.
Match point.
This is looking dangerous now. Really, really dangerous
Oshi bhai yaar jao yaar lamba mat
them defeat and fight back against match points, but the way that it's just heading, STMN just look like they are at home. They want that grand finals. They want to make sure that they are there to represent North America for the ultimate gold in the game. And here we go. SK pushing forward straight away off the bat. A phase shift there from OPE. Survive on, but they've got the high ground.
Same as last time now, pushed straight back in spawn, but OP over aggressive, and he gets the hit. Over aggression from OP, punished by Sans.
STMN though are on the back ropes here. Chaos can be pushed down, trickled down low there from Zar, and now Sans a prime opportunity spot. Rest Bobby, who gets the connection. Sans low. Oh my word! Yoshi there with a beautiful hacks gadget to 11.
Yoshi jag gayi. Yoshi.
One shot and one gadget. Yoshi, 1v1 versus Zar, but he's taking so much fire. He's got the head available as well, and surely it's going to be that thick head, the mythic gear, to be able to get more HP that Yoshi might not be able to handle.
Zar's got time on his side. The gas is yet to close in, but Yoshi getting dangerously low. He can't avoid every shot. Zar's going to have to choose now as to when he wants to bring out the head, and the HP coming back.
He's getting so many hits. There it is. The legs have fallen, but it lands on him.
What clutch, bhai?
For Yoshi.
क्या बात है? 1v3 कर दिया भाई ने.
1 round for SK Gaming, but only by a sliver. For STMN, a reset chance, but they might drop a game, and that's going to be proving costly. Oh, shots from Sans trying to find Chaos. He almost falls, but staying still on his feet. All 3 members on each side are standing.
What a 1v3 from Yoshi in that previous round. But he's got to do something similar now. Bobby on this right-hand side and the 1v1 against him. Chaos struggling down the mid against Zar. Head available. Peep ready to jump as well. OP takes a big shot to the face from Sans, and the wall tries to keep him alive, but he forces another phase shift too.
He had to. He was about to go down. Would have been catastrophic if he had. But still, oh, homing recipe from Bobby on the right-hand side. Keeps there, no, Chaos low as well. SK have got to tread caution here, and they don't. Zar finds Chaos. OP though going to try and push this aggression. Sans is there for helping hand. It's still 3 versus 2.
I mean, it's going to have to be Yoshi again. OP's too low, and he gets hit by Bobby. And another as well. SK 1 round away from defeat.
Match point.
1 round away are STMN from seeing the grand final. Will they do it? Bobby with 2 huge
Oh भाई
shots at the
बहुत
back.
close.
Yoshi low, gone hill back up. Bit of a close call for SK Gaming. They're not looking confident.
Wall comes down and Bobby in a compromised position once more. Has to back off and Zar needs to throw at Chaos, but he also needs to throw at OP as well to keep him off his back. Sans,
अरे OP तो भाई गोपी की तरह खेल रहा है.
In Bobby needs to find some shots because SK are in control.
Oh, Chaos so low here. Sans doing a fantastic job. Bobby just trying to find there Yoshi. But Chaos low as well in the middle.
और अब भाई कैसे बच गया ये?
It's cooking. It's beautiful.
Head ready on the right side, through comes the peep as well. Sans in a bit of a tough spot, return to sender used as well. Not going to get any effect. OP forces the speed out. Nice stuff from him. The last hurrah. Bobby gets it. Huge jump on the Yoshi. And another one to follow in.
GG's.
Just Chaos. And SCMN.
And it's finals. आपके डिनर में क्या बना है? मुझे क्या पता भाई, मैं तो यहाँ से हिला भी नहीं हूँ.
STMN shutting the
तो
door.
मुझे कैसे पता होगा?
Giving themselves a chance to represent North America in the grand finals. What a moment for them. Year upon year of struggle, and they have finally got the ultimate opportunity. Can they go all the way? One thing we know for sure, Trav, is that if it can be North
फाइनल में तो मैं जीटा की तरफ ही हूँ. अरे 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 अरे.
The battle of the ages up next. But you've got to feel for SK. Their run has been magical at this World Finals. Out in
3000. Congratulations, सत्यम भाई. हो गए तुम्हारे 3000. Very nice. Keep it up.
My goodness me, I honestly can't believe it. When I woke up
आज
this
STMN
morning,
जीतेगी लग रहा है. हाँ
who
भाई.
predicted what has unfolded as the day has gone on? This has been the most insane Brawl Stars World Finals we have ever had. It's just glorious to watch.
वाह,
Everyone
अपने
giving
कोड
it
का
their all.
प्रमोशन कर रहा
And we
भाई
have
पीछे
got
खड़े होके.
an amazing grand finals lined up.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think we could have asked for a better grand final. I think people were starting to get bored of the
कोड
East Asian
डेस्ट्रो.
dominance.
हाँ
Razor Raccoon beaten by Zeta
फुल
Division,
प्रमोशन चल
and
रहा
now
है. फुल
SK getting
प्रमोशन.
out by that, I mean, SK out by the hands of STMN brings it down to the North America versus EU. And to be honest, I think
जाइए
this
खोल
might
के
be the
देखिए कि
final
आपको
everybody
मिला
wanted.
क्या, कौन सा हाइपर चार्ज आपको मिला. क्योंकि यहाँ पर जितने लोग हैं अभी तक जिन जिन ने खोल चुके हैं उन सबको जैसी का हाइपर चार्ज मिला है. क्योंकि जैसी भी है जैसी है. आप भी चेक करके आइए कि आपको क्या मिला है.
From doing so unless Zeta Division can continue the upsets. They've been
अब
the
बसता है
team to
फाइनल
beat in the EMEA
और
region all year long.
पूछना तो बनता है.
Just one step behind Luminosity, but my
एक
goodness me,
लास्ट
with that
आखिरी
performance,
पोल इस वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स का.
I'm feeling quite convinced, but a back and forth affair guaranteed to come.
And you've got to give it to Yoshi for this play. It was a 1v3 in the end. Survived on 95 HP. Massive stuff from him and some great stuff from SK Gaming all competition long. But STMN, they've had a tough year. They had to come through the LCQ just like SK did. And they're straight into the grand finals.
What a match. What a moment. You can just see how much it means to them. A team, a squad that are really built on the foundations of family. 5 for Sans, 5 for Bobby, 4 for Zar, who again, for me, has been really pulling his weight today. You know, Sans and Bobby the flashiest on the side of STMN, but as a unit now, they've never looked stronger. They really haven't. SK Gaming, though, can thoroughly be proud of their performance to make it to this stage in the competition. It's something that very few teams can ever say.
It really is. And I mean, a top 2 they'll be pleased with, but a first place is the dream for the boys on STMN. SK Gaming sadly exit the competition, but I couldn't be more pleased for those STMN guys. The most humble, the most nice guys in Brawl.
Again, they've got it all. They really do. They've got that charisma, the stage presence, the ego, just kind of still, though, kept in check. And Sans got the 2 watch buff as well. You know, we know how instrumental
मुझे
that
कॉल्ड
can
का
be.
हाइपर मिला. वाओ, very
There's a
dangerous.
reason he does it. There's a reason.
Well, we have to go to our MVP as voted for you on event.brawlstars.com. Let's see who stood out the most on the side of STMN. It's Bobby, the man with the shades. And I think, to be fair, he really did tap in Hot Zone and Ring of Fire on that bell. Really did do wonders on Piper. Oh, it's well deserved.
Give this man a sharpshooter, and STMN are bound to win, and I think he's just proved that point. I think a 480 DPS on Bell, and I mean, you can't write him out the MVP after seeing that.
Certainly many at home going to be cheering their way for STMN, many at home for EMEA cheering their way as well. This is a fierce World Finals. We can't even recall the last time we had a moment like this when it wasn't just a guarantee of, East Asia dominance. It's going back to the roots. Brawl, we're going back to its OG style, and it's just very, very exciting as we go back and reflect on the brackets and how the day is formed. It's just been upset after upset, Trav.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, where we have been and where we are now. Luminosity first off lost against Zeta Division 3-2. Crazy Raccoon defeated
ही नहीं रहा
Totem
claim
3-1.
option.
STMN Esports started their journey down there in 3-1 against Revenant Esports. SK Gaming cleaned up another one of their rivals in Tribe Gaming. But right now, STMN just beat SK Gaming in a quick sweep. And before, Zeta beat Crazy Raccoon in a huge upset, 3-2, to meet each other in the finals. STMN versus Zeta Division up next.
Wonderful stuff. It really is. I mean, every single match has just been mind-blowing to me. Something that I cannot wait to reflect on later. We've got a little bit of a surprise for you guys now as we get towards our grand finals. We're not going to go quite there just yet. We're going to have to head over to the stage and a little bit of an announcement from Supercell.
Supercell का announcement.
Hello,
हाँ, बताओ भाई.
everyone.
अच्छा.
Hi, everyone. Hey. And welcome to almost a Brawl Talk. So Miko is the newest brawler coming in December for our Brawly Days update.
And he's the
Wow.
third member of the Brawlywood trio, together with Lola and Gray.
He believes he's a big shot in the movie industry, but in reality,
Miko.
he's the monkey holding the boom mic behind the scenes.
And he's the first brawler that jumps with his main attack. He's immune while in the
Whoa.
air. And
ये तो नया
when
था
he
भाई.
lands, he deals damage.
In the hands of a very skillful
ये
player,
नया है.
he can dodge
अरे
a
भाई
lot
भाई
of
भाई
attacks.
भाई. अरे भाई भाई
But he
भाई
doesn't have a
भाई.
lot of HP, so you have to be really, really careful while playing him.
ये तो नया
And
था.
with his super, he jumps into the sky and then you can only see his shadow.
And you can control his shadow, and when he lands, he deals massive damage.
And Miko will be coming to the game in December with the mythic rarity.
That's right. And together with Miko, we also have
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Paula.
Hi, I'm here. Hello, guys.
Is that Paula?
that's
Yes.
Paula, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry, but I really needed to ask something. Do you remember how cool it was releasing Edgar for free in the Brawly days?
That was cool.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking it would be even cooler if we could get Miko, the new brawler, for free this year.
ओ भाई साहब, it's free.
Paula? What the?
Frank?
Why on earth do you think we should give him for free? Also, do you remember what happened last time when we released Edgar with the servers?
Yeah, but okay, let's do something. Let's ask the players. Do you want Miko for free?
Obviously, everyone
Well,
wants
Frank,
free.
we can't really argue with the community.
Yeah.
So I guess that's settled. Miko will be free in our Brawly Days update in December on 14th
Oh
of December.
yeah. Woo. Free Miko. December 14th.
And now, without further ado, it's time for the finals. Zeta Division
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है. बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
Esports. Enjoy everyone and see you soon.
ये सबसे बढ़िया ब्रॉल टॉक था अभी तक का, जिंदगी का सबसे बढ़िया ब्रॉल टॉक यही था। पूछो क्यों? तुरंत खत्म हो गया। नो फालतू जी कोई स्किन्स, ना कोई फालतू का जी ये वाला ये अरे मीको आ रहा, बस काम खत्म। ये है सबसे बढ़िया ब्रॉल टॉक, और फ्री में आ रहा, ये और भी अच्छी बात है।
Not since 2019 has EMEA hoisted a Brawl Stars World Championship. And not since ever has North America had that honor. Today, it'll be one of those outcomes, Ark, and either one makes for an incredible story.
I was there in the front row in 2019 when Tom, Cerulean and Spen lifted gold for EMEA, Nova Esports. No, the OGs, two of them are here today. Tom and Spen are in the crowd. It was a very, very exciting time for the game. An area of unknown territory as we proceeded on into 2020. But for North America, this is what, in my opinion, things have been leading up to this entire time. Every year upon year, taking defeats, taking the hits, but coming back stronger, gaining more opportunity within the region, and now on the Grand Finals world stage. There can be more at stake.
Absolutely. And what a way to come into a match like this. SK Gaming looked like they were on their own Cinderella story, taking after rival down, and then they go up against a cool, calm, collected STMN who dispatched them with impunity. Now they have a chance to go for the big one. That's right. All the marbles are on the table here in our grand final, which of course will be a best of 5 series. But I think we need to take a moment and talk about Zeta Division. First of all, this would be what? The 3rd World Final Grand Final the organization has been represented in, and they take a gamble. Instead of going into this year with these East Asian juggernauts who have won back-to-back World Championships, Temsai running out of space in the trophy cabinet, they take a gamble. They go after Chasmat Gaming EU, a strong team, but one that exited the 2022 finals rather prematurely. And my God, has that gamble paid off?
I mean, it's really, you couldn't write it any better, could you really? I mean, as an organization, just going from strength to strength, it just seems to me like they are the organization which just have the ultimate success time and time again. But for North America, a chance to put a stop in the tracks. To be STMN versus Zeta Division, Zar, Bobby and Sands up against Gero, Meow and Naui.
One thing we can say about STMN is that they have been so clean from start to finish here at the World Finals. Even up against some fierce competition, having to fight back for some serious deficits, they've looked incredible. The bell for Bobby has been absolutely unreal. Sands has just shone at his first World Finals, and Zar is ever dependable. We underrated Zeta Division though.
Mythic rarity का
They drop a couple of key matches into the World
क्या हुआ?
Finals.
फ्री ब्रॉलर,
Yes. Snapdragon Pro Series. We weren't sure.
वीडियो डाल दिए गाइस, अपलोड हो रही है, जाके देख सकते हो। जो मिस कर दिए वो जाके देख सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
There are no underdogs in this matchup, but there is a world champion.
क्या बात?
DreamHack Winter, please welcome your 2 grand final teams. Zeta Division and STMN. In just a few short sets, one of these 2 teams will be lifting this trophy and taking our top prize of $250. $250,000 in fact. Basically, the tension has never been higher in this arena. DreamHack, Winter, Jönköping, Sweden, are you with the teams? I still think you can be louder. You have packed out this arena. You have showed up for these two teams. Are you ready to crown a world champion? Let's head over one last time to Uber and Arc.
That's right, everybody. It's all on the line here in our grand final. And as we were sort of discussing, Zeta Division had a little bit of a slump over the last couple of weeks, dropping some key matches, of course, in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 and failing to qualify.
चलो वीडियो डाल दिया है, thumbnail update कर दिया है, Lambs spawn, और now back to the finals.
With this Zeta Division team. Something snapped.
I got call it hypercharge. क्या बात है? कंगारू चना बेचो ना आपको. बढ़िया भाई. दो लोगों को अलग मिला है. मनु को मिला है चॉल्ट, और इनको मिला है चॉकलेट. क्या बात है? चॉल्ट और चॉकलेट. बढ़िया भाई. मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को क्या मिलता है, लेकिन मैं अभी नहीं देखूंगा. मैं देखूंगा कल सुबह हम खेलेंगे एक बार ब्रॉल स्टार्स, ताकि हम कंप्लीट कर सकें बाकी सब चीजें. तो या दिस वन
unbelievable, a huge storyline in that region, but now just look at them on the world stage in the grand finals and up against North America's finest. It's 43%.
इधर बोला 5 मिनट पहले मैंने डाल दिया वीडियो भाई. वीडियो अलग से जाकर देख सकते हो.
Zeta Division exiting their group winless. We could not have been more wrong.
जाओ वीडियो देखो, व्यूज बढ़ाओ, व्यूज.
You will see in Brawl Stars, it is very hard to rattle this team. And that's the kind of quality that wins you championships.
तो देखा जाए तो इसमें ज़्यादा कोई खास रिवॉर्ड्स नहीं मिले वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स के उसमें, बट हाँ एक चीज़ अच्छी मिल रही है जो ब्रॉलर मिल रहा है फ्री में.
Let's head over now to Knockout. It's going to be out in the open to kick off our grand final.
Bans are in. Meg, RT,
57% votes are for Zeta in our poll. So out of 757 is for Zeta. Now it is 62% with the 8 votes. Wow. अमी को एडगर का बाप ही. अब ये लेकिन हर अटैक पे जंप मारता है भाई. हर अटैक में जंप. चलो फ्री स्टीन नहीं तो ब्रॉलर ही सही. Yes.
Absolutely ferocious. They have no interest in dealing with that here. Generally a mainstay if it's been left open up to Zeta Division now to make some choices. Curious to see what they open with. It's going to be the Eve again, very serviceable, very high utility brawler to punish some of these single shot brawlers, and on out in the open, it's a fair pick.
Yeah, I really do like it. It's got that left-hand side lane as a bit of an escape mechanism. I think it was that Trav in the crowd. I couldn't quite tell, but I hope if it was, it goes back to him. Let's see as the second pick.
Zoo वाले monkey जैसा है मिको.
Certainly the sharp shooting affair is where things are won and lost in my opinion now.
बात OP super है उसका, लेकिन OP और होता अगर उसकी हेल्थ ज़्यादा होती. हेल्थ इतनी ज़्यादा है नहीं. अगर वो गलती से किसी ऊपर जंप किया धड़ाधड़ पड़ेगी भाई.
Picking up a second sharpshooter here has definitely been the MO for STMN Esports on maps like this, whether it is Bounty or Knockout. We've even seen Mandy being picked up if the bans come in thick and fast, but you called it Arc. The bell snapped up here, and Bobby has been the best bell player at the World Finals.
Take for control for STMN. These are very classic.
Almost classic, yeah. I mean, like we used to see the Piper here, right? And they've got a very classical setup. STMN are a no-frills group of gamers. They know how to win, especially on this map type.
I really like it. Zeta, though, Sprout, final pick. This is a really brutal one, because when you're in those back lines, you've got no escape, only with that jump pad back into the map. Sprout can just shut everything down, leave you nowhere to go, and sometimes that just leads to a clean-cut victory.
There are 3 chokes on this map, right? You cut off one of those and basically create a 3 versus 2 situation while that hedge is blocking one of those openings. That's what Zeta Division want to do. Drastically reduce the stopping power of STMN with that super, and then take the advantage. Of course, Sprout does not care about the hedge. He'll go over it every time.
And in we go. The first match of the grand finals. And already, a little reverse polarity there from Bobby. I don't see it quite connecting, but nonetheless, Meow super aggressive here. Sans finding a beautiful angle, 375 above Meow's head. Dangerous start.
Yeah, Dar goes very low as well, but Meow wants to get set up with an easy super and then block off one of these openings. No Eve, remember, for STMN. That's on Zeta's side, so they don't have access to that left side lake. Meow, though, deliberating here for the time being. Going to see some of this terrain blown on up, and now it's open. That hedge, all of a sudden, not so effective.
Yeah, Meow's going to fall here as well. Oh, Zar gets to pick up 3 versus 2 now, despite the position. STMN are in a fantastic spot. Gary trying to juke these shots, but STMN can't quite find the connections here.
This is looking darn good for STMN. Garo can't escape. Sans gets involved on the right-hand side, and now Novi. He's done.
GG's. STMN is in full power, bhai.
For STMN, but for me, that wall break is just brilliant on their behalf. I mean, they can now really maneuver around the situation, and that's all Zeta's doing.
Yep, Sans and Zar making good use of the choke that's been opened up in the middle part of the map. No Eve required now to have extra hidey holes to come out from. There goes the peep. Connection is there. Novi goes down low and is forced off that sight line for the time being. And Meow now has to settle for using the hedge for his own cover.
Yeah, Meow's forced back into this left-hand side pocket. Gary low as well. If Bobby finds a connection.
Oh, Lord.
They're coming. They're going to go away. Bobby able to just be able to have to go for a second try here. But Zeta are not in a good spot.
Bobby is going to sit right here and not move away from this little water body. Desperately, we see Gero trying to get some map control back. Here come the hatchlings, effective against single-shot brawlers, but Zar is able to take them down with the mines. Here comes Meow again, wants to touch some space. Damage amplifier, he goes low. Zar more than happy to stand his ground here. Here comes that head first, and Novi now down to half HP. Bobby couldn't connect with him. He needs to turn back towards Gero. Meow sound.
बहुत बढ़िया.
And the dominoes fall one by one. Gero.
GG's. Wow.
First game goes the way of STMN.
Full comma लगाओ भाई. भाई.
It did look pretty clean for the most part. For me, that nanny pick really is cutting the mustard. And the cleanup, the clean downs, they're clean. They're getting those takedowns consistently. So STMN at the moment, not giving Zeta a single look at.
Yeah, breaking that wall open, absolutely critical. Something we didn't really account for when we talked through the pick and ban, I think. But now again, Meow wants to take a more aggressive position, and oh goodness, that last hurrah won't save Zar. So crucial to have a brawler advantage at this early stage. Now Meow can start to apply that pressure. Can you break that wall? It's not going to be easy. Sans going to be forced right on back. Bobby with that extra shielding for reverse polarity. Wants to step up. But again, how long can he contain this space for, Ark?
It's going to be really, really tough. I didn't really see a place that Bobby or Sans have to go here. Now it's a 3 versus 1. I think Sans just waiting for the gas to close and trying not to feed in any utility along the way.
Yeah, don't give over any more supers. The gas can't come quick enough for Sans, and Gero will have him cleaned off. Nicely done, but remember, that first pick on the tick was what put Zeta Division on a collision course of victory in that round.
I'm so happy.
Well, it's good to see Zeta now starting to collect themselves and standing their ground. Already STMN back in those lines. Zar have to put the last hurrah for good measure. I think he was okay, but not taking any chances here. It's still STMN though, really far back. A ticket coming into the mid.
GG's.
A 3 versus 2. Beautiful from STMN.
And that was what was keeping Zar out of this game. The Sprout was absolutely dominating him over the wall, and now Zar, with the head first onto the jump pad, can finally get into the game. Novi trying to feign a position of strength here, but Zeta Division don't have the numbers, and they're going to have to give this ground eventually.
Unreal, unreal from Zara. Another thick head going to be coming in here. Now he, though, shreds through it. He is going to be low. Bobby finds him quickly and easily, and it's just Gero. This round surely is going to be STMN's.
Gero sees only one super up on the side of STMN, so into the gas we go. Huffs it in and gets ready for that next round. So crucial, Zar. What a clutch play to get out of a situation. He was almost no
मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया का 236 का टारगेट. Wow, very dangerous.
Oh, it's a crucial one. They do not want to be going one step down at this stage for the mark from Bobby and Tanawi. And now the hatchlings coming in, going to force back STMN, and Zeta will take the high ground.
Now be hit with a mark though. Bear that in mind. As durable as 8-bit is, that damage amplification is going to be a constant thorn in his side. Gero here trying to dodge these shots in from Bobby. He'll need a moment to heal back up. Gero doesn't want to give him the space. Zar has a head first though. He might deploy that in a moment. Here comes the peep.
I love that reverse polarity from Bobby, and they almost found a takedown off the back of it. But it's given STMN some space to get back in this game. Ooh, Mealdo as well. No, these taps from Sands are huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And he only needs 1 or 2 here to force Novi back to his side of the map. See? Look how fragile he is with that mark on him. Here comes that head first.
Jesus, got that.
Finishing him off with the grenade. Here comes STMN now. Now he has to try to find a way to stand his ground. He's going to have to use the cheat cartridge and back into the gas. He goes. It's Gero in a 1v3. It's all but impossible. And STMN.
STMN.
How many times have we said that STMN struggle in their first sets? It's normally a loss for them. Well, not today.
पॉला ने बढ़िया पैसे कमा लिए 2 मिनट के लिए आके. कौन बोला जी उसके लिए उसको अलग से पैसे मिलेंगे भाई? कौन को ऐसा लग रहा है? सुपर सेल की टीम बहुत ज्यादा छोटी है, वो ऐसा फालतू का खर्चा नहीं कर सकते. इसलिए तुमने देखा होगा वो एक ही डेवलपर टीम इधर पे काम करते करते दूसरा गेम कोई आता तो वहां पे उसको भेज देते कि जा तू उधर का भी काम देख लेना.
That sounded like a broken record at this point, but for me, Saw is shining, man. I love that tick play with a thick head onto the jump pad, forcing then the hand of Naui and the connections off the back of it. They just forced the position and claimed the takedown off the back of what was just, I mean, the perfect time to bring in that kind of maneuver, wasn't it, really?
Absolutely. And again, the draft was nothing fancy from STMN, right? This is a composition we've seen time and time again. You could say the same of Zeta Division, right? I think both teams really familiar with the protocols on Knockout with these setups here. Gero really trying to keep that bell quiet as much as he could, but again, there's only so much he can do as the Eve. You must get that tick out of the picture early, and so it's impossible to catch. You can see here, Novi struggles, right? That 8-bit really never gets any shots to line up. It's a tale of 2 very different teams on this stat screen.
अरे भाई ये क्या देख लिया? 2 kill 97 डैमेज पे DPS और एक 0 पे भाई.
Very cold exterior as a team. Nothing seems to penetrate them. There's no amount of taunts, no amount of words that can be exchanged that will throw them off their game. As you know, Inso himself has said time and time again, they are robots as far as he's concerned, and very, very methodical and surgical in that same regard. As we head in now to Hard Rock Mine, Gem grabs the next mode, and a draft coming in thick and fast.
I'm Nanny, one of the best brawler hai. I most picked without hyper. मैं सोच रहा हूँ उसका hyper हो क्या सकता है? मतलब वो hyper use करके जाएगा तो उसका peak और ज़्यादा बड़ा हो जाएगा. धमाका करेगा बहुत बड़ा सा. बॉम्ब की तरह जैसे डायनामाइट का बॉम्ब होता है उस तरह के उस रेडियस में फटेगा लास्ट में जाके. मजा ही आ जाएगा भाई देख के.
He's the man. So Buster, no one wants to deal with that, of course. Rico is just ridiculous in one of these side lanes, and you have to respect the Rosa. STMN Esports not risking that getting through.
Good bans on both sides. The Sandy, for me, as a brawler that's just kind of floating back into the meta in Hard Rock Mine, is quite a key one on the side of Zeta, the Roughs as well. It's a very classic North American pick. STMN, first pick, Mr. P. I was talking with Bobby about this, and they love this brawler. They really do.
Impegni brawler aa raha hai.
It's going to be one of those things that can just seek and destroy and give that information over.
It's going to be one of the best bats for Mr. P, I think. Look, he can really stay safe behind a lot of these walls. He only plays his
कौन सा पैक लगा लिया भाई तूने? अभी कितने बजे हैं भाई? अभी 9 बजे से ही पैक लगा लेते हो तुम तो लगता है. जल्दी लगा लेते हो, बढ़िया है.
Again, the porters can be really impactful, just occupying some of those single shot brawlers like Stu. Stu cannot get his super back off of those porters, so he sort of sits there and has to fire off those shots.
अरे ले लो भाई. फ्री की चीजों को मना नहीं करते.
Whoever is on that brawler here to deal with.
Stulo certainly has got its fair share of weaknesses. There is Tram in the crowd. I thought I saw him ready. Cordelius up next for Zeta. That insurance policy you've got to have on your side. If STMN want to go crazy and bring out some tanks, then now they're thinking twice. But that mid battle needs to be won, and Mr. P is not the brawler to have it.
चिंपांजी.
So that will be the case.
अच्छा, ये होती चिंपांजी की स्पेलिंग. आज तो मुझे पता चल ही गया. Thank you मुझे बताने के लिए.
Let's see though. Two brawlers about to join the field.
Lou getting picked here makes perfect sense. You need stopping power now against this composition. We have seen teams go as far as picking Dynamite. Now, that was more so announcing, of course, but this Satchel Charge stun is very, very critical. And it's the best analog that you kind of have to Sandy's Sweet Dreams, which of course gets banned out by Zeta Division because they want to play Stu, they want to play fast. The speed zone is really hard to remove on this map.
मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रहा चार्ली हर मैच में बैन हो रही पर दोनों तरफ से बैन हो ही नहीं रही इतने मैचेस में हमेशा सिर्फ एक ही तरफ बैन हो रही अभी तक तुम्हें ये नहीं समझ में आ पाया देखो सिंपल है जिस भी टीम को पहली चांस नहीं मिल रही होती है वो बैन कर देता है उसको अगर कॉइन टॉस होने पर जैसे ये लोग जीत रहे हैं इनकी पहली चांस है तो नेक्स्ट टीम जो है वो बैन करेगी उनने ये अपना धर्म बना रखा है भाई धर्म है ये कि जिसको टॉस करने पे पहली चांस नहीं मिल रही है उसकी दूसरी टीम जो है वो बैन कर देगी इसलिए सिर्फ एक ही टीम बैन कर रही है और गलती से अगर उसको छोड़ दिया तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है वो पहली वाली टीम जिसको ऑप्शन मिल रहा है वो चूज कर लेगी उसको अरे विवेक तू जिंदा है ये जिंदा है भाई जिंदा है
But the porter spawners, you know, they're really troublesome for brawlers like Piper. So I want to see good placements then from Sounds, who's going to be championing that Mr. P pick on the left-hand side. We're trying to search for the Stu. Going in there for Garu instead. 4 gems, prize in the middle. Oh, beautiful gadget, the homemade recipe from Garu leaves solo, and that's going to be the gems going the way of Zeta.
Great work though, Bobby intervening in that mid lane matchup to also deny the stamina side gem that spawns there. Now when Sands is going to have to be pretty canny to get out of that situation. Zar can at least trade it out. Meanwhile, Bobby goes deep. Novi sends him packing.
2 gems in the middle though, and Garu is still finding Zar. Really struggling our STMN to get in this game so far, and there's yet 6 and a clean jump away for Zeta. Looking really, really strong in the early moments.
There it is, Bobby able to hold his ground, at least for the time being here. Gero, though, trades it out. They've swapped the Mr. P out of that Cordelius lane. Sands needs a little bit of breathing room here. Speaking of which, Novi's breathing down his neck. Eventually gets brought down, but this just creates more space for Gero to get gem after gem. In goes Meow once more. He's hunting for Lou.
Now forcing Boy into the realm. Will he find the pickup? If he does, it's going to be terrible for Zar, who's now going to have to be forced over to the right, and Gary leaving him nowhere to go. Just stands for support here. The gems are in peril, and it's a substantial lead here for Zeta. 2 now spawning from the mid, not getting greedy, just taking the 1.
Yep, another stamina side gem though, picked up by Zeta Division. They are really starting to flex their muscles. Gero just gets away. They could have gone either way though. Meow in the Shadow Realm, but Zara is healthy enough. He's going to fall though. The Cordelius comes out on top. Here comes the countdown. Bobby really on his own. And this composition for Zeta Division, it's absolutely
मेरे पास जार वाली स्किन
for
है
SCMN to try and play into this.
They're looking so comfortable. It's exactly what they want to have, and I feel like SCMN don't really have the draft that they were to get their hands on in this respect. It's a clean car victory. Zeta are fighting back.
Anticlimactic. That really was not close remotely. Getting the Piper against the 8-bit, you love to see that. The Cordelius to be able to pressure down not only the Mr. P, but we can swap into the Lou lane and cause problems there as well. Such a powerful brawler on his own. Zeta Division had to be pleased.
Miko for free. Yes, bro, Miko for free.
Plan pay off.
और उस पर ऑलरेडी 50 व्यू हो चुके हैं भाई वीडियो डालते हैं 50 व्यू देख रहे हो इसलिए कंटेंट क्रिएटर का धंधा कैसे इतना बढ़िया चल रहा है तो आप समझ सकते हैं क्योंकि उनको एक्सक्लूसिव कंटेंट मिल जाता है डालने के लिए और लोगों को पता नहीं होता तो लोरे सुना के अपना पैसा चला रहे हैं भाई काम चला रहे हैं इसलिए फायदा है कंटेंट क्रिएटर जैसी चीजें बनने का इंडिया का मैच कब है चल तो रहा है इंडिया का मैच चल रहा है जाके देखो इंडिया वर्सेस ऑस्ट्रेलिया
That one gets empowered, but Gero will have to waste a shot on removing it. It's frustrating, and look at the space it takes.
And look at the scoreline, 7 gems to the 0 of STMN. We're just nowhere to be seen right now. They are really struggling with this Stu and this Cordelius right and left lane. It's providing so much time for Gero to pocket what he needs. One more, and we're on countdown. This set is drifting away.
Obi picks up that last couple of gems that they need here, so some distribution across brawlers on Zeta Division with 10 seconds to work with. They're healthy enough, and there is that Piper super available for Gero in case it's needed. Both very mobile brawlers right now with 4 seconds to go. There is no hope for STMN to force these gems out of their hands.
Ding, ding, ding,
A
ding,
wake-up
ding.
call for STMN as they are reminded that they just cannot let themselves get ahead of themselves.
Okay, side equality हो चुका है.
And a very solid draft.
अरे ब्रॉल स्टार्स का आप बहुत ज़्यादा लेट हो गए. इंडिया का ख़त्म भी हो गया. अभी चल रहा फिनाले. इसमें जो जीतेगा वो करेगा बल्ले बल्ले और जो हारेगा वो करेगा नल्ले नल्ले.
I know you want to leave your other options available here, but Zeta Division just got to look at STMN and go, right, well, we know exactly how to play around this. For me, the nail in the coffin is the Piper into the 8-bit. Zar is such a brutal matchup.
I mean, Meow played a fantastic game, and now I mean, the aggressive lane sides actually was where it was won. The Piper, they're just there ready to apply pressure from that long-ranged approach, but the gems were just easy pickings for Zeta, and a very clean round. They're going to be feeling great going into this next set now.
In a perfect world, Zar can assist the side lanes and try and collapse onto them as 8-bit, but when you're losing your individual matchup so horribly, you could barely stay in the game yourself, let alone help the side laners. Gero 468.
दो
the side laners are forced into 1v1
चार
against the
चार
Dealers because the
सात.
8-bit can't help them. He doesn't lose those.
It's a disgusting amount of DPS. I mean, there's no way else of putting it. And certainly the pickup the Zeta division needed. They were falling behind as STMN were gaining the advantage. And now...
RNT जीता है गोल्डी भाई. हाँ भी और ना भी. पहला वाला जीत गया, दूसरा वाला हार गया. और उसी के साथ उनका गेम ओवर हो गया.
Thrice in Brawl Stars history. Split's going to be coming up next. Hot Zone. Always a fascinating one. We know Lou's going to be very hot contestants with a rush to make an appearance as well, whether in pick or ban.
It's a very tough map. I'll be honest, this is not the Hot Zone map that many want to be playing.
It's a brain twister. It really is.
It can be brutal. Very hard to take those sides, and if you don't draft this right, if you don't have a wall break in the back pocket, you can find yourself just having no way in. And certainly, brawlers like Squeak gonna have a good place on this one.
Frank की दिखा दो भाई. Frank मजा आ जाए Frank देख के.
Too diverse, an option to be able to pull through, open things.
Break those walls, yeah. It's just so good. And give
ओ भाई टैटू करवा रखा है STMN का भाई.
Because quite often teams split themselves 1 and 2 across these points. You really want to pick a very self-sufficient brawler in that solo point if you can get it, because someone has to 1v2 here. Most often. Stu also a really common pick here. You can spend time on the point, you duke out those shots, you can try and win those duels. Let's see Cordelius here banned away. Shelly, of course, very powerful. I get the Maisie pick as well. And Chuck is just an absolute nuisance. Transitioning from, between those points, he just stays on the point. He just throws himself out over and over again with that super and gets a lot of free value. Luke, got to pick it. Zeta Division, they know the score.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I mean, STMN are kind of forced to only have the 2 bans because the Charlie, right?
Yes, yep.
So the Chuck has to be there, the Cordelius as well, and the Chuck here is often underlooked. You've got to consider it highly. Colette, Shelly, Macy, all going to have their place. That Lou, though, I do worry. That can shut down everything we saw Zulan play it on this very map, cycling to perfection. So STMN maybe considering throwers now as a way around this situation.
Yeah, we've absolutely seen that, right? What the heck is this? The phone? Oh my goodness. Talk about an all-in approach here. Again, those invulnerability frames on Surge Super are really important in a pinch, and if he gets out of control, that is pretty crazy. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, how about that? What's better than one, Lou?
Well, the API honestly just so
क्या चल रहा है?
We haven't seen it at all this entire World Finals.
दो म्याऊ खेल रहे हैं.
It's like us on the casting desk. We can't believe it. Look at the API.
I am struggling. Somebody help me. Okay, we'll have that amended for you in just a moment here. As we have both teams.
हाँ ये नल्ला बंदी कर लो पहले. हाँ ये कर लो पहले.
STMN going, what's up with that? Yeah, good question, mate. Again, if the Surge is a legitimate pick, there is some credence to it, right? Of course, Surge can close the gap. Crucially getting on some of those enemies and making that dive here, especially if you're able to start to build up. That is very, very scary. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. We'll wait on our amendment in the lobby. OG with the headset off here. Might have been also, sometimes, at this level, you do get like a mispick here in pick and ban. Sort of have to alert an admin and say, hey, we actually meant to pick that brawler. You do it quickly enough, it's usually not an issue here, so.
All right, boys, own up. Who dodged?
They got Lou. Oh, we forgot to ban that. not enough slots to ban these incredible hypercharged brawlers at the moment. You either pick it or you
bug
will
है
become subject to
गेम ही
it.
bug है भाई.
Sam's about to
Only Chinese team.
throw the headset back on.
Ben Stoke Gaming.
in
Ben
just a
Stoke
moment.
Gaming
But
was
as
the
far as I
only
can
one.
tell, Ark,
Hello there.
that surge is
Who do you want
legit.
to win?
It was very old school.
Estimian, Stamina, Clouded Sprout.
Certainly, it can be
I wanted to
incredibly
win
punishing. If you're left on those
for
low stacks, for the majority of the game, if your opposition
Stamina.
don't feed in to what you're trying to achieve to get to that later speed buff and additional range, it can be tough.
No longer can you dive in. You don't like that's not something that Surge has available to him anymore. That little sort of blink forward here. He does, of course, have the star power that allows his shots to bounce off walls, right? So it gives you that sort of Rico-esque impact on one of those points here.
Chance.
Production obviously has informed us that we will be having a restart of the draft here as someone dodged. You can't dodge. You're in person on stage. We can do run out the back, get a body double to step in for you, go have a drink. No, it's not happening.
Well, again, if you are just joining, Split is the map. Hot Zone is the mode. For me, the toughest map in that particular mode. It's one of those that can just have a great amount of choke points there to shut ideas down.
It's weird.
सारे क्वेश्चन अभी पूछ ले भाई, ये पता नहीं यूपीएससी में ना आ जाए.
We're going to try and use throwers or powerful brawlers. Obviously, Lou is just insane for that. Some say, you know what? Let's bust this right up and just open up the map here and try and play it like a much more of a standard map. A lot of the time, like I mentioned earlier,
हाँ ये भी पूछ
a
ले,
lot of
अभी पूछ ले.
responsibility rests on the solo player on one of the sides of the map. Sometimes you have like 1-and-1 and then you have like a floating brawler that will transition, something with mobility, right? That will transition between those 2 points. But generally, someone gets the short end of the stick on both sides. And the more
लगता 3000 में और पॉइंट कर लूंगा यहीं बैठे-बैठे देख के भाई.
they usually manifest in a winning result because once your team's down over that right-hand side, they come over to you and you have a lead, of course. And that's how it times out here. So, Zoe and Cody there, of course.
हाँ ये भी पूछ लो.
Incredible set just now. And after this, hot potato for Heist. That's a fantastic map. Only seen it a couple times rather. We saw a BB picked on it.
Iconic Esports.
So teams are still
TOC.
experimenting or having some throwbacks to some of these older balls, and it worked out. We had a real all-in setup from the BB, just diving in on that safe. It was a really good look.
अगर 3 सेट करवाने हैं तो मैं खत्म करो करा के करके रहे हो.
Playing for the lion's share of $750,000, and of course the honor of hoisting the coveted trophy. And if you're just joining,
हाँ ये भी करवा लो. मैं बोल रहा हूँ यूपीएससी का पेपर दे दो, 3000 डबल हो जाते हैं मेरे.
Brawl Stars Esports has been dominated by teams from the East Asian region. This year, not one of those representatives on the stage. North America have their first real shot at a championship. Zeta Division's name has been engraved on the cup the last couple of years here, but they brought an EMEA team into them.
खाना खाने जा रही है. Wow.
A team that maybe people had doubts about, questions, you know. They bring Inso over from Reply Totem, try and create a super team here, and so far, so good. Zeta Division were the ones that dispatched Crazy Raccoon, the tournament favorites from East Asia.
हाँ ये भी करवा लो भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ कर क्या रहे हैं.
That's where we placed our predictions on the casting desk earlier today.
By the way, I've been clean today, Ark. I'm going to be real with you, man.
Oh, yeah?
I predicted that SK win against Tribe, and then I, to be fair, predicted them falling to STM and Esports, so...
Yeah. So you went all in at the beginning, right?
Let's forget about the Zeta Division, picking them losing to, Crazy Raccoon, but...
Yeah. Who have you got to win?
Win it all?
Yeah.
I hate Crazy Raccoon winning it all, so I'm already up. But the only way you beat me is if STMN able to take this match away. So far, so good. But again, that's where you can get your preds in, as Ark said. Event.brawlstars.com. Ton of fantastic in-game swag available to you as well. Also, as we just found out in Not Brawl Talk, Miko going to be released for free. That new brawler who we've heard some nasty stuff about. He is awesome. The stuff he can do, kind of breaking the core tenets of Brawl Stars as we've known it before. Definitely a brawler I expect to make his way into the BSC in the future.
Well, it's downtime. Certainly looking like it's rubbing with STMN more so than Zeta. I mean,
like, yo, you guys want to play some Brawl or what? Hello?
अब क्या काम पड़ गया.
Again, deliberating, of course, with our stage admin there. And OG announcing, of course, that this is his last season of Brawl Stars. Obviously a player on this roster last year in Paris, now stepping back into an advisory, sort of more of coaching role. Obviously, he's been a fixture of his team and of North America for a long, long time. So We do hope he stays around in the scene. And what a feeling it would be to send SCMN on to a championship here before he departs. Absolutely one of the pillars of the region. We're
800-700 points का तो फालतू अरे खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा भाई.
Jumping back in, and I think the picks that players have committed to, they're going to have to remake, right? As definitely his information's been given over, so we'll be back there very soon. Yeah, we all love a bit of OG here at DreamHack.
Ashton there with an abundance of support, and I mean, you said it perfectly. I mean, OG obviously this year doing a great deal of content as well and looking really, really solid with it. And I know from that tweet, so proud of what his teammates have accomplished to get to this point.
It's going to be bittersweet, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, he worked for many, many years, so you've helped catapult
भाई इतना
STM
मैं
in
Google का CEO बन जाऊंगा भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ.
actually vie for a championship here. Getting to be up there on a stage must feel pretty darn good, seeing all the fans in the crowd as well who followed the journey of STMN not only through this year, but through their entire tenure in the Brawl Stars Championship. Remember, STMN had a really sort of slow start to this BSC season. But they turn it around, and in April and June, they win those monthly finals. And of course, their regional rival is Luminosity. So these two teams were trading monthly final wins back and forth, and there's definitely a sense that they were forging each other into the kind of rosters that could come here and compete.
Well, with Zeta, you know, they had as many grand final wins as STMN had grand finals appearances. February, March, June and August. I mean, it really was a year that was just in the EMEA region, dominated by only them, and a couple of months that others had a look in, but not really much to show or write home about. Zeta have just been the epitome of consistency.
Yeah. And by the way, epitome of consistency in the most competitive region in Brawl Stars. There are a large number of qualifying slots for EMEA rosters because there is so much talent in that region. You can't imagine. I mean, look at the teams that they had here, of course. I mean, SK Gaming, of course, with their incredible story and their run back. Reply Totem as well, always in the mix. That's definitely a team you expect to have impact. Foot Esports, of course, who've been in the headlines for right and wrong reasons this year. You know what I mean? That is a region that shows absolute winners. And of course, we're talking about the #1 team from EMEA. 4 monthly final wins under their belt here. Inzo and Bobby here taking a sidebar. I think they're probably trying to discuss what was happening because naturally, the two teams, they cannot communicate with each other in the draft, right? It's all automated here. So I think Bobby's trying to explain maybe what happened exactly to Inzo, and these two teams will be back in just a moment. Now, I do wonder, you have to wonder how this little brief break affects the teams up there on stage. You come in with a bit of energy, especially STMN, right? Now you're feeling like you're kind of getting iced out a little bit, right? The kick is getting iced for STMN now. They've had to sort of stew on that sort of loss in that second set and find a way to come back here. These are the kind of conditions, though, that will really test that championship mentality.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, a little break here and there. It's time to reflect and sometimes time for the circumstances to get inside one's head. You've got to play it cool on the world stage, ultimately, on both sides of the coin. And, you know, it's going to be a tough thing now for both to kind of reset.
Now, we're going to step aside too, ladies and gentlemen, while we get the issue on stage resolved. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go too far, because when we come back, we'll be resuming our grand finals here at the 2023 Brawl Stars World Finals. So we'll see you on the other side.
David sound?
8-bit. Yeah.
なんか好きなやつだよな、多分。
あ、そういうこと？うん。ワンチャン持ってないやつあれ。
ベルのウルトの初動なんかベルのウルトの音やけど。
ベルの音やね。行ってみるか。うん。ベル
？Maybe the bell mark.
The bell super.
I don't know, bro. Like
Bell mark.
Prossima fermata, ospedale.
サム。
あ、こんなこと言うか。これか。ブルじゃないな、多分。ブルとはちょっと違う。サムか。サム？チャック。チャック？チャック使え。マジか。そっかそっか。
知らんな。
言ってたんだ。OK。チョーク。
That's gotta be chalk, right?
I have no idea. No. Maybe Grom?
No, that's chalk.
これと。
पैनी नजरों वाली पैनी.
Yes, it's Nita.
Nita?
It's Nita sound. Colette. What? You don't know that?
क्या बात बोली है?
Colt.
Colt. Obviously. Super. Colt.
Gray.
Gray.
Colt.
That's Colt.
No, it's Gray.
Pew, pew, pew. No. Gray doesn't even have a
No.
he just says pew. Yeah.
Carl か。Carl?
Carl, super.
No, wait.
I only thinking about Carl.
It's Charlie. I don't know who that is.
I have no idea.
Oh, it's a new brawler. It's just Hank? No.
No. I don't know. Carl.
何置いた
ハイパーチャージか、なんかを
置いた
スタバが、いや、なんかスタバがなんかを買った時の
あ、そっち系か。Unlock sound?
I don't have idea. Maybe hypercharge, but I don't think so.
Can be something in game like box of Showdown or.
कल रात को मेरा बेड टूट गया.
Oh,
बहुत
Showdown
बढ़िया.
Power Cube. Or like.
अपने साथ ही तुम ऐसा कैसे कर लेते हो?
The drink.
क्या बात है? फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी तो बहुत है तुम में. मानना पड़ेगा.
We might be in the dying hours of DreamHack Winter 2023, but I tell you what, we're very much alive and living here in the arena. We've got the big one. One more game to decide it here. And STM and Esports representing North America, Zeta Division representing EMEA are one apiece, heading into set 3.
So the draft underway yet again. So the search pick was not the case for STMN. It was going to be Gale followed up by the Barley. First pick Lou though, still so dangerous for me as the brawler, which in my opinion has the best hypercharge in the game currently. Bans of Colette, the Shelly, and the Maisie there for Zeta. Rosa coming in. This is spicy stuff being brewed by Zeta.
Again, if you can use a Rosa in the 2v1 lane and win that fight, then push into enemy territory, leaving your other brawler on the point, you can start to really threaten your opponents, especially as they come off the spawn. You mentioned that we'd see a thrower arc. We get that point pretty much straight away here. And hey, you also mentioned Gray. All too good at knocking out the terrain here and also setting up random all-in approaches with those dimensional doors.
The Shelly bad Cordelia's band is going to be really difficult, even with the Gale, with that Rosa pick on the side of Zeta. And Gray, honestly, is such a good one to add, to combine him with things. And once Rosa gets that super TP on with dimensional doors onto the zone, gaining the objective. Spike coming in for STMN. It's not a bad shout. It's about as best as they can hope for in the situation. This is a tough drop for both sides here.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed we didn't get the surge here, but I understand. The Gale is really powerful here because if you're playing on the point and you can throw the Gale Force through the wall at brawlers that are trying to approach, you're guaranteed a stun there. Also, if you're attacking the point, you can guarantee a stun as well by the boxes sort of sitting behind those 3 barrels there. So something worth bearing in mind here. You can get Gale on the point properly, you're in good shape. Bobby and Sands here trying to push up a little bit more here. Novi actually in the 1v2 lane here. It's taken down pretty quick now. Bobby assisting on the left.
Yeah, that was a very clean lane for Sands and Bobby. We're seeing the Barley and how well it can work on this particular map. Oh, lovely little dodge of the Walking Cane. Not going to hand over anything to Zeta as STMN start to gain their lead.
That Twister is so oppressive now. The Grow Light obviously starting to forestate the right-hand side of the map here, but Sands keeps shutting that Rosa down. Zara has to use the life plant to play from behind the loose super. Bobby now really needs to lean a little bit more on this left-hand side. You see him approaching, trying to force Meow off and give Zara a way in. Sands absolutely dominates the right-hand side. That Twister is absolutely ruining Novi's day. That's gross.
So overextends, Bobby gets pulled in with Walking Cane. Zeta now firmly in that left-hand side. Now Zara trying to make good on that. The heals coming in from Bobby. And now, finally, STMN sort of tip their toe on that left-hand side.
Yeah, Zara finally getting on the point here. Gero, though, able to dive in and take out Bobby. That's the upside of that dimensional door. Life plant comes a little bit too late in the day for Zara, and he'll be leaving it in his wake as he heads back to spawn. Novi able to get some now positioning on this right-hand side point, playing from behind the barrels with the hypercharge available. Zeta Division now get into the lead.
This snow from Sands is really causing a problem for Zeta, and Bobby now still staying firm. But look at the scoreline, 62%, 74. Meow now pops the hypercharges. Sands gets stunned. Bobby still though staying alive here. Sands just in the nick of time, but not able to get a super off.
Okay, Zara now finally able to start capturing this point. We saw 3 hypercharges popped in those last couple of moments. Novi is still an issue. Bobby needs to get rid of this this Rosa. Sands is having to expend the super in order to do so now. And it's going to be the healing tonic thrown down on that point. But
Jim.
get just enough time there to take it away.
कब खाए छोले भटूरे लास्ट? क्या खाया था आपने लास्ट बार का? पिज्जा खाया था, पिज्जा.
And it's looking good, but I feel like the draft very balanced actually. The scale is really helping to suppress the Rosa and keep her slowed and vulnerable. Bobby as well doing a wonderful job to keep that control. Let's go in again.
Again, Novi has to deal with the 1v2 for the time being here, and as you'd expect, struggles. Zar, though, needs a lot more investment from Bobby, I think, to be able to get any capture progress here on the left. Gero here, of course, that walking cane thrown in. Zar definitely able to sidestep the shots that followed it here. Sticking around, deployed on the left-hand side, but Meow just works from around it.
Now we're going in again, getting some valuable time in that zone. Gets taken down now. Last call from Bobby. And this is the time for STMN with the missed walking cane to go in. Ready to get some value for it. Gary's low. 360 really comes out on top. Beautiful TP. Bazaar still stands. He does need to
walking cane.
Left-hand side though. He does.
Now it's going to come back very quickly off the spawn though. So very quickly, Zeta Division will be back in residence on this left-hand side. STMN couldn't derive enough of an advantage and they will now lose the lead as Novi has been impossible to shift in the last couple of moments. Here comes the hypercharge. He's swinging for the fence. He finds Bobby. Sands will shut him down though. Trying to throw him backwards. Grasping roots though. This is very dangerous for the Gale. The Twister must be deployed and eventually Novi falls.
Now straight on the zone, and again this right-hand side is in peril. STMN have got to defend these things faster. Gero comes in and Bobby's so susceptible here. Sands forced the left-hand side. It's getting so close, but STMN are bringing it back.
Star's in trouble
Right-hand side is where the problem lies.
Star needs a good super here to try and force Meow away. STMN now are even. They're in the lead. Sands playing this left-hand side here, and here comes the last call to force Meow away. In fact, he's taken down. Gero trying to circumvent him with the dimensional doors, but he can't get to touch the point. And now STMN have the numbers. Bobby survives despite being frozen. 5% is all STMN need on this left-hand side, but Ark, they're forced away for a moment.
The fence stands. Zeta are still in the motions, but Zal comes in with the hyper.
Here he comes.
Massive connections from him. He gets a little tippy tap on his own and stands. And
Bobby
comes from behind. STMN.
अभी भी खत्म नहीं हुआ. अरे आधा घंटा से टाइम पास कर रहे थे ना, उनका वही नहीं चल रहा था सिस्टम.
That comeback midway through the round. Bobby doesn't really get to stand on either of the points. He needs to connect those shots.
आपको फेवरेट क्या है
He
बात?
won't physically be standing there.
ऐसा कुछ फेवरेट नहीं है.
Either of his brawlers on either side get taken down. He has to put himself in a position where he's weak. He's vulnerable, having to stand on the point. But he gets the job done. STMN, what a comeback now. We're one apiece in the set.
Well, now he falls so quickly. That's going to allow Bobby to focus entirely on this left-hand side and help out Zara try to get some earlier objective damage. But these early walking canes from Garu, that's what they've got to try and avoid. Because if the oh, there's one already. Yeah, Zara immediately punished.
Novi actually able to get a touch on the point and deploy some bushes with that grow light as well. Bobby can't see Novi coming here, so it's a little bit scary when those fists start coming out of the bush. The map gets opened up in the middle, and Sands needs early warning of this Rosa coming so he can get a twister nice and deep to slow him down.
The map is in a much different spot to what we've seen in the previous two games. Sands there with a lovely little bit of observation just to ensure that now he keeps his distance, but he needs to earn super back quickly here. Heals from Bobby just to ensure it, but that TP from Garu, it's going to be dangerous.
Here he comes! Dives on in, Geronimo, he says, but Sands is there with open arms to catch him. Gale forced to push Novi back here, and Sands is camping on that TP. He knew Meow was going to be coming, and the Lu turns up on the right-hand side. Remember, Zeta have capped the left. STMN have capped the right. Now we need to switch.
Hypercharge Bazaar. Is he going to go in and do it? He will. He finds Naui there, and now he will fall. But now Meow comes back with one of his own. Double stun. Finds one. Bobby going to survive just about. But oh my word, that's a second stun. Great cycling from Meow.
Gero is dominating on that left-hand side. He uses the dimensional door to get behind the life plan of Zar, shutting down that contingency plan from the spike. STMN have to defend. They can't go on the offense.
अंकल आंटी नहीं खाते होंगे नॉनवेज. पापा तो खाते, मम्मी नहीं खाती.
Coming back from this, Zeta Vision get their second set.
Zeta का 2 हो गए. क्या फिर से एक और बार Zeta ही दिखने वाला है.
Somewhat of a nightmare. Zeta Division now in the lead, and that comes with its fair share of advantages. It's going to have to go all the way now for STMN to turn this one around.
They've been in this position before, STMN, but make no mistake, The loss on split, that's gonna hurt. It's a crushing one. The composition seems really solid. I love the Gale. It's very good at shutting down the Rosa, but on the other side of the map, Zara is absolutely punished time and time again. Very, very hard for him to have any time to cap, and eventually, those gadgets, the twisted gadgets, are gonna run out. That's when Novi starts to get a bit more aggressive, a little bit more cheeky, able to play up with that extra durability and the hypercharge. Rosa, you've got to respect her.
Yeah, really calculated for me from Zeta. But again, a very close draft. You can see just how in the sets, it's neck and neck every step of the way. Huge play there from Naui, and these heals off the back of the dimensional doors really are just keeping them all in the mix from the entirety of this set. But for STMN now, where do they go from here?
Again, they don't get to choose. That's just the way it goes. Zeta Division are on the precipice of hoisting a World Championship, a third consecutive one for the organization, the first for this roster. And STMN will have come so close. They need to dig deep for this next set. I don't have a problem with how the draft went. I think, honestly, it came down to minutia in execution, the little things for STMN. But those are the things that you have to have absolutely shored up in a game like this. You don't get to come back tomorrow and try again. It's do or die.
A bit of downtime certainly got inside their heads somewhat, but they've got to shake that off now. This is the world stage, is the grand final. These are where champions are born.
मेरे यहाँ सब बैच भाई दादा दादी सब बढ़िया भाई। अगले मैच में क्या चल रहा, कौन जीत रहा है, अभी मैच में क्या चल, कौन जीत रहा है भाई? जीटा जीत रहा है 2-1 से आगे, तो उसको एक ही जीतना है लगातार तीसरी बार वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनने के लिए।
You need to be mindful of that when selecting brawlers, right? That's what we saw BB, for example. You know what I mean? Obviously the gun ball, very important, how it bounces back and forth. We've seen Rico many times in the past picked on this map. SC-Men have scrims Zeta Division. They know they don't want to deal with the dynamite here. That's taken away. Chuck, of course, a mainstay here. Colt, really good at long range, and he's only weak when his opponents are moving laterally. That is really hard to do on Hot Potato.
Colt first pick in the grand finals.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, it's so bold. I love it. If this pays off for STMN, it will be huge. Dynamite, Cadelis, and Lou bans. Glad to see that Lou ban. I mean, he's just so good everywhere, honestly. Colette, Chuck, and Charlie. No surprises there on the third and final.
This is why they have 12 hypercharge brawlers, because you don't ban out half of them. M's picked up here. A good brawler we see a little bit less of here, but the bushes give us such a good staging ground in the middle part of the map here, and we've seen her be decent in side lanes as well. That Caustic Charisma covers a lot of the map, will also reveal anybody in the bushes in that center part.
The problem I have so far is that STMN have already shown their starting hand early.
गार्लिक ऑनियन भी नहीं खाता मम्मी मेरे, मैं ही हूँ बाहर, खा लेता घर में, नहीं आता ऑनियन गार्लिक। Wow.
Have some options to be had. How far does this go now?
Look, really strong, durable laner. Like, very effective, of course, as his shots do bounce a couple of times here, and they're very hard to avoid in general. You know, I'm curious to see sort of if he's interested in trying to break up the map at all. I think you'd probably rather play to your strengths for the most part, maybe even like field promotion if you see the game drag on a little bit here. Spike going to be locked in here. Zar going for that pick again. Zar,
खाना मत खा भाई, फिर तो तू रहने दे।
the short end of the stick.
Yeah, this
I mean,
one.
what a champion to really have to battle back from some of those disadvantageous positions. Bobby going for a throw
अपन
once
तो
more.
जानवर आदमी है
Looking
भाई,
at the barley again in the mix.
मुर्गा हो, मटन हो, मच्छी हो,
So good.
खा
They
लेते
really
हैं
would,
अपन।
but I certainly do
भेदभाव नहीं
like
करते।
the odds of the Colt when on the save, but the M's can shred through just as easily. So if Zeta now adds something of a safe shred and Nita as well, I mean, that's wide open here. Hyper Bear on the save, but Jesse Turret.
Oh my
एडगर, क्या बात है, फाइनली एडगर भी दिखी गया है। पूरे मैच में नहीं दिखने वाला एडगर भाई आ चुका है।
Adrian loves that Supercell.
If there is any time to pick the Edgar, it may as well be.
क्या बात है, एडगर आ चुका है भाई, मजेदार है, बिल्कुल शानदार जानदार। एडगर यहाँ पे प्रवेश करते हुए अंदर हमारे वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स में।
What an interesting pick. One that I just honestly would not have seen coming. But it is very, very strong. But if left in a position where it's not getting those connections, it could be Wasted pair of hands, Sands, wasting no time to open everything up.
Don't open the map up. Don't give Edgar a way to get close to you without being in your sideline. Sands saying, no. Yeah, he's this silver bullet. Gero again's able to build up his super. Here comes the dive. Sands absolutely obliterated. And that has set the tone now for Edgar running wild on this map.
Also squishy. If Gero has a good match, this could be done here. STMN know that this is a real problem for them. They've got to land these shots. They've got to take care of him quickly. And he's on the safe.
Yeah, Gero with a bit of damage. Obviously won't be healing off that safe damage here, but...
Are
you kidding me? 24% for free. Unconscionable.
अरे भाई मार के चला गया भाई पूरा.
Zays know they've got the early game in the pocket. It's these late moments once they are more vulnerable to attack. Gero being spotted by Bobby here and trickling down a little bit of HP. These connections are great for STMN. Gero should be going down faster.
Gero hunting Bobby in trouble. Sticky Syrup makes a throw down. Just what the doctor ordered. They get rid of the Edgar and now it's a 3 versus 1. Novi knows that that safe is about to get slapped up.
That was good from STMN.
Oh no!
It immediately goes out though. Zar survives on and in position. She gets some shots in the safe here.
Yes, you do. You even it up.
76 हो गया भाई.
But Sands has also fallen. This is still dangerous for STMN. Only one charge of Sticky Syrup Mixer remains for Bobby, and Gero still wants the throwdown.
That was much better though. STMN defending well, but now Meow coming in with the damage booster as well. Nice connections though from Sands. He really is making this cold pick work as STMN starts to move forward.
Last call, very important there, Ark. Getting a bit of free damage on the safe for STMN, but again, Gero dives on in, and all of a sudden, STMN don't have the options to peel Gero off them nearly as easily.
It's just 4%. 4% is all that is in this game so far. Zeta in the lead for now, but STMN closing forwards. Now he goes down. It's wide open for Sands, and he started to tap it. Oh, Meow now falls as well. STMN are going to take this surely, but it is a base race for one. They will win.
STMN gets that match.
It doesn't get much closer than that. As soon as you see an Edgar locked in as that last pick, you have to have a plan. You have scant seconds to figure out how you're going to deal with it. Bobby makes the right choice. The Sticky Syrup Mixer gives him enough breathing room to deal with that up close and personal brawler. The bullet storm from Sands on the safe in hypercharge. That's what gets him within striking distance of the win. Love to see that now. Gero wants to go in early, still gets a kill despite the catch-up being deployed, and Meow's going to come on in too. Oh my goodness, Zeta Division Arc. They're not messing around now.
Yeah, they are out of the gate swinging. They mean business. They are making up for that last game in a big way so far. Look at the counter action from Meow. It's just, oh, Bobby over the wall though. Turns it around, but still, STMN are struggling to get started.
It's good to see Zeta not overextend here. Gero did have super, but doesn't throw it away. Instead, he opts for a trade. This buys time for the very powerful Meow to come back off spawn. Zar has to respect the range of M's. Novi able to get rid of the spike here. Bobby has to use a last call to zone the right-hand side of the map, but this is not going well for STMN.
Yeah, the buff from Naui onto Meow is just dangerous, and on Gero now as well.
Oh no.
In. This is going to be a lot of damage. STMN might not be able to survive it. They've got to land these shots, get these takedowns. Now he's still on the right-hand side here.
Yeah, and he's more than happy to stay as long as he can. 13%, make it 10 left on the safe. A strong breeze will blow it away.
अभी भी चल रही है. कितने बार पूछेगा भाई? छोला पराठा एंड आलू की सब्जी सूखी सब्जी होती. होली वाले चिप्स एंड मूली खा. हाँ आखिर ये होली वाले चिप्स खाती ही माना है भाई.
And not getting too stuck on defense. Jukes there from Meow, trying to weave his way in, but it's Gero that I've got my eye on.
He's lurking and hunting. Zar trying to keep him lit in the bushes there, but Gero surely dives in just a moment. He needs to get close enough to do damage to heal up, and Zar so well handled. Meow comes up. There it is.
Equal.
Zeta Division explode. Only needing 10% more to get rid of the safe. Gero or no Gero, they get it done.
And now it's a match point.
This could be where it ends. Zeta. One game
is Zeta Division is gonna be the world champion back to back for the 3 times, or STMN make the break on their winning
Very
streaks.
quickly to the left-hand side lane. Last chance saloon for STMN, and straight to the safe he goes. Hard landing, assisting with some of that damage. Sands will take him down, but already a bit of a dent on that safe.
It's a better start. Much better start for ST Men, but they've been shown in that last game just how important it is to not drop the ball. Gary there with a lovely jump on that right-hand side. The break from Nowie, that left-hand side exposed. Zaldo on the save. He's going to get a world of damage.
भाई क्या डैमेज मारा है.
47. Oh my word, this is going down so quickly as ST Men are fighting.
Down to 22 now, we're in a race, and it looks like Gero is committed to going after the STMN safe. Eventually Zeta can defend, they stave STMN off. Now they've got to deal with Gero, they get him. 24% plays 16. There's a good chance of this next push.
अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ.
Now able to find the pick on Sands here, and Gero's back. He's
और खत्म है. चैंपियंस का स्वागत करिए. बैक टू बैक विनर Zeta डिवीजन. भाई इनने तो लिखवा के रखा हुआ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में, कुछ भी करो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बन के आना पड़ेगा. और इजी पीजी. अगर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप ट्रॉफी चाहिए तो चुपचाप से जीटा ज्वाइन करने का. तो आप अपना नाम क्या रखोगे? जीटा रक्कस. ठीक है. और ये बकवास सुनने के लिए हम नहीं आए हैं. हमें पता है कि आगे क्या होगा. ट्रॉफी उठाएंगे, टाइम पास करेंगे, विनर का नाम अनाउंस करेंगे, एमवीपी अनाउंस करेंगे, जो कि हमें नहीं चाहिए. हम इसको करते हैं बंद और जाते हैं. दूसरी चीजें भी हैं और करने के लिए, तो वो कर लिया जाए. चलो भाई, पपॉय द सेलर मैन मजा आ गया, बढ़िया. लेकिन अनएक्सपेक्टेडली जीटा वापस से विन करते हुए सोचा नहीं था, लेकिन ठीक है, कहीं कर सकते हैं. चलो तो फिर हम मिलते हैं कल सुबह. शायद अब खेलेंगे हम वापस से. पहले तो ब्रॉल स्टार्स, क्लब लीग, ये सब चीज़ें भी करनी है. तो bye bye, take care, have fun. Papa the Sailor Man, and see you on to the next one. Have a good night's sleep and see you on to the next one. Bye 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 bye.